Is the crystal recording? Yes, sir. Sir Alistair flashes a confident smile at his floating magic mirror. This is Alistair, the kingdom's most famous night influencer. He is currently documenting a high-stakes dungeon crawl for his followers. Today's target, a rank C+ shadow weaver nest. He notes that these monsters, the 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒏𝒔, are a special breed. They swarm like locusts and nest in massive colonies. They don't just charge, they set traps, weaving thick webs in the dark. Right on cue, the spiders begin to crawl toward them. A suffocating pressure fills the cavern. What's happening? Alistair snaps, his voice trembling. Boy, make sure you edit that look of fear out of the final scrying. Meet 𝒂𝒏𝒔, our protagonist and the squire tasked with filming and editing this mess. Normally, these arachnids are patient hunters. They don't rush in. They prefer to trap their prey in silk and inject a slow-acting venom. But this, they're acting aggressive, completely against their nature. Everyone on the team is visibly shaken. Alistair glares at 𝒂𝒏𝒔, calling him a useless brat for the oversight. We are having words after this, he growls, turning back to the fight. The knight lunges, his steel flashing in the dim light. He's carving through them, one after another, a display of pure martial skill. Clean, surgical strikes. More beasts leap from the shadows, but Alistair's blade is faster, cutting them down in midair. He stands amidst the pile of twitching legs. His eyes are blazing with fury. These spiders shouldn't be acting this way, and he needs someone to blame. 𝒂𝒏𝒔, the scout who cleared the area, is the perfect target. 𝒂𝒏𝒔 had investigated earlier and sworn the path was clear. Alistair spins around, shouting for the boy to get over here and explain himself. Explain this mess, 𝒂𝒏𝒔 tries to apologize, but Alistair's fist sinks into his stomach. I almost died back there because of your incompetence. He demands that 𝒂𝒏𝒔 start doing his job properly before tossing his cape aside. Absolutely worthless, he spits as he walks away. You see, 𝒂𝒏𝒔 isn't awakened, but his gift is called the Hollow Path. It's a traceless skill, making him essentially a useless magic user in the eyes of the elite. He survives by being a human encyclopedia. He analyzes monster patterns, finds their weak spots, and tells the real warriors where to strike. Alistair continues his verbal abuse, claiming everyone would be dead if not for his own heroism. Suddenly, the air goes cold. Sir, look behind you. A monster towers over them, an elite dreadweaver. The brave knights, they don't even hesitate. They turn and run for their lives. 𝒂𝒏𝒔 is running right alongside them, his heart hammering. Alistair, desperate to escape, realizes he needs a distraction, a sacrifice. He looks at 𝒂𝒏𝒔 with cold, merciless eyes. One swift kick. He sends the boy flying into the beast's path. This is your responsibility for the bad scouting. Take the fall for us. 𝒂𝒏𝒔 hits the dirt, cursing the knight's name with his last breath. But it's too late. The elite is already looming over him. A cold shadow falls over him. His body is paralyzed with pure terror. Is this really it? Dying in the dirt like a peasant. His mind flashes back to his mother in the hospital. She had grabbed his hand, begging him to protect his little brother, Leo. He can't die, not while Leo still needs him. Fear vanishes, replaced by desperation. 𝒂𝒏𝒔 grabs a discarded sword, his knuckles turning white. He levels the blade at the towering beast, his eyes narrowed. I'm surviving this no matter the cost. Suddenly, boom, an explosion rocks the entire room. A golden-haired warrior descends into the cavern like a fallen star. 𝒂𝒏𝒔 blinks through the dust. Who is that guy? Before he can even process it, another figure arrives. The raw power coming off these two is making the air itself hum with energy. The newcomer leaps into the fray, shouting at the blonde warrior about running away. 𝒂𝒏𝒔 is stunned. Are they fighting each other right now? They clash, no hesitation. Pure, devastating blows that send shockwaves through the stone. It's a collision of two titans. Another explosion. These two are so powerful that even the elite monsters are trembling in the corners. They're absolutely terrified. Blinding flashes of light, speed that defies human sight. 𝒂𝒏𝒔 can barely keep track of the combatants. Just who are these people? A kick from above shatters the ground, creating a massive crater. The aura radiating from them is heavy enough to crush a normal man. "Stop rebelling," one bellows. "I'm tired of your games. This isn't over until I say it is." Flames erupt as the white-haired rival counters with a void-black sphere of pure energy. They unleash their ultimate powers at the same time. The attacks collide in a deafening roar. "If we keep this up, even you won't survive the blast," the shadow user screams. "It doesn't matter," the blonde replies calmly. He looks at Caleb, a strange sadness in his eyes. "Kid, I'm sorry for involving you in this." A massive explosion levels everything. The entire dungeon is being torn apart, and yet, through the destruction, the warrior is smiling. Debris is flying everywhere. Chaos. Then Caleb hears a voice echoing in his mind. "We'll leave the rest to you." A golden energy wraps around Caleb, protecting him from the blast. The smoke clears, and Caleb is standing alone in the darkness. What the hell just happened? He takes a shaky step back and hears a crunch. He picks up a glowing, metallic slate. Why was this left here? The slate flickers to life. Succession complete. The role of overseer has been successfully transferred to the new host. Spectral figures begin to manifest around him. Caleb stands tall, looking like a completely different person. The air around him is electric. "Welcome, Master," the device chimes. "You are now a participant in the Great Gambit." Outside the crypt, the survivors are gasping for air. 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 is fuming, complaining about his bad luck for finding an elite in a C+ dungeon. He looks like he's seen a ghost. The others thank him, praising his quick thinking for using Caleb as bait to save their skins. 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 smirks. "Always have to be prepared for the worst." But then a shadow emerges from the cave. Caleb steps into the light, his eyes burning with a new power. "Leaving so soon, Sir 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍." But the talk is cut short. Arthur tries to lunge, but his move is pathetic, easily blocked. Lord Cedric strikes back instantly. A sharp punch to the jaw. "Forgot you're just a grade F loser," Cedric sneers. He was curious how Arthur survived the trap, but who cares? It saves him the effort of hiring a new scribe. Arthur glares. "You think I'll work for a man who tried to murder me?" Cedric scoffs. Reminds him it was Arthur who came crawling, begging for gold to pay for his sister Alara's medicine. Arthur pulls back, a cold smirk forming. He's got leverage, crystal-clear footage of Cedric abandoning him. That video would go viral across the kingdom. Cedric threatens to end him right there. Arthur doesn't flinch. He might die, but Cedric will lose his title and rot in a dungeon for his crimes. The noble snarls. If that video goes public, Alara might suffer an accident. He leaves, barking orders to pack up their gear. "You'll regret this, Cedric," Arthur whispers. Later, alone in his room, he pulls out the mysterious device to find this Godstream app. Our hero explains his world's version of YouTube. Usually, it's just knights and hunters showing off their skills for views. But on this app, everything is impossible. Ancient gods, mythical beasts, and legendary figures from the dawn of time are all there. Arthur stares. Are these the actual deities behind the screen? He wonders who gave him this strange artifact and why. It's confusing as hell, but if these beings are real, they're starting with at least 1 million subscribers. Talk about a power gap. "Might as well see what happens," he mutters. Arthur decides to hit subscribe on a random deity's channel just to see. He's totally baffled as the screen flickers with strange energy. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The system is active. 1 sub down, 2 more to go. Then a rank appears, grade S+. Arthur's heart stops. Is this a glitch? It's unheard of. The 13 paladins who defeated the Archfiend. They were the only ones with a rank that high. And he got it just by clicking a button. Unreal. He checks his body, looking for some massive physical change. Nothing, no bulging muscles yet. He figures it must have boosted his mind, his observation skills, and tactical wit. It'll take time to see the true difference. Our future legend clicks on a video of Heracles and hits that red button. The system chimes again. Subscription confirmed. The reward, ~S rank strength. He flinches, his hand twitching with new power. He accidentally taps his desk, and the solid wood shatters like glass. He's officially earned an SS rank trait. The system alerts him that his proficiency with this power is growing. Mastery is only at 1%. Arthur is losing it. What kind of insane magic is this scroll? He shouts at the screen. Another ping. His S+ insight just increased because he's actually using his brain to analyze the situation. He needs 100% to unlock the full potential. He goes back to the Heracles video and hits play. A crowd is losing their minds in the footage. On screen, a man is lifting a massive stone pillar with nothing but raw force. The burn in these legs is incredible, Heracles roars. Push harder, Arthur stares, completely weirded out. What am I even watching? He tries to unsubscribe, hitting the button over and over to stop the madness. Error, the system blocks him. Once you're in, you're in. Heracles stares through the screen. You can visit, but you can never leave. No way out. Unsubscribing is impossible. Suddenly his communication stone glows. It's Cedric calling. Arthur answers, his voice ice cold. Cedric sounds surprised. Thought you'd have blocked me by now, peasant. What do you want? Arthur asks. Cedric laughs, claiming Arthur has nowhere else to turn for work. Arthur isn't in the mood for games. Cedric changes his tone, acting like they're still some kind of team who need each other. Finally, the hook. The Sterling Consortium wants a live broadcast. He wants Arthur to come along as his strategist. Arthur's eyes widen. Sterling is the richest guild in the kingdom. Their heiress just awakened 2 S-rank traits as a hunter. She's the rising star of the industry. Cedric asks if he's in. Arthur's answer, a flat, uncompromising no. Cedric offers 5,000 gold, 10 times the usual pay. Now will you come? He asks with a smug grin. Arthur doesn't blink. Still no. Cedric is losing his patience. That's a fortune, you ungrateful brat. Arthur leans in. 50,000 gold. That's my price. Cedric nearly chokes, screaming that the amount is insane. Ding. S+ insight proficiency up by 2%. Arthur starts tearing Cedric's plan apart with his new eyes. Why does Sterling want a loser like you instead of an S-rank pro? Cedric tries to play it off as luck. But Arthur knows. The heiress needs to learn the basics, hunting monsters, and Cedric's channel is famous for beginner guides. He has 210,000 followers, but there's a catch. He only got there because of Arthur's brilliant strategies. The consortium isn't interested in Cedric's power. They want Arthur's brain. The noble is speechless, trapped by the truth. Take it or leave it, Arthur says. Cedric is fuming, his leverage completely gone. Arthur just smiles. Our boy Arthur is completely broke and looking for a way out, but his gaze, absolutely unhinged, like a predator ready to snap. The next morning, we find him and Lord Cedric standing before the entrance of the silver-class catacombs. Cedric is already nagging about when Arthur will settle his debts, but our protagonist doesn't even blink. He tells the nobleman he'll get his gold once this raid is finished, and not a single second sooner. Suddenly, they sense someone behind them, a girl. It's Lady 𝒖𝒍𝒻, the young heiress of the Ravenwood household. Arthur watches her, noting she's the granddaughter of the High Commander herself. Cedric is instantly floored by 𝒖𝒍𝒻's stunning beauty, though her icy, distant vibe makes it clear she's not the type you just approach. Arthur? He couldn't care less about her looks. He's here for the paycheck, period. Just then, the ground trembles as a massive shadow troll emerges, its presence suffocating the entire group. Cedric, trying to look like the smartest man in the room, quickly warns everyone that they're facing a black-grayed beast. He starts rambling about its physical traits, confirming it's a B-rank threat. He explains that the only way to kill it is through absolute brutality. You have to literally tear its body apart to stop the regeneration. The strategy is clear. Bypass the thick hide, rip it limb from limb, and destroy both the heart and head simultaneously. Before he can even finish his lecture, 𝒖𝒍𝒻 is already moving. Without a shred of fear, she draws her steel and charges the shadow troll at a blistering speed. No waiting, no planning, just pure aggressive instinct as she prepares to deliver a single, lethal strike. She leaps high into the air, ignoring Cedric's complex strategies entirely. Her aim is flawless, her blade whistling through the air as she targets the exact center of the troll's massive chest. In one fluid motion, she pierces the heart and then, slash, cleanly severs the beast's head from its shoulders. It was a textbook execution of the strategy Cedric was just talking about, leaving everyone speechless. 𝒉𝒂𝒓 just stands there, acting like it was the easiest thing in the world. Cedric immediately starts sucking up, showering her with praise and calling it a masterclass from a silver knight. She tells him he's laying the flattery on a bit thick, but Arthur is focused on something else. He notices the sword she's carrying isn't some standard-issue blade. It's radiating an ancient, powerful aura. He realizes it's the legendary exalted blade of Aurelius and asks just how much a weapon like that is worth. 𝒉𝒂𝒓 looks at her steel and gives him a casual estimate, 20 million gold crowns. Cedric nearly has a heart attack at the price, but Arthur is just impressed by the sheer scale of wealth. 𝒉𝒂𝒓 doesn't wait around, though, and orders the group to push deeper into the dungeon's heart. A few hours later, they're walking through corridors slick with blood. 𝒉𝒂𝒓 has been a total whirlwind, single-handedly wiping out every shadow troll in her path with terrifying efficiency. Cedric tries to play the gentleman by taking her hand and telling her she worked hard, but he's secretly seething. He wanted to be the star scout today, and he hates being outshined by this girl, and especially by Arthur. Arthur, meanwhile, thinks this whole chaotic mess is actually pretty fun. But the mood shifts instantly when a massive shadow looms over them, sending a wave of pure terror through the group. Cedric's eyes widen as he tries to regain control, claiming this must be an elite monster and a chance for him to prove his worth. But Arthur's gut feeling says otherwise. Our boy realizes the truth. This isn't some elite guard. It's the actual boss of the catacombs, a nightmare creature that shouldn't even be here. The monster roars, and the sheer pressure is suffocating. It raises a massive, clawed hand, ready to crush everything in sight. 𝒉𝒂𝒓 is the only one who reacts, realizing that her only hope of survival is to stand her ground and block. She catches the impact, her boots skidding across the stone floor as she struggles to hold back the monster's raw strength. Cedric is amazed she survived, but then he does the unthinkable. He and the others, total traitors. Just like every other time things got hairy, they turn tail and sprint for the exit. The boss seems to enjoy the panic, turning its focus back to 𝒉𝒂𝒓 for another round. It lunges again, and though 𝒉𝒂𝒓 manages to dodge, the boss's fist shatters the ground, sending jagged stone debris flying in every direction. It's pure chaos. Shards of rock pepper the cowards who tried to flee, and without a second thought, Cedric joins the frantic escape. In his mind, his own life is the only thing that matters. He runs blindly, desperate to leave the nightmare behind, but his luck runs out fast. He rounds a corner only to find the boss standing right in front of him, looming like a mountain of death. The creature prepares a massive attack, and Cedric freezes, certain that he's a dead man. There's absolutely nothing he can do against a monster of this scale. But 𝒉𝒂𝒓 isn't done. She dives in and deflects the blow, saving the coward's life, though the impact sends a shockwave through the air. The boss is just too strong even for her. She's thrown backward like a rag doll, smashing into the jagged rocks with a sickening thud. She's badly hurt, and the creature doesn't give her a single second to recover. It raises its arm for a finishing blow, but 𝒉𝒂𝒓's survival instincts kick in. She scrambles up the monster's own arm, trying to get behind its massive head for a desperate counterattack. She hacks away at its neck, strike after strike, but it's like hitting solid iron. Nothing works. The boss slowly turns its head, its eyes glowing with a terrifying ancient malice. 𝒉𝒂𝒓 realizes she's trapped. There's no escape this time. The boss's hand comes swinging toward her with the weight of a falling building, and she has nowhere left to jump. She moves with desperate speed, trying to minimize the impact, but the creature still clips her. By some miracle, she manages to brace herself against the colossal force of the strike. Arthur watches from the shadows, realizing that despite her high rank, 𝒉𝒂𝒓 is still just an inexperienced knight in a real slaughterhouse. This monster is beyond anything she's faced. The boss continues its relentless assault, and the situation is looking grim. Arthur knows he has a choice. He can run like a coward and leave Aleynor to her fate. Or he can bet everything on the terrifying power he recently inherited from the Ancient One. Just then, Cedric comes sprinting past him, his face twisted in a mask of pure, pathetic terror. Arthur remembers Cedric's words, how this whole disaster was supposedly Arthur's fault. He looks at the noble scout and realizes the guy is nothing but human garbage. He sees Aleynor struggling, bleeding, and pushed to her absolute limit by the catacomb boss. Arthur knows he shouldn't be able to win this, but his body is already moving on its own. He steps out into the open, drawing the creature's attention. He shouts that money and prestige are worth absolutely nothing once you're lying in a coffin. The boss doesn't hesitate, swinging its massive fist at this new nuisance. Arthur stands his ground, refusing to run like that piece of trash Cedric. He's going to fight. Their blows collide in a deafening explosion of sound, the shockwave nearly knocking Aleynor off her feet. The boss pauses, genuinely confused as to how a human could stop its momentum. Aleynor stares in shock, realizing Arthur didn't just survive, he actually deflected the attack. She whispers to herself, wondering who this guy really is. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura erupts around our hero. Arthur takes a deep, steadying breath, and the air around him begins to crackle with divine energy. This is it, the legendary strength of Hercules. The boss tries to recover, but its hand is wedged deep into the ceiling from the force of their clash. It swings its other arm in a desperate attempt to crush him, but Arthur doesn't flinch. He meets the blow head-on, and for the first time, the monster is the one who looks afraid. The boss gets his massive hand wedged in the stone ceiling. Big mistake. He swings with his other fist, but Arthur, our boy, actually finds the whole situation kind of hilarious. Every strike feels like a mountain crashing down. Arthur and Gwendolyn are locked in a brutal stalemate, neither side able to gain the upper hand against the beast. Arthur gives the signal. Gwendolyn doesn't hesitate. She leaps into the air, a blur of steel and grace. The monster spots her, but she's already in motion. Arthur pins the beast's guard, leaving it wide open. Gwendolyn's blade bites deep into its chest, her eyes locked on where its heart should be. She kicks off the creature's chest, flipping through the air with perfect precision. Before her boots even hit the dirt, her second sword is out. With one final, desperate surge of strength, she severs the beast's head. They both watch as the massive body begins to topple, but something feels wrong. Arthur isn't celebrating. He knows high-tier monsters like this don't go down that easily. They almost always have a terrifying second phase. He's right. The head starts stitching itself back together before their eyes. Arthur moves fast, lunging forward to grab Gwendolyn before it's too late. The beast's claws sink in, and Gwendolyn screams in agony. Arthur grits his teeth. Even with his legendary oracle skills, he feels completely powerless. Are these god-tier powers even real? Arthur decides he has to buy time. If she falls here, the entire kingdom is doomed. "Run!" Arthur bellows, his voice echoing through the ruins. He spots the opening and screams for her to aim for the beast's chest again. Gwendolyn barely escapes those razor-sharp claws, collapsing to the ground in total exhaustion. She's at her limit, but Arthur's voice gives her one last spark. She launches herself into the air one more time. "Trust me," Arthur shouts. The beast senses the danger, but Arthur is already locking it down. Arthur grabs the monster's massive arm, holding it still with pure willpower. Gwendolyn rushes in like a gale, literally tearing the limb from its socket. She drives her blade home, but Arthur can see the timer. He can only hold this thing for a few more milliseconds before it breaks free. "It has 2 hearts," he screams. Gwendolyn's eyes go wide with shock. A second heart, that changes everything. She doesn't question him. Using her legendary 6th sense, she feels for the hidden pulse. There, deep in the monster's flank. She pours every last drop of her mana into one final, crushing blow. The strike lands with the force of a falling star. The boss lets out an earth-shaking roar of pain. Arthur is already moving. "Get back!" he yells, preparing his own finishing move. The air crackles with raw energy. The system interface flashes red, Power levels temporarily overclocked. This is it. Gwendolen dives clear just as Arthur lunges. The monster's dying eye reflects the image of its certain doom. Boom! The beast's head vanishes in a spray of dark ichor as Arthur slashes through, ending the nightmare once and for all. It's over. Silence falls over the battlefield. Gwendolen tries to thank him, but Arthur looks like he's seen a ghost. He takes 3 shaky steps and collapses. Total blackout. Gwendolen can only stare, wondering who this mysterious hero actually is. The next morning, Arthur wakes up in a sun-drenched room in the royal infirmary. A soft knock follows, and Lady Gwendolen of House Sterling walks in. She pulls up a chair right next to his bed. Arthur is confused, but she explains she carried him there herself after he passed out. She leans in close, way too close. Arthur's heart starts racing as she reaches out, her hand moving toward his face. She rests her palm on his forehead, checking for a fever. They stay like that for a long, quiet moment, the tension thick enough to cut. "Still a bit warm," she whispers. Then she breaks the silence with a smile. "We haven't properly introduced ourselves. What's your name?" Arthur is skeptical. "You brought me here. Surely you've already checked my background files." "I wanted to hear it from your own mouth," she replies. Arthur wonders if she's reading his mind, or if that's just her S-rank intuition at work. Then she drops the bombshell, a proposal. "I want you to join my vanguard, Arthur," she says, her eyes dead serious. Arthur can't believe his ears. 1 billion gold crowns a year. That's more money than most noble houses see in a lifetime. Not only that, but they split all monster loot 50-50. Then she adds the one thing she knows will break him. She knows about his sister, Alara, and her illness. And she gets the best private care in the kingdom. Everything's covered. Arthur weighs the options. It's the deal of a century. "Why me?" he asks. "I just need your brain," she smiles. "Be my lead strategist." Night falls over the capital city. Arthur stares at the moon, wondering if he even knows how to rest anymore. He looks at his device, the Oracle app. It's real. It makes the most powerful knights in the land look like mere extras in his story. He'll do it. He'll do anything to find a cure for Alara. No matter the cost, he's going to save his sister. Years ago, a dungeon accident changed everything. Now she's suffering from a magical blood curse that no doctor can touch. But if he masters the Oracle, if he unlocks every secret of this system, he might just find the miracle she needs. The ingredients for the cure are insanely expensive, though. He starts by editing the battle video. That's 50 million crowns right there. A thought strikes him. If Gwendolen's sword is worth 20 billion, the real money is in legendary equipment. He gambles a 1 million gold fee to unlock a hidden feature. A video appears, showing the legendary blacksmith, Master Wayland. Arthur hits the button and his jaw hits the floor. An 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 trait. He just unlocked God's metallurgy. The screen explodes with light, showing a celestial forge where a master smith is hammering iron with the power of the gods themselves. As the Forge Lord himself passed down his divine smithing secrets, Arthur couldn't help but wonder why the gods were all such eccentric weirdos. But the lesson paid off. His mastery of divine ironcraft ticked up by another 1%. The next morning at the Citadel Infirmary, our boy was busy. He was grinding through push-ups to harden his new physique, and the healers were absolutely stunned. His body had transformed since the last time they saw him. Arthur jokingly asked if he'd finally achieved a god-tier build, and they laughed, telling him that with progress like this, he'd likely be discharged tomorrow. Right on cue, the system chimed in. His proficiency in divine strength had just climbed by another 1%. Arthur knew he had to keep training. His previous muscle tears proved his power was currently too much for his human frame to handle. Just then, his younger brother Leo burst in, looking relieved but anxious. He'd heard the news about the discharge and came running. Leo confessed that seeing Arthur in such a state had terrified him. He'd honestly expected his brother to be bedridden for at least a month. Seeing the worry in Leo's eyes, Arthur realized how much his recovery meant to the boy. He reassured him not to fear the costs of his treatment. He promised that coin would never be an issue again, but Leo just looked at him confused, mentioning he knew the treatment was free. Arthur felt a bit awkward after that. Then Leo dropped a bombshell. The noble Lady Alara had been visiting the boy constantly. Arthur was floored. How on earth did Leo even meet a high-ranking lady like Alara? Apparently, she visited him every single time she was at the hospital. She was constantly checking on Arthur's condition through his brother. Naturally, Leo asked the big question, "Are you two actually dating?" Arthur told the little rascal to stop talking nonsense and get inside. When Leo asked where he was going, Arthur just smirked. "To make our fortune." Soon after, Arthur was deep inside a local monster den, searching for prey. He was a little on edge. After all, this was his first real hunt. A sudden rustle in the shadows gave them away. A literal legion of fang goblins emerged from the darkness, eyes glowing with hunger. The nasty little creatures immediately started raining stones down on him, but Arthur danced through the barrage with zero effort. He knew goblins hunted in packs, but this swarm was massive. Undeterred, the monsters drew their jagged blades and prepared to lung. One goblin tried its luck with a wild swing, but Arthur dodged like it was nothing, countering with a single, brutal punch that pulverized the creature. Seeing his own raw power, Arthur realized he was even stronger than he'd imagined. The rest of the goblin horde froze, suddenly hesitating to act. Arthur calmly stalked toward them, cracking his knuckles. The fight was just starting to heat up, and he wasn't about to slow down. With a confident grin, he invited the remaining monsters to try their best. A few hours later, he was back in the city, outside a local smithy. Arthur dumped a pile of gore-stained remains on the ground, asking for a price. The man in charge, Master Thorn, just stared at the junk. Thorn was the head of a famous smithy family, and he started lecturing Arthur on the true path of metallurgy. In his 20 years of business, he'd learned one thing. It's not about the materials, but the master who can perform miracles with mere scraps. Arthur's eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of insight he needed. Thorn gave a quick demonstration before telling Arthur it was his turn. Thorn thought the kid was a total weirdo. Instead of asking for a job or buying gear, the kid just wanted to borrow the forge for a bit. He allowed it out of pure curiosity, though he was convinced Arthur was just a beginner who'd watched too many YouTube videos. He figured the kid thought smithing was easy, but he waited for the first hammer strike to prove him wrong. A few hours passed in a flash. Suddenly, a beautiful young noblewoman named Lady Beatrice arrived. She was the high-ranking representative of the powerful House Sterling. Thorn asked if she had just arrived, and she shrugged it off. No lady would usually step foot in a grimy forge like this unless it was important. She called Thorn the best blacksmith in the entire kingdom, which is why she'd come personally to place a high-stakes order. Beatrice was classic nobility, arrogant and full of herself. She opened her bag, showing off a hoard of rare materials she'd brought for the commission. But the constant, rhythmic hammering from the back started driving her crazy. Finally, she snapped, screaming at the idiot to stop that noise. She marched over and snatched the sword Arthur was working on. Beatrice sneered, ready to mock the horrible work she expected to see. She called the blade crude and amateurish, but Thorn just looked at her calmly and asked her to guess what it was made of. When he revealed the blade was forged from nothing but goblin remains, Beatrice went pale. She couldn't believe her own ears. To make something that functional under those conditions was impossible for a novice. She asked Thorn if he'd finally taken an apprentice. Thorn admitted he'd tried, but watching Arthur work made it impossible to believe this was his first time. It was supernatural. Every single hammer strike on the iron didn't sound like noise. It sounded like a rhythmic, steady heartbeat. Thorn admitted he'd never seen anything like it, and even worse, the boy had rejected his offer of discipleship. Beatrice turned to look at Arthur. Our protagonist didn't even notice them. He just kept hammering away until the blade was finally finished. The system flashed a major alert. His forge mastery had jumped by 4%. Arthur wiped his brow, wondering how much he could sell this for. Beatrice didn't waste a second, asking if he was willing to sell the spear. She formally introduced herself as the voice of House Sterling. Arthur recognized the name immediately. House Sterling was the titan of the hunting industry, and they only dealt with the very best. Lady Catherine needs legendary gear for the Kingdom of Avalon, so she asks our resident genius, Arthur, to start forging. He's no fool and asks for his cut, and without a second thought, she offers a cool 1,000,000 gold pieces. Arthur doesn't waste a second. He dives into the work like a man possessed, hammering away at the anvil and crafting masterwork blades like an absolute madman. Suddenly, cheering erupts outside the forge. It's Catherine, and she's absolutely losing it with joy because she just secured a massive contract with the prestigious Sterling Syndicate. The equipment Arthur made is top tier, pure excellence. Catherine admits it's all thanks to him and tells him if he ever needs a favor, she'll be the first one there to help out. She tells him to check his monoslate to see his payment. Arthur wasn't expecting anything life-changing, but he pulls out his device anyway to take a quick look. When he sees the actual amount deposited into his vault, he stays surprisingly stone-faced. Catherine is confused and tells him he needs to look again because clearly he missed a few zeros. Once the reality of the massive fortune hits him, Arthur finally breaks. He's hyped, excited, and ready to take on the world. But later that day, his mind drifts elsewhere. He's staring at his bank balance, thinking about his sick sister, Alina. To save her, he needs to subscribe to a magic channel that features the legendary archmages of the Morning Star. These guys are the best healers in the realm, but they aren't cheap. To keep all 3 of their channels active, he'd need at least 500 million gold every single month. Since he's not made of money yet, he decides he has to pick just one to start with. It's a heavy choice because this is about his sister's life. He sits there in silence for minutes, agonizing over the decision. Since he can only attune to one power at a time, the pressure is absolutely crushing. Arthur bites his lip, knowing he can't delay this any longer. With a deep breath, he slams his finger down on the glowing red rune to subscribe to the channel. Meanwhile, behind the heavy doors of the workshop, Master Thorn is lecturing his pupils. He explains that high-grade materials are incredibly temperamental and require a delicate touch when polishing. Catherine walks in with a huge grin on her face. Thorn grumbles, asking why she's always hanging around his forge, but she just laughs and says she's here for Arthur. Arthur looks up and tells her he was actually waiting for her, which makes Catherine's day. She's practically glowing with excitement at the news. He mentions that since she came through for him last time, he has another favor to ask. He needs her to source some very specific, high-end materials for his next project. Catherine looks at the list and sighs, telling him she'll do her best, but it won't be easy. She starts reading off the ingredients, and yeah, it's a list of some seriously rare stuff. Arthur asks if they're going to be impossible to find, and she says it's doable, but it's going to be pricey. We're talking 300 million gold, though she'll give him a 20 million discount. Our boy explains he needs these specific items to level up his medical mastery and save his sister. Catherine agrees to get the items, and Arthur knows this is his only choice. He starts doing the math in his head. This is going to cost a fortune, but he realizes he can make way more gold by selling specialized equipment than just working for commission. Then a stroke of genius hits him. Right then and there, Arthur realizes he can make absolute bank by using the magic mirror network to broadcast his hunts. Cut to a busy steam carriage where people are commuting. A young knight in a red cloak is scrolling through his mirror, complaining that there's nothing good to watch. Suddenly, he sees a new channel pop up. He's curious, hesitates for a second, but then clicks on the video without knowing what he's getting into. The video shows a massive herd of mud behemoths, monsters that look exactly like giant hippos. But right in the middle of the pack, there's an imposter. It's Arthur. He's disguised as one of the beasts, hiding in plain sight among the creatures while looking directly into the camera. He asks the viewers if they knew that these behemoths aren't actually related to horses at all. The guy watching is baffled. Is this some kind of weird monster cosplay? Arthur explains that these creatures are called hippins. They look like regular animals, sure, but they are pure, aggressive monsters through and through. The night watching is actually getting interested now. Arthur has become a literal guide to the monster realm, explaining their traits in obsessed detail. He pulls out a shimmering red cloth and announces that he's going to teach everyone how to conquer a hippin. Step 1, you have to piss them off. He waves the red cloth at the herd, and the viewer thinks he's crazy but can't stop watching. Suddenly, the monsters all turn their heads at once. Their eyes glow a terrifying shade of red. Without a hint of fear, the entire herd starts thundering toward Arthur like a living avalanche. Arthur just keeps waving that cloth, totally calm. Then he drops the secret for step 2. Just hit them until they submit, then grab them. The viewer is like, wait, that's the strategy. But before he can even think, Arthur charges headfirst into the stampede without a single worry. He's actually smiling. He doesn't fear death at all. Arthur and the monsters collide with a bone-shattering impact that sends dust flying everywhere. The dust slowly clears. At first, it looks like a disaster zone, but then you see him. One man stands alone in the middle of the wreckage. It's Arthur. He looks right at the lens and asks, "So, was that easy or what?" The guy watching is completely speechless, jaw on the floor. But the noise attracts even more monsters. Like a man possessed, Arthur starts taking them down one by one, making the impossible look like a joke. He's dismantling monsters that would kill a normal human in seconds, and he's doing it with zero effort. The guy watching is glued to his screen. After the carnage is over, Arthur looks at the camera and tells everyone to hit the like button and subscribe for more. It's classic. The comments section explodes. People are calling it insane and legendary. The views are climbing at a terrifying speed, and Arthur knows his plan worked. Later, we see the video hit 126,000 views. People are losing it over how hilarious and badass the whole thing was. Arthur is satisfied. People loved the concept, but he knows he can't just rely on the luck of the algorithm forever. He can't stick to hunting weaklings for long if he wants to stay relevant. For now, though, the gold is rolling in and the channel is staying active. Arthur reflects on his magical archive business. The last recording was a massive hit, but he knows the truth. It only blew up because the fates' flow favored the algorithm. He can't keep relying on low-level trash mobs forever if he wants to stay at the top. For now, he'll keep producing content while the gold is flowing in. Alaric was absolutely crushing the routine, mostly because his knowledge of monster lore and tactical wisdom was off the charts. His goal of reaching 1 million magical followers wasn't just a pipe dream anymore. It was actually happening, but everything has a price. Suddenly, things took a dark turn. Is that blood on his hands? Alaric's head starts spinning and the world begins to tilt. He's on the verge of fainting, yet his stubborn mind is still focused on finishing the chronicle edit. Then, blackout. He loses consciousness. Gravity wins. He goes down hard, slamming his head right against the sharp corner of the oak table before hitting the floor. Pure agony. Laying there, Alaric finally realizes he's been pushing himself way too hard and desperately needs some actual rest. Our boy finally wakes up later. He'd passed out cold on the floor, but thanks to his insane Herculean constitution, he didn't actually end up with a cracked skull. He scrambles for his communication stone, panicking about his unfinished work and wondering just how long he was out for. He checks the time and loses it. Our protagonist realizes he's going to literally drop dead from overwork before he ever gets rich. Right then and there, he decides he needs a scribe. Later, at a cozy spot called Eden's Hearth, Alaric is scrolling through his messages. He's got a line of candidates out the door. He wonders if it's because the pay is too good. We're talking a massive salary of 3 million gold marks. Plus, there are huge bonuses if the view counts on the magic mirrors go viral. Alaric is determined to find the absolute best editor in the kingdom. He starts reviewing a sample scroll. The sound magic is crisp, and the pacing. Honestly, it's even better than his own work. He'd reached out to this specific scribe, a fellow named Penelope, and they'd agreed to meet at 1 o'clock sharp. But Penelope is a no-show. Alaric wonders if this person is some ancient scholar because their writing style was so incredibly formal and stiff. But hey, experience is everything. He sends a quick, "Where are you?" message, but it's sitting there on unread. Not a great start for a potential hire. "Just a little longer," he mutters. Hours crawl by, and there's still no sign of this mysterious scribe anywhere in the tavern. Alaric's patience finally snaps. He stands up to leave, totally pissed off, but that's exactly when the editor finally rushes in, apologizing like crazy. He's ready to go nuclear, but then he looks at the person standing there. Meet our shining new scribe, Penelope. She looks absolutely terrified. Alaric is stunned because he was expecting some old bearded wizard, not her. He demands to know why she's so late. She explains she was up all night finishing an edit and was in such a rush she didn't even check her messages. He asks what she was working on, and she drops a bombshell. It was the footage he sent her yesterday. Alaric can't believe his ears. He sent that last night, and it's already done. It took her 3 hours to polish the whole thing. Penelope sees his face and starts panicking. She thinks she's in trouble, standing at attention and asking what she did wrong. She's definitely on edge. Alaric just looks at her and asks, "When can you start?" Penelope doesn't miss a beat. She's ready to work right now. The deal is set, 3 videos a week, plus fat bonuses for high engagement. "From now on, you're under my wing," Alaric tells her. She gets all emotional and goes to greet him, but in her excitement, she accidentally slams her head onto the table. Ouch. She shouts that it's an honor to work for him, but then screams. A rift breach just happened, and monsters are pouring out. People are losing their minds. It's a C-rank breach, and the town criers are screaming for everyone to evacuate the sector immediately. Penelope shouts that they need to run, but Alaric just looks at her. "Didn't you say you could start working right now?" She's totally confused, but then she sees that mischievous glint in his eye. Our protagonist is definitely cooking something up. He hands her the recording crystal and tells her to follow him. Penelope asks where on earth they're going. "To get paid," he replies. Everyone is running away from the danger, but Alaric is sprinting straight toward it. He yells for her to start filming immediately. A horde of orcs is charging down the street, and everyone is terrified. But Alaric, he doesn't hesitate for a single second. He lunges at the orcs, dropping one with a blur of speed. "Don't forget to subscribe and hit that heart icon," he shouts to the viewers. He's fighting like a total madman, focused on making that money. Meanwhile, the royal guard arrives to evacuate the citizens. Heads start flying and the soldiers are absolutely speechless. Their helmets practically fall off. What is this guy doing? They wonder. There's a girl filming, and a lunatic slashing through monsters with pure elegance. In moments, the battle is over. Total victory. Once again, Alaric looks at the crystal and tells everyone to follow his channel. Later, Penelope is back at her desk, editing. She looks at the comments, wondering why this guy is so famous. Even while editing, she doesn't really get his whole vibe. One thing is certain, her boss is a complete and utter lunatic. She honestly wonders if she'll be able to keep up with him. Behind her, her little brothers are cheering for her, happy as can be. They ask if she wants some fried chicken for dinner. She looks at them and melts. They're just too cute. For the sake of her dear brothers, she vows to work her absolute hardest. The next day at the Royal Forge, the weapon Alaric looted turned out amazing since it was forged from those C-rank orc parts. The Oracle alerts him that his SS rank metallurgy skill just jumped 14%. He figures he might as well just donate this sword. 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 didn't manage to snag it for free, but hey, he's not even mad. Why? Because his mastery over the blade just skyrocketed by 14%. Progress is progress. Given his starting point, that evolution is absolutely insane. Just then, Lady Clara arrives, noting that 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍's craftsmanship is getting sharper and more refined with every passing day. Even Sir Oswald looks completely floored by the kid's raw talent. Clara leans in, already knowing the deal. She bets he's planning to put this high-tier weapon on the market. He doesn't deny it. "Yeah, but the price is going to be steep." Clara laughs, mentioning his face actually looks human again. Last time she saw him, he looked like a total wreck. Seriously, those dark circles were so heavy she thought he was a walking corpse instead of a living man. But 𝒉 knows exactly why he's been looking like a zombie. Barnaby's been pulling double duty editing the records, finally giving 𝒉 a chance to sleep. He's even paying extra because Barnaby braves the shadow caves with him to film the action. In this moment, 𝒉 is more certain than ever that Lord Sterling is absolute human trash. The more he learns, the more he realizes just how low that man will sink. Barnaby is just grateful for the gold and has zero complaints about the workload. Switching gears, 𝒉 asks if the shipment of rare medicinal herbs he requested finally arrived. Clara's got it all, every single leaf. She wasn't about to disappoint 𝒉, not when there's so much on the line for their latest venture. Our hero is surprised by the speed, but Clara just brags that the Iron Rose Guild works with Avalon's finest. 𝒉 still doesn't see how quality equals lightning-fast delivery, but he lets it slide. Time for the bill. 𝒉 asks for the total, and Clara drops a number that would make a king sweat. It's going to cost approximately 2,244,000,000 gold. 𝒉 nearly has a heart attack at that price tag, but Clara smirks. Since it's him, she's adjusted the price down to a measly 200 million gold. What a steal, right? She's dying to know where 𝒉 is going to use a mountain of herbs. Our boy, the legendary smooth talker, just tells her he's running a clinical trial and leaves it at that. He starts studying the scrolls of Archmage Valerius, a legendary healer who practically worked miracles. 𝒉 is watching every move the man makes, trying to learn the secret. Valerius is dropping high-level information left and right, but 𝒉 is completely lost. At this rate, his mastery of ancient alchemical lore isn't going anywhere. He doesn't understand a single word of the Archmage's lecture. Just as he's about to give up, the system pings. His S-rank insight just leveled up out of nowhere. He groans because the wrong skill improved, but wait, there's a silver lining. That insight boost makes everything click, as if the entire world was suddenly set to easy mode. Thanks to that, his proficiency in ancient alchemical lore jumps 5% on the very first try. He actually manages to brew something that looks, well, somewhat edible. 𝒉 eyes the concoction. Since it's based on Valerius's legendary techniques, it shouldn't be lethal. At least, that's what he's telling himself before he takes a swig. A few minutes later, 𝒉 is practically meeting his ancestors on the floor. He's dying, and he's pretty sure his gold just went down the drain along with those herbs. Then his slate pings. He crawls over to check the notification. Surprisingly, consuming that sketchy medicine actually gave his super strength mastery a slight bump. Seeing the gains, he jokes that he should probably lick the floor just to get stronger. Instead, he decides to head solo into a Tier 5 cave infested with shadow bats. There's a method to his madness. First, he needs a new video. Second, he wants better gear. But the real reason, he's there to study the diseases those bats carry. There are hundreds of them in the darkness, each carrying various plagues. But these bats have a unique resistance to blood-borne diseases, and that's the key he needs. If he can crack their code, he can find a cure for his brother. It won't be easy, but with his alchemical lore, the impossible might actually be within reach. Suddenly, 𝒉 feels a presence behind him. It's not the fluttering of wings, it's something else, something human. He moves to investigate with extreme caution. He spots the signs immediately. These are Sterling's marks. It's either a massive coincidence or Lord Sterling's goons have been tailing him this entire time. There's no communication with the outside world in a place like this. No knights, no guards. If someone dies in these caves, they simply cease to exist. 𝒉 knows the stakes. He doesn't even need to think about his next move. He's going to dismantle them all and force them to cough up every bit of information they're hiding. Nearby, the goons are whispering, trying to confirm if 𝒉 actually entered the cave. One of them swears he saw the kid go inside, but they've lost the trail. A guy named Julian asks if he's really in there. Another goon named Gideon scoffs, saying 𝒉 is probably already dead since he's just a traitless commoner. Julian thinks 𝒉 might be smarter than he looks, maybe using some clever strategy to navigate the bats. Gideon isn't buying it. He thinks it's all just fake hype. They keep searching, completely unaware that they're being hunted. That's when 𝑴𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 decides to give them a little heart attack, appearing right behind them to ask about Lord Sterling. Gideon is stunned. He didn't even feel him coming. 𝑴𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 sighs, realizing these guys aren't going to talk willingly. Everyone goes on high alert, drawing their weapons. One hot-headed kid charges in to attack, but 𝑴𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 is faster. He buries a punch deep into the kid's stomach before the guy even knows what hit him. The kid flies back at a terrifying speed, landing in a broken heap on the cavern floor. 𝑴𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 looms over the rest of them. "Time for a friendly chat," he says. Actually, scratch the friendly part. 𝑴𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 goes straight for the aggression. The others try to act tough and call him a bastard, but that bravado doesn't last long. Before the next guy can even blink, he's sent flying against the stone wall. The rest of the extras are losing their minds, realizing they are completely outclassed. Seeing his friend get demolished, one goon suddenly decides he wants to be best friends with 𝑴𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔. As our hero approaches, the guy starts screaming that he'll tell everything. 𝑴𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 just smirks. He's learned an important rule: never trust the word of a man whose limbs are still in one piece. But the message is clear. Sterling sent them for blood. Suddenly, some thugs show up asking friendly questions. Arthur isn't in the mood for talk, skipping the pleasantries and going straight for the throat. These idiots aren't intimidated and call him a peasant. Bad move. A second later, one of them is sent flying, his body slamming hard against the stone wall. The survivor has no clue what just hit him. Once he realizes he's completely outmatched, he tries to play nice while Arthur slowly closes the distance. The guy starts screaming that he'll talk, but Arthur just shakes his head. He's learned a hard lesson in this world: never trust the word of a man whose limbs are still in one piece. The thug finally cracks. He confesses that Duke Alaric sent them there to teach our boy a permanent lesson, but the plan clearly backfired. Arthur tells the young squire to mind his tongue and show some respect to a superior. Honestly, our hero has no clue why a noble like Dorian is so obsessed with him. The boy next to him is just as baffled. Arthur shows his hand, radiating power, and the lackey realizes he's way out of his league. Our boy pauses, seeing the kid is clueless, and lowers his hand. He demands to know Dorian's location and warns the kid to remember the fate of his fallen friends. The squire trembles, asking if they're dead. Arthur scoffed. He'd never stain his own blade with the blood of such pathetic weaklings. Our protagonist walks away, telling the kid to deliver a message. Dorian is next. He wonders if the message will even make it through that thick skull. Suddenly, the silence of the shadow crypts is shattered. Only bone-chilling screams echo through the darkness. A bit later, we see the aftermath. One guy is literally on crutches. Arthur is stalking right behind them like a ghost. They desperately try to explain the mess to Dorian. But Arthur just laughs, mocking their incredible plan to lure him into a trap. The kid panics and tries to bolt from our hero's shadow. The others flee too, screaming apologies to Dorian as they vanish. Arthur just shakes his head. What a jerk Dorian must be for his own men to dump him like that. Dorian is absolutely livid. He can't wrap his head around it. How does a Tier 1 squire have this much overwhelming power? Arthur asks if Dorian has a crush on him or something, sending all these secret admirers. Dorian snaps, saying there's no reason, and he wouldn't tell him anyway. Smiling, our boy admits he knew it would end in blood. In one swift, blurring motion, the protagonist lunges forward. He prepares a strike fueled by pure, unadulterated spite. Dorian draws his steel just in time to catch the blow. Their blades clash with a force that shakes the very ground. Arthur vows he'll beat the truth out of him after landing a massive punch. He knows Dorian is a Tier 4 knight, a different breed of fighter, but he's not backing down. Not today. Dorian tries a desperate sneak attack, but our boy dodges instantly. He slides back, keeping just enough distance to read his opponent. Arthur admits to himself he's a little on edge. Taking down a Tier 4 this quickly is pushing his current skills to the limit. He charges back in. Even though the guy is fast, Arthur dodges with ease. See, he used to be Dorian's scribe in the royal archives. He was mistreated and beaten for the smallest things in those crypts. But he watched. He saw Dorian's fighting style thousands of times while recording his feats. He knows every twitch and every habit of the man's body. Suddenly, his Tier 5 insight skill ticks up by 0.5%. They trade blows in a frantic blur. It's total chaos. Every strike looks like a finisher, yet the dance of death continues. Arthur ducks under a lethal swing, and Dorian is starting to gas out. He's spiraling, trying to figure out how a lowborn is dodging like a grandmaster. That's something only a Tier 6 could do. Then, bam, Arthur's counterblow sends Dorian sailing through the air. That last hit definitely left a mark. Dorian remembers Arthur's old footage in the Chronicles, but this is a whole different monster. Going completely insane, the noble vows to kill him no matter the cost. His sword erupts in a dark, terrifying aura. Arthur tells him to stop. He didn't want Dorian to go all out, but here we are. There's no turning back now. It's time to go full power. Arthur knows his muscles might literally tear from the strain, so he has to end this fast. He vanishes, just like that, gone. He moves so fast it looks like he teleported right into Dorian's face. The impact is cataclysmic. A massive explosion rips through the area, leveling everything in sight. Suddenly, the royal guard arrives, screaming for the area to be cordoned off. These are the heavy hitters from the inspection bureau. As the dust settles, Arthur is the only one left standing. He's got that victorious aura radiating off him as everyone stares in shock. A purple-haired woman steps forward, asking if he's really Arthur, the Tier 1 squire. With his sword at Dorian's throat, he just says, yes. She introduces herself as Lady 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔, head of the 4th investigation team. She asks if Sir Dorian tried to assassinate him. Arthur nods and hands over a memory crystal as proof. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 confirms the footage and looks at him with pure disbelief. A traitless squire doing this? It's unheard of. Our hero just points out that the royal guard is made of Tier 5 elites for a reason. He tells her a grade doesn't define a man's true power. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 knows his official rank is Tier 1, but she's seeing something else. Arthur shuts down the interrogation, saying he's the victim and doesn't owe them any more answers. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 actually apologizes. She promises the Bureau will handle this correctly. She assures him Dorian will never see the sun again. Our boy heads out, leaving the legal mess in her hands. Another guard arrives to report, but 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 is lost in thought. That guard is Seraphina, and 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 asks about her status. Seraphina proudly mentions she was promoted to Tier 4. Suddenly, a crushing black aura erupts from 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔, slamming Seraphina into the dirt. She can't even breathe under the pressure. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 looks down, noting the girl can't even stand in her presence. That's the normal reaction for a Tier 4. But Arthur, he didn't feel a single thing. He stood there like it was nothing. Seraphina gasps, questioning how a Tier 1 could be that immune. She suggests they should have arrested the boy, since people always lie about their true class. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 cuts her off. Something was off about him, something far more dangerous than just a fake rank. Arthur breathes a sigh of relief. That was way too close. He knows if his chronicles go viral, every criminal guild in England will be hunting him. He only survived that fight because he knew the enemy's patterns. If he wants to survive the next nightmare, he needs more Titan strength. Bad news, though. His SS rank power is crawling at just 1%. To gain more, he needs to be a true follower of the divine path. Then things get weird. A comment pops up. It's the legend himself, Lord Hercules, demanding to know how a mere mortal can see his private feed. Arthur begs for elite training, but Hercules shuts him down. He can't just manifest in the human realm to help some random kid. Arthur thinks back to the massive entities he saw battling in the sky. Were those actually the gods? Hercules can't be there in person, but he can still lecture. He tells Arthur his form is pathetic, his triceps are a complete disaster. Apparently, once you master the basics, your strength efficiency explodes. Arthur realizes this isn't just info, it's a game changer. Hercules drops the hammer. Every muscle is a tool but the back. That's the foundation of a true warrior. It's the anchor for every massive movement. Arthur watches the screen, wondering what kind of divine madness he's witnessing. Hercules reveals he's mastered a divine art, a fusion of every combat style in existence. This was how he brought down the Hydra. You need a back like iron just to survive those moves. Without the right muscles, your body would literally shatter. Hercules asks what happens when a castle's pillars give way. Arthur's answer: it all comes crashing down. Exactly. Same goes for the body. Even without fully getting it, Arthur feels his strength stats starting to tick up. Hercules orders him to hit the floor. Push-ups, basics, breathing, absolute discipline. Poor Arthur is dying. He spent way too much time editing scrolls and chugging energy potions lately. But the grind is just beginning. Alerts start flashing. His SS rank strength is creeping up by 0.12%. Arthur sends a scroll to his scribe, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔. Theme: speedrunner. She opens it, not knowing what she's in for. The vision shows the mouth of a dark, infested crypt. Arthur stands there, ready to dive into the shadows where the bats rule. He announces his newest challenge: a speedrun through the most dangerous dungeon in the kingdom. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 starts adding magical effects to the scroll, baffled. Why go where it's pitch black and full of monsters? That's the Arthur brand, doing the impossible. The record is 58 seconds, and he's about to destroy it. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 sets the timer. Suddenly, Arthur's eyes flare with a terrifying divine light. He delivers a single, earth-shattering kick to the dungeon entrance. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔's jaw drops. Can a human actually level an entire structure? The scroll ends with Arthur standing over the rubble. Mission complete. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 is speechless. This man is on another level. The views hit millions instantly. Even the previous record holder, a famous knight, leaves a comment in pure shock. Arthur smirks, seeing a legend panic because their record was turned to dust. That's guaranteed clout right there. He needs to push it further, more provocation. He checks his stats, 2.1%. He's floored. At just 2%, he leveled a whole labyrinth. Hercules' training is absolutely insane. He needs those divine arts. Now, he begs Hercules to teach him the real combat secrets as soon as possible. But Hercules isn't having it. Arthur argues that he won the rights in the divine event, but the god refuses. Combat is different. Right now, he's just fixing the muscles, not the fighting style. Arthur's body simply isn't ready. Divine combat is tuned for a god's power. A mortal can't just... Wait, Arthur interrupts, saying he's already using that power. Hercules is stunned. Arthur casually mentions he thought the training was for exactly that. Hercules is reeling. This isn't how the universe works. Arthur doubles down. He already has the god's strength. The legend is lost for words. Our boy really thought this was all automatic once you sign the divine pact. Suddenly, Arthur realizes something. Something is very, very wrong with how this system works. He shouts in pure shock. Hercules demands an explanation. Arthur tells him about the sacred ledger and how it gives him the power of any god he follows. Is it strange? Hercules thinks it's ridiculous. Who gains godlike power just by following a channel? But the proof is right there. Arthur is literally wielding the strength of a deity. Hercules goes silent, thinking. Even without being a god, Arthur is linked to the ledger in a way that breaks every rule. Arthur wonders what a divine human even looks like, knowing someone powerful opened this door for him. Hercules explains that realities shouldn't bleed into each other like this. It turns out Arthur's account belongs to the ledger's manager. Arthur asks if he's met any managers. Hercules shakes his head, only a legendary few. If every manager could just drain a god's power by following them, they wouldn't just be men, they'd be the lords of the universe. Our boy Alaric asks the legendary Sir Valerius to take him on as a squire, but the old knight just shuts him down. Apparently, having students is nothing but a massive headache. Alaric points out his own super strength, but Valerius isn't impressed. Training a common soldier is tiring enough, but teaching the forbidden divine arts, that is a whole different level of torture. Alaric changes the subject, asking what it really means to be a follower of the astral covenant. Valerius explains it simply. It is like becoming a spark of divinity. The more followers a god has, the more power they wield. So Alaric makes a gamble. If he can get Valerius 100 new followers, the knight must teach him the divine arts. Valerius is skeptical, but Alaric just tells him to watch and learn. Then, something incredible happens. Valerius feels a sudden surge of power as his followers skyrocket. He actually kneels, calling Alaric his master. Alaric promises to teach him the secrets of fame, but first, he demands those divine arts. He realizes that as the following grows, the god's own strength surges. It is all about the people's confidence. Valerius finally agrees to the deal, though he warns Alaric that he better keep his end of the bargain. The first lesson is brutal. To survive the divine arts, Alaric needs to push his physical limits to the absolute max. Valerius decides to give him a live demonstration. Suddenly, Alaric's ears start ringing from the sheer pressure. The knight throws a single punch into the air. Boom! The entire training ground is instantly reduced to rubble. It was fast. It was terrifying. The system alerts Alaric that his proficiency in the divine arts just jumped 11%. Our boy is shaking. Just watching that one move gave him a massive boost in understanding. Valerius warns him to be careful. Alaric's body isn't ready for this level of raw, destructive power yet. To survive the strain, Alaric needs to strengthen his mind as much as his muscles. He realizes he needs to fortify his mental resilience to even stand in the presence of such divinity. He complains that Valerius should have mentioned that sooner, but the knight didn't think he'd actually have the capacity to learn. Valerius mentions a wild possibility, that a mortal like Alaric might actually be able to steal the powers of the gods. Alaric figures he can hunt for specific skills that boost mental fortitude to endure the hellish training ahead. Valerius recommends following the covenant of Master Thorn, but then Alaric checks the price of the subscription fee. Talk about a reality check. His bank account is empty, and the fee is 10 million gold coins every single month. Just then, Lady Alara arrives with a shipment of rare crafting materials Alaric had ordered for his project. He hopes it is only 1 million gold, but Alara just laughs. The bill is 113 million. She thanks him for the massive purchase, claiming her products are the finest in the kingdom, then asks what he is making. Alaric says he is crafting new gear. Inside, he is panicking. He needs to work like a dog to pay off these debts. Money is officially his worst enemy and his only friend, but there is no time to mope around. He has to start the grind immediately. Time to get to work at the forge. Master Barrett, the head smith, notices Alaric is working with a terrifying intensity today. He watches in awe as Alaric hammers away. The forge begins to glow with an otherworldly, blinding light. Even after creating something legendary, the system tells Alaric the item is basically just scrap to him. His metallurgy skill hits S rank and jumps by 5 points. Everyone in the forge is just standing there, jaws dropped. Alaric asks Alara what she thinks the piece is worth. She says it's so good, she doubts anyone can actually afford it. Alaric feels the pressure. He's got medical bills, training fees, and that insane monthly covenant tax to pay. He tells her not to worry because it was just a practice piece anyway. Alara can't believe her ears. She promises to find a buyer, even if she has to scour the entire continent to do it. Her plan, take the masterpiece to the royal auction house. This thing is literally priceless. They use Master Barrett's noble identity to bypass the age restrictions and register for the event. The auctioneer takes the stage, announcing a mysterious new item that has everyone in the room whispering. She reveals the prize, a pair of A-rank combat gauntlets. The crowd goes absolutely wild with excitement. To the nobles and knights in the audience, these gauntlets are on a completely different level of craftsmanship. Even without magic enchantments, the design is so perfect it boosts the wearer's power by 5%. The auctioneer calls for silence and starts the bidding. The opening price, a cool 10 million gold coins. from 20 million to 50 million gold. The room is losing its mind. Everyone is gambling their entire fortunes as the prices for this gear skyrocket into the heavens. We're talking an unthinkable 250 million gold now. The auctioneer's eyes practically turn into coins when she sees the bids hit 350 million in a heartbeat. Suddenly, a voice from the back drops a hammer. 2 billion sovereigns. It's Lady Isabella of House Sterling, and clearly she wants those gauntlets at any cost. The presenter is frozen. 2 billion is a staggering fortune. But then, from the shadows, the Royal Guard commander counters with 2.1 billion gold crowns. Lady Sterling stands tall, her gaze sharp and determined to claim the prize. Her own knights are whispering, terrified by the sheer risk, but Isabella isn't backing down. She's still in the hunt and shouts out 3 billion. Commander Arthur, now visibly fuming, fires back with 3.1 billion. The war is officially on. This is pure madness. Isabella doesn't even blink before bidding 4 billion gold. The crowd is paralyzed while the presenter desperately asks if anyone can go higher. She starts the final countdown. Silence. Not a single soul dares to challenge that price, and just like that, sold for 4 billion gold sovereigns. Victorious, Isabella walks out like she didn't just spend a kingdom's ransom. Meanwhile, back at Alaric's Grand Forge, a mocking grin spreads across Julian's face. Master Alaric had no clue the equipment would fetch such an absurd, life-changing price. Our protagonist, Julian, is actually trembling while checking his vault records. 3.6 billion gold was just deposited. Of course, the crown takes its cut, bleeding 400 million in taxes from our boy, but he's still filthy rich. Julian walks up and thanks Alaric for managing the auction, leaving the master stunned. But honestly, the apprentice, Cedric, is currently hugging Julian way too hard. Cedric is practically crushing him in excitement. Julian gasps that he can't breathe, finally prying the boy off while offering a quick apology for the chaos. Alaric admits they owe Julian everything. Because of his craft, their family's auction house is now the most famous name in the entire kingdom. Julian tries to deflect the praise to Master Alaric, but the smith insists it was all Julian's talent. In his head, though, Julian is planning his next move. He wants to teach Cedric a high-level skill, but there's a catch. He has to pay the subscription fee for the Grand Magister's secret archive. Julian is annoyed. Even with billions, spending money so frivolously hurts his soul. He finally subscribes, but his face says he's absolutely miserable about it. Later, Julian grabs lunch with his brother. Looking around the fancy tavern, he nervously asks if this place is going to bankrupt them. His brother, being more humble, says it's fine to treat themselves once. Julian realizes he's overthinking it. He has billions now. This meal won't even tickle his balance. Unfortunately, those recurring archive fees are adding up to 11 billion eventually. Tapping his magical crystal, Julian decides to study the Magister's lessons while he eats. The Magister's archive already has 34,000 disciples. Even for a legendary figure, Julian knows that's a massive following. By joining, he's promised a double S rank skill. It's not a combat move, though. It's all about mental fortification. Julian knows the drill, focus on the basics and build up his proficiency from the ground up. He starts the magical playback. Suddenly, he's looking at a dense, ethereal forest bathed in golden sunlight. It looks peaceful, maybe a little too peaceful. The Magister's voice echoes, claiming a true knight must be one with their surroundings. Julian. He's bored out of his mind the second it starts. But then a notification pops up. His proficiency increased by 0.01%. Progress is progress, I guess, no matter how slow. Later, in his private chambers, the Lionheart spirit appears. He asks why Julian hasn't fully mastered the skill yet, and Julian explains he's still grinding for proficiency. The ancient hero is baffled. He says this system breaks every law of the world, and Julian's current strength shouldn't even be able to touch this power. The spirit tells Julian he needs to stop drifting and find his center of Kai. Looking at Julian's face, though, he's got absolutely no clue what that means. Suddenly, the crystal screen erupts in a blinding light. The Lionheart's spirit starts lecturing him, tired of Julian looking for the easy way to gain god-tier power. Is that so wrong, though? Our boy is literally trembling as he argues back. The spirit sighs, deciding to simplify these divine arts so even Julian can understand. The secret to this complex movement isn't in the mind, it's in the muscles. He tells Julian to release his internal force, which immediately gives Julian a massive headache. Deep into the night, the high-ranking noble circles are buzzing. Word gets out that Isabella bought new gear, and she confirms the news to her grandfather. The old man mentions the 4 billion gold price tag. Isabella admits the weapon is good, but it's nothing compared to her family's heirloom blade. Still, it's a perfect secondary tool that boosts her core attributes. Lord Tassin is pleased to hear that his investment wasn't a total waste after all. Isabella thanks her grandfather for the support, but then Tassin's expression turns ice cold. He says it is coming again, and Isabella knows exactly what that means. They're talking about the forbidden abyssal rift, an S-rank nightmare. Meanwhile, as the sun sets, we see a completely exhausted Julian collapsed on the training grounds. He's still struggling to grasp the divine arts. He checks his crystal one more time, only to see that his proficiency hasn't moved a single inch. In the archive, a student asks if an impossible fight can ever be won. The Magister's answer is a simple, resounding yes. That's all Julian needs to hear. He drags himself back up, despite the bone-deep fatigue. He remembers the legends. Even the Lionheart was once a mortal man before he surpassed the gods themselves. Julian realizes the divine arts aren't just a set of moves for a brawl. What he needs right now isn't luck. It's pure, relentless, endless effort. A sudden, violent wind whips around him as he finds his focus. With total concentration, Julian throws a single punch that shatters the air pressure around him. The system flares to life with a final alert. The power is finally beginning to permeate Julian's body. The true transformation has officially begun. Arthur knows the divine arts aren't just for slaughter. They require a different kind of mastery. At this moment, what he needs isn't luck. It's pure, relentless effort. A violent gale begins to swirl around him. With total focus and calm, Arthur throws a punch that sends a shockwave of pure pressure through the entire room. The divine system alerts him that the power is beginning to permeate his very soul. Even the legendary gods would have trouble withstanding this kind of raw energy. Alaric snaps his eyes open, and honestly, he is floored. The sheer devastation from his last strike is unreal, proving his mastery over the exalted night arts is reaching scary levels. His proficiency just ticked up by 0.03%. He definitely needs a new training ground before he levels the neighborhood. Meanwhile, his aide, Penny, is finally breathing a sigh of relief. She checks the latest reports, praying she won't have to deal with another one of Alaric's insane stunts. But then she sees it. The Lady Helena, known as the Crimson Sorceress, just shattered his record. She cleared the trial in a staggering 11 seconds, a feat that seemed unbeatable. But Alaric, he is already planning his comeback, and this time he is even wearing the colors of her own noble house to mock her. He is basically parodying the very woman who dethroned him. Staring at his scrying mirror, he watches the footage of the Crimson Sorceress taking over the rankings. At this moment, Alaric is openly taunting the sorceress's fans, while Penny just watches in absolute disbelief. The audacity of this guy is off the charts. Our hero claims he is going to take her down, but Penny knows the truth. If he actually tries to challenge Helena's fire, he is going to end up as nothing but a pile of ash. Unbothered, our favorite shut-in knight starts mapping out a strategy to reclaim his glory from Helena, the reigning queen of the Fire Mirror channel. Alaric decides to cut the chatter because the real show is about to begin. Suddenly, he shifts his weight and slams his foot down with terrifying force. Behind the scenes, Penny nearly jumps out of her skin. Alaric just sent out 2 magical recordings at the exact same time, and she is almost too scared to look. She opens the second recording, and the color completely drains from her face. It is terrifying. Going back to that moment, the second his boot hits the cobblestones, the entire camera shakes and the ground beneath him literally begins to splinter and shatter. After that devastating impact, Penny can't believe her own eyes. She frantically checks the timestamp to see if he actually pulled it off. Her jaw drops. Alaric didn't just beat the record. He annihilated the entire dungeon in just 4 seconds flat. He just smiles, claiming it was all thanks to his exalted arts. With results like that, reaching 15 million followers on the Oracle network isn't just a dream anymore. It's a certainty. But as he scrolls through the news, he sees something unexpected. Rumors are swirling that Lady Helena actually failed her latest quest, though some say it's just gossip. Others, however, have checked the official chronicles and swear it's the cold, hard truth. Even Alaric is caught off guard by this. The reports are claiming Helena failed a Rankess ruin, and now everyone is questioning if House Sterling can even survive such a massive disgrace. Alaric notices that the articles are strangely vague. None of them actually explain how a sorceress of her caliber could have lost. Still, he shrugs it off. It's not his problem, right? Meanwhile, at the summit of the Sterling Duchy's spire, a heavy door creaks open to reveal the inner sanctum. Lady Helena is standing there, her face a mask of cold fury. She gives a curt greeting, and we see she is facing the head of the entire House Sterling. Her Aunt Margaret asks if she's really coming back here after that disastrous meeting with the Grand Duke. Apparently, the Duchess is there for the same reason. The Grand Duke wants an emergency council meeting immediately. Investors are fleeing, the family's influence is tanking, and the economy is in a tailspin. Margaret tries to soften the blow, telling Helena it isn't her fault the council expected miracles, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a sword. As she passes by, Margaret warns the girl to disappear before her brothers find her. It's a grim situation, and our favorite fire wielder looks absolutely crushed. Meanwhile, at the local infirmary, Alaric is busy tending to his brother, Cedric. The poor kid complains that the medicine is incredibly bitter, but Alaric doesn't stop. He's been dosing him constantly lately, and because of all this practice, his skill in celestial alchemy is skyrocketing. Our boy is becoming a powerhouse. His S+ rank insight skill has hit a proficiency of 2,148%. The medicine tastes like trash, but it's working. Alaric is getting better at this every day. He knows that once his skill peaks, he will finally be able to break the curse that's been killing his brother. The real hurdle now is the gold. Even with 17 billion won in the bank, the medical fees for a curse this deep are going to be astronomical. He considers selling his own alchemical brews, but he'd need a royal certification for that. He decides he'll just have to consult Lord Kensington on what to do next. Suddenly, there's a sharp knock at the door. A voice from the hallway asks if this is the residence of the knight, Alaric. The man introduces himself as Kane, the high-ranking secretary to Lady Helena herself. Once inside, he gets straight to the point. The lady needs Alaric's help to conquer a ruin. Alaric immediately clocks the situation. He asks if Helena is looking for a tactical strategy, and Kane nods solemnly. When Alaric asks what exactly went wrong inside that dungeon to make her fail, Kane admits he's in the dark. All he knows is that Helena specifically requested Alaric. She wanted to come herself, but she's being watched like a hawk by her political rivals. Kane asks if Alaric can meet her privately at the Sterling training grounds. When they arrive at the Duchy's massive gymnasium, they find Helena mid-training, her gauntlets blurring with incredible speed and precision. Her strikes are beautiful but deadly. Kane steps forward to call her over, but Alaric quickly grabs his arm and tells him to hold on. Alaric can see it. Helena is in a total combat trance. He's been there himself, and he knows better than to break her focus. The secretary tries to protest, but Alaric silences him. The girl's concentration is terrifying. She's pushing herself so hard she's practically drenched in sweat. But as Alaric watches, he realizes her movements aren't systematic at all. She's just venting. Thanks to his celestial arts and insight, Alaric sees the world differently now. To him, what Helena is doing isn't high-level combat. She's just swinging her blade at shadows. He realizes her true potential is being choked out by her own internal rage. If she actually learned proper martial forms, she'd be a god-tier swordswoman. She honestly belongs in a legendary sect, but House Sterling would never let her leave. At her current level, she's better off studying the archives of the Oracle network. He thinks to himself that watching the techniques of King Arthur, the legendary leader of the Round Table, might actually teach her something. Even studying the first dragon slayer, Siegfried, who famously wielded the holy blade 𝒂𝒏𝒔, would be better than what she's doing now. Silas was weighing his options. The manual of 10,000 victories looked promising, but he had a better idea for Lady 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔. He figured she could learn from the old gods themselves, despite their weird vibes. Then he remembered, he's the only one with a VIP pass to the Oracle streams. Suddenly it clicked. Why not watch the celestial videos and just teach her himself? After all, she's the granddaughter of the Duke of Ashburn. Money wouldn't be an issue for a noble house like hers. He could easily cover his training fees, and honestly, our greedy protagonist saw a golden opportunity. He could get paid just to tutor her. The sheer thought of the profit from this genius plan literally had him drooling. But there was a catch. Would a highborn lady like 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 actually take lessons from a commoner knight like him? Could he even pass on divine arts while he was still just a student of the craft? While Silas was overthinking everything, though. The lady finished her session. She wiped her brow and snapped at her squire for not warning her they had a guest in the training hall. The poor squire stammered an apology, explaining that Silas had requested not to interrupt her flow. Even covered in sweat, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 looked absolutely radiant under the magical lanterns. It was a sight that sent Silas's heart into a total tailspin. As the blushing Lady 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 walked past him, our boy was just stunned. He couldn't help but stare at how stunning she really was. Later, in the strategy room, Silas claimed he was there because she clearly needed his specialized assistance. He asked about her disastrous dungeon raid. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔's response was chilling. She told him the dungeon wasn't filled with the usual hordes of monsters at all. Her team expected a fight, but they found nothing, at first, until they stumbled upon something that changed everything. It was a wolf-like creature, but calling it a monster didn't feel right. It was something far more terrifying. Wolfkin are usually common, but none of them should ever be powerful enough to manifest in a Tier S breach. This high-tier warden actually started shaking. She remembered exactly how helpless she felt against that beast. Even though it was a Tier S zone, a warrior of her caliber shouldn't have been that outmatched. But she was. The real problem, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 wasn't alone. She had a squad of elite knights and legendary gear, and yet this single beast wiped the floor with them like it was nothing. Just one monster, ruling the entire depths alone. Normally, a dungeon's rank depends on the total mana inside. But here, this one creature held all that power by itself. It was a freak occurrence. One entity determining the entire threat level of a kingdom-ending breach. Silas looked grim. This wasn't a normal encounter. This was a sovereign mutation. A sovereign boss absorbs every scrap of mana in the dungeon. That explains why 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔's elite squad felt like toddlers facing a god. Silas broke the news to the lady. This wolf wasn't just a boss. It was a Tier S alpha sovereign, making it a walking death sentence. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 was floored. She'd never even heard of a mutation this extreme before. Silas gave her the best advice possible. Don't go back. Not unless you have a death wish or a damn good reason. Turns out she had a reason. The failed raid wasn't just a bruise to her ego. It was a disaster for House Ashburn. They'd lost a fortune, and the family's influence over the kingdom's trade was plummeting. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 knew she had to fix this. She was willing to risk her life to recover the lost assets and save her house's reputation. Facing an undiscovered Tier S sovereign, pure suicide. So Silas made a move. He wanted to document the whole raid for his Oracle journal. Then came the kicker. He asked for 10 million gold crowns. Cold, hard cash. He wasn't settling for a copper less. But then, our boy immediately started regretting it. Why? because the lady agreed instantly and dropped a 1 million crown deposit right then and there. He should have asked for more. He tried to keep his greed in check, though. 10 million was still a life-changing fortune, after all. Now he had to actually deliver. He needed a plan to kill a monster that defied every law of nature he knew. It seemed impossible, but then he remembered his insight stat was already at 24%. He was more determined than ever to tear apart that sovereign's secrets. A day later, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 and 𝒖𝒍💂 stood at the dungeon entrance. The lady let him take the lead on the analysis, but on one condition. She was going in with him. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 wasn't exactly thrilled to walk into a death trap, but he needed that data. He took a breath, relying on his unnatural strength and divine arts to keep him alive, even if winning wasn't guaranteed. The aura inside this 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 dungeon, totally different. It was heavy, menacing, and suffocating compared to the usual raids. 𝒖𝒍💂 pushed them deeper into the shadows. As they walked, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 noticed something off about her gear. Her combat gauntlets were stiff. She wasn't moving right. When he asked if they were a bad fit, she admitted they were killing her hands. Then 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 did the unthinkable. He offered to adjust them right there, leaving the noble lady completely stunned. Arthur crafted these gauntlets to his own specific specs, which explains why they didn't fit the lady at first, until the metal started to shrink. Our hero is a generous guy, though. He decided not to charge Lady Catherine a single coin for the resizing, and she was absolutely floored. Catherine was stunned to learn Arthur was the master smith behind these elite-tier gauntlets. No wonder he knew every inch of them. She was even more shocked to discover he was the mysterious prodigy that even the legendary Grandmaster Alaric acknowledged as a peer. Their lovely conversation was cut short by a roar that shook the very air. Arthur was left in complete shock. Both warriors could feel a massive, suffocating pressure. Arthur turned his head and honestly, he couldn't believe his own eyes. A murderous, glowing red gaze was fixed right on them. A Grandmaster rank Shadow Wolf. This beast was pure, raw power. Arthur started to panic. This wolf's energy was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. Total terror. The terrifying Grandmaster rank monster had arrived. Now, the caster and his royal client were standing face to face with the great wolf. Panicking, Arthur wondered if they were even capable of winning. Then he remembered. He was only here to scout, not to die. Our hero made his move. He activated his power, determined not to engage in a fight he knew they couldn't win. He didn't waste a second. He slammed his foot into the ground, shattering it, and yelled at Lady Catherine to retreat. And just like that, they were sprinting for their lives. Behind them, the wolf's howl echoed through the entire dungeon. Arthur and Catherine made it out of the ruins safe and sound, though Arthur couldn't be fully sure they were truly clear. He ran the numbers. They'd need at least 5 Grandmaster tier knights just to even hope to neutralize that giant wolf. Catherine wanted to know all about the escape skill Arthur used, but he was more interested in how her team didn't all die. Catherine admitted they were just lucky, so Arthur asked if she was really sure about facing that horrific beast once again. She was more determined than ever to go back inside. She wasn't backing down from those ruins for anything. She just needed the caster to build a plan for her team to finally kill it. They locked eyes in total silence. With that, Arthur took his leave, promising to call Lady Catherine once he analyzed the footage of the beast. The footage of the Shadow Wolf was replayed over and over. Arthur couldn't figure out its nature, but something was off. He was certain it evolved from a normal monster, just like the others, but he found nothing searching for clues. Our hero couldn't find a single shred of information, despite scouring the archives and every record available to him. He checked the association papers and the ancient monster encyclopedias, but even his elite, true insight, skill failed him. He was still completely in the dark. With that, our strategist decided to call it a night and resume tomorrow. After finishing his Trials of Heracles workout, his strength felt boosted, and he was refining his knowledge of the divine arts. But man, he was absolutely wiped out afterward. Lord Heracles was actually disappointed to see his subscriber so exhausted. Arthur checked his phone, and the curious god wanted to know what had the man so focused. Our hero was still trying to figure out what that wolf truly was. It was a complete mystery. Heracles was surprised to find out his subscriber was a strategist and decided to watch the monster footage himself. The god seemed genuinely surprised. Arthur asked him if he'd ever crossed paths with a beast like this before. Arthur was stunned when Heracles recognized the wolf as Fenris, the wolf of divine slaughter from the old legends. This beast earned its title for a simple reason. It's the monster that triggered the apocalypse known as the Eternal Dusk. With jaws that touch both the heavens and the earth, Fenris devours everything. He even slew Odin, the king of gods. Arthur asked about a divine beast being in the human world, but Heracles was just as confused as he was. Our hero started connecting the wolf to the mysterious man who gave him access to the celestial archive. He joked that Heracles was probably the only god who didn't know the secret way into the human world. Turns out, the god-caster had actually faced a beast like this once before and emerged victorious. Arthur then asked about the outcome of his eventual fight with Fenris, but the answer left him baffled. He was shocked when Heracles declared the fight would last exactly 1 second. Arthur was beyond fuming. He was annoyed the god thought the wolf would slay him so fast, but to Heracles, it looked more like a baby. Arthur was shocked. That giant beast was basically just a puppy, and it's still that terrifying. Ancient mythology is wild. The monster was also wearing an ornament that even the god didn't recognize at first glance. Heracles pointed at a specific spot. Fenris' power was being suppressed by a crimson chain around its leg. That shackle was the Eternal Shackle, an indestructible artifact, and Heracles started joking about how it held such a beast. 60 seconds. That is all it would take for the pup Fenris to wipe out his followers, but as Arthur was lost in his deep thoughts about the wolf of divine slaughter, the legendary Lord Alaric offered a deal: the beast's weakness. Alaric, being his usual playful self, wasn't just giving it away. So Arthur made a move, offering a secret that would net Alaric 200 new followers in exchange for the critical intel. Done deal. Alaric delivered his side of the contract instantly. Fast forward a bit near the Sterling Alliance headquarters. At the edge of the abyss, reporters were swarming Lady Catherine with questions. But Catherine, total ice queen, she ignored the noise and marched straight toward the rift. The massive iron doors creaked open, revealing an elite squad of knights. Lady Catherine led the charge into the darkness. But the knights were baffled when Arthur started broadcasting his crystal feed right before the big moment. They were all wondering, who is this guy? One knight finally recognized him as that new creator. Arthur's channel, the Realm Conqueror, wasn't exactly famous yet. The knight couldn't wrap his head around why a common influencer was tagging along for this suicide mission. A shorter knight called it pure idiocy, until he realized Arthur was actually the genius strategist who planned the trap for the alpha beast. Still, Arthur's presence and the over-the-top support he gave the squad made Lady Catherine look a bit desperate to the other lords. A tall knight tried to talk down to Arthur, but our hero shut him up fast because they were crossing into Fenris's territory. And just like that, Arthur, Catherine, and their elite band of knights stepped into the legendary tier abyss. Even with the air thick enough to choke on, Arthur kept filming. This really ticked off a few knights. I mean, Arthur was making a vlog right before facing the great wolf. They were terrified the beast would sniff them out. But suddenly, their annoyance turned into pure, cold dread. The group froze as they finally stood face to face with the wolf of divine slaughter. Looking at that monster, Catherine started second-guessing everything. Maybe she should have begged for help from the legendary slayers. She was terrified her pride was about to get everyone killed. But then, the Lady of House Sterling steeled herself to push on without the legendary ranks. This was the Sterling Alliance's first major raid. It was their fight, and theirs alone. To win, Catherine wanted the whole world to see their true strength, but she nearly tripped when Arthur casually called the alpha beast Fenris, the world eater from the old myths, right to his camera. He told his viewers that everyone probably had their doubts about the wolf's true identity. Heck, Arthur admitted even he wasn't sure. So our hero decided to pick a fight with the nightmare beast just to see if it really was the legendary Fenris. It was his job, his duty, as the realm conqueror. Arthur then dropped a bombshell. This would be easy, whether it was the real Fenris or not. Talk about confidence. He turned to Catherine, making sure she was ready for the carnage. Then, Arthur decided to launch his opening move to bring the wolf down. Boom! Our hero launched himself with a massive jump. Catherine was stunned. Arthur closed the distance in a literal heartbeat. Fenris didn't wait, though. He swung a massive paw, shattering the ground instantly. But to the knight's total shock, the influencer had vanished. Arthur had already slipped past, landing right on the wolf's head. He wound up and unleashed a punch with everything he had. First blood. To Arthur, the impact was so insane that the shockwave nearly knocked the other knights off their feet. A thick, dark energy flooded the abyss, but when the dust settled, the wolf of divine slaughter didn't have a single scratch. Arthur was floored by the total failure of his first plan. He was pretty annoyed, honestly. Lord Alaric had promised this tactic would work like a charm. But clearly, it didn't. Arthur immediately started dodging the Alpha's counterattacks. The cave was erupting with explosions as they clashed. Even Arthur was struggling to keep pace with Fenris's insane speed. Seeing the opening, Catherine and her team joined the fray. Catherine charged. Arthur was barely hanging on, dodging a lethal strike from the beast by a hair's breadth. At the very last second, right then he knew, this thing was definitely the real Fenris. He remembered Alaric's warning that he'd lose in under a minute. Now he understood. This wolf was on a whole other level. No wonder Alaric was the only one who ever beat him. The wolf of divine slaughter was a literal titan, but there was still a shred of hope, because as long as the binding chains slowed the beast down, victory wasn't impossible. The real problem, Arthur couldn't even leave a dent. Then a blue flash streaked across the abyss. Thank goodness Arthur wasn't in this alone. Lady Catherine had arrived, landing a clean, brutal slash across the wolf's face. She was officially in the fight, but that strike, it just pissed the Alpha off. Suddenly, a massive burst of fire erupted behind him. A flame wall. Catherine had brought her own mages to the party. The knights unleashed a massive fireball, slamming it right into the back of the wolf's skull. But the Godslayer walked out of the flames without a single burn, letting out a bone-chilling howl. The mages tried the fire spell again, but Fenris actually caught the spell in his massive jaws and crushed it. The knights were frozen in pure terror after seeing that. Even after swallowing a massive orb of fire, the high-tier behemoth remained completely untouched. The hunters were at their limit, but they refused to back down. Standing their ground against impossible odds, they prepared for the worst. That is when 𝒖𝒍𝒆 pointed out something crucial to Lady Helena. The beast was bound. The legendary wolf was restrained by the ancient crimson shackles. If they could use those chains to pin him down, killing the Godslayer might actually be possible. The huntress gave a sharp nod of understanding. The plan was in motion. Helena charged forward, drawing the beast's fury in a direct head-on clash. Meanwhile, 𝒖𝒍𝒆 began to focus. He sharpened his senses, keeping his cool even as that mysterious blue energy began to surge around him once again. The great wolf was so distracted by Helena and her squad that he never saw it coming. 𝒖𝒍𝒆 was positioned perfectly for a surprise strike from the rear. The monster tried to crush the young hero into the dirt, but 𝒖𝒍𝒆 was too quick. He rolled past the massive claws and seized the upper hand. Giant strength activated. With the power of a legendary titan flowing through his veins, 𝒖𝒍𝒆 buried a massive fist into the wolf's flank. It actually worked. Seeing the beast reel, 𝒖𝒍𝒆 decided to let loose, raining down a relentless barrage of heavy punches on the creature. But then, disaster. In a blur of motion, 𝒖𝒍𝒆 was swatted back, blood erupting from a deep gash on his chest. He nearly met his end right there. If his reflexes weren't absolutely god-tier, he would have been butchered. But as he scrambled back, the young hunter realized something was very wrong. The beast had hesitated. Just for a second, the wolf seemed to hold back before trying to finish him off. Helena seized that opening immediately. Her blade bit deep, wounding the monster. She was determined to end this nightmare, but 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was paralyzed by a single, confusing thought. Why was this terrifying engine of destruction holding back? The wolf let out a pained growl. He was finally bleeding. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 forced himself to focus. This was the only chance they'd get. He sprinted toward the beast, closing the distance in a heartbeat before the behemoth could even react. He lunged, putting every ounce of his soul into one final punch. The impact was massive, and the wolf roared in genuine, agonizing pain. The monster tried to stomp the young man under a massive paw, but that was exactly what 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 wanted. He reached out and grabbed the chain. He gripped the crimson shackle with everything he had. The beast realized the trap, but it was too late. He was pinned to the spot by 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔. The enraged creature thrashed wildly, trying to break free. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 gritted his teeth, straining every muscle to keep the monster restrained. The wolf struggled, but he was being dragged down by 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔's sheer willpower. Helena saw the opening and charged in to support the young adventurer. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 wound up for one more earth-shattering blow. Now, the beast was trapped between two overwhelming forces, a legendary blade and a titan's fist. The combined impact was devastating. A massive slash and a heavy punch landed simultaneously, and the hunters couldn't believe what they were seeing. The floor of the dungeon literally imploded, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Helena stood victorious but exhausted, yet the fight wasn't over. Shards of stone flew into the air as a suffocating dark aura filled the room. The hunters began to tremble in pure, unadulterated fear. Despite his horrific injuries, the Wolf of Ruin was still standing. The squad realized the terrifying truth. They could not defeat this thing. The beast looked more demonic than ever, yet 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 remained puzzled. He was intrigued because the great creature was clearly weakened by his chains. Even at half strength, this was still the legendary King Killer. They had no hope of winning, yet the situation still felt bizarrely off. Helena grabbed him and ordered a full retreat. As they ran, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 thought back to the Black Troll dungeon and how she had saved them before. He was obsessed with the mystery. No matter how hard they fought, they couldn't win, but they weren't dead yet either. Why? Suddenly, the gears clicked. The truth hit 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 like a physical blow. He felt like a total idiot because the logic had been flawed from the start. Our hero suddenly turned and bolted back toward the monster. Helena was desperately trying to hold the line, struggling to keep the beast at bay. She was losing ground fast when the young adventurer suddenly stepped in, standing directly between the furious Lady Knight and the monster. The wolf didn't strike. He just stopped and gazed at 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔. Helena was stunned by this sudden act of insanity, her voice sounding muffled and distant. As 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 stared into the wolf's eyes, he made a bold claim. This entire fight was meaningless. It made no sense for them to be here. It was weird that 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was still alive at all. He looked around at his allies, wondering how they were all still breathing after such a fight. Fighting a beast of this caliber for so long and coming away without a single scratch, it was impossible, unless the monster wanted it that way. Helena demanded to know what he was talking about, but to 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔, it was obvious. If the beast wanted them dead, none of them would be standing. If destruction was his goal, they wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds. But here they were, perfectly fine. The monster had spared them. That's why Helena's team didn't lose anyone during their first encounter either. The wolf wasn't trying to kill them. He was trying to push them away. He was keeping the humans at a distance to keep them safe from something else. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 could barely believe his own words, but the evidence was there. The humans were always the ones to attack first. If the wolf was truly a mindless killer, he wouldn't be acting with such restraint and hesitation. This was a creature abandoned at birth, a soul that had survived a life of pure isolation through sheer iron will. He was destined for ruin. Long ago, the elders of the divine realm approached the lonely pup with a simple rope, challenging him to untie it as a test. The puppy didn't doubt them for a second. To him, this wasn't a trap or a test. It was just a game with his very first friends. The gods were horrified when they saw the young cub easily snap the rope, realizing just how much power was hidden within that lonely soul. Back to the legend. The great fell wolf was actually happy to finally have friends, but the high lords of the north didn't share that warmth. Fearing the beast would eventually bring about their ruin, they forged the magic chain, 𝒆𝒊, to seal his power for eternity. The wolf started getting suspicious. Lord Valerius, the god of war, stepped forward to the little furball. He swore the wolf could bite his arm off if the gods refused to unchain him later. The wolf trusted him. Why wouldn't he? Valerius was the only one who stayed by his side when all the other divine beings had turned their backs. He even brought him food in that desolate wasteland. To the wolf, he was a true friend, so he let them shackle him with the magic chains. Big mistake. The wolf found himself unable to break free, and naturally, the high lords didn't lift a finger to help. Even Valerius started acting like a stranger. But Valerius respected the blood oath. He placed his left arm directly into the beast's massive jaws, knowing exactly what was coming next. The god of war confessed his betrayal right then and there. Yet, looking at his only friend, the divine wolf simply couldn't bring himself to bite down. Those who still feared the wolf's strength decided to go even further, sealing his mouth shut with a blade so he could never close it again. The wolf of slaughter remained bound in agony for ages, until the end of days finally arrived, and the madness of the apocalypse swallowed everything. The wolf laid waste to the entire world, butchering every god he could find. But even in his blind rage, he couldn't bring himself to hurt Valerius. Through the bloodlust, he still remembered. Valerius was the only one who stayed. The name of an innocent wolf was wrongly turned into a legend of a demon. Arthur explains that the wolf refused to harm them, but the party of knights has a hard time believing a monster could be anything but an enemy. Seraphina claims they have to kill him regardless of the story. If this S-rank ruin has a breach, the entire kingdom is as good as gone. Even if he stays put, there's no guarantee civilians will be safe if he ever breaks those chains. Seraphina decides to retreat and call for an elite squad. She's officially giving up on the conquest for now. Honestly, she's right. Getting rid of the beast is the logical choice to avoid a future catastrophe. Still, Arthur can't help but wonder why the wolf is even here on our world. The team speculates he was abandoned once again after the Great War. He was freed from his shackles back then, yet here he is, mysteriously chained up again in this dungeon. It's a prison meant to last forever. Just like the old stories, he was fated to die alone after being cast aside at birth. This explains why the ruin was ranked so high. The S-rank mana they detected didn't belong to the prisoner, it belonged to the prison itself. The power needed to hold him was that immense. Arthur feels a pang of guilt when Seraphina suggests they leave. The wolf's situation is hopeless, and Arthur knows he can't save him right now. Leaving now would be a death sentence for the pacifist wolf. Arthur tries to tell himself this whole situation is just a ridiculous echo of a myth. He tells himself he'll be done with it the moment he steps outside. A weakened, sealed wolf wouldn't stand a chance against a full team of S-rank masters. Taking him out of the picture is the only way to keep everyone safe. Arthur thinks walking away will be easy, just go back to the daily grind. He could just go back to his magical archives, make a profit, and craft gear to help his little sister. That was the plan, right? He tells himself to just keep repeating the routine, but as he reaches the exit, he finds he can't move. Seraphina looks back, absolutely stunned. The dire wolf situation was grim. 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 stood there, paralyzed, completely unable to reach out. Walking away now, that would be the end for the legendary beast. Fenris's fate was sealed. Even if the wolf had already given up on life, 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 was the one letting him rot. He looked at the scene just ridiculous. Like something out of a twisted myth. 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 told himself he'd be done with this mess the second he stepped out of the labyrinth. Not even a godslayer wolf could stand against a party of Grandmaster knights, especially not in this weakened, shackled state. If he gathered enough elite hunters, ending Fenris would be easy work. He had to be removed for the safety of the entire kingdom. Abandoning the beast should have been simple. All 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 had to do was go back home, resume his life as a famous guild chronicler. Make gold, forge legendary blades, and sharpen his divine bloodline skills. All of it for one reason, to save his dying sister, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔. Just keep moving forward, right? Repeat the cycle. But his feet wouldn't move. He couldn't force himself to leave that labyrinth. Seeing young Sarah flee in terror, Arthur stepped up and faced the colossal beast with a heavy heart. It was painful. Fenris was really just a lonely soul who hated the idea of violence. But he was still a demonic monster, a nightmare. Taking his life felt like the only way out. Legendary knights never quit. They win the unwinnable and never back down from a fight, becoming true heroes. If things looked impossible, Arthur would just settle the score by smashing this entire dungeon into dust. Lady Sarah was stunned. The problem was this dungeon, a prison for a monster that could collapse any second. Destroying a whole realm, that is a god-tier feat. Dangerous, yeah, but definitely not impossible for our guy. The risk was massive, but Arthur was all in. True nobles do not act for themselves, they protect others. He felt like some ancient sage and could not help but laugh. It was all just so absurd. Nobody would understand his effort, and he would not even see a single gold coin from this mess. But divine wisdom says a gentleman should not give in to anger, even when no one sees his worth. In this world, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 worked just hard enough so that nobody could call him a fool. But deep down, he wanted to be more than just another face in the crowd. He wanted to actually be useful to those around him. This was the noble path he chose after studying the ancient teachings of the great sage Alaric. Looking at the wounded divine beast, something finally clicked in his head. He knew exactly what he had to do. Without a second thought, he tapped into the divine combat arts of Heracles. Even the ancient wolf looked stunned. See, these arts aren't just for hitting things hard. According to legend, they can actually bend the very laws of the world, even space itself. So, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 decided to put everything on the line. He launched himself high into the sky, prepping a kick that felt like it carried the weight of a mountain. The power surging through him was absolutely massive. Dragon's Fall strike. The impact released a flood of mana that practically vaporized the nearby forest. The entire dungeon was illuminated by a blinding blue flash. It was a clear, starry night, but then, the very air began to fracture. Lady 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 watched in pure horror as the dungeon dimension literally started to shatter. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was out cold on the ground. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 rushed over, her heart racing until she felt his pulse. Thankfully, he was still with her. The northern lights danced across the sky of the crumbling world, and there stood the great wolf Fenris, surprisingly peaceful. She stared at the unconscious man in silence. She knew now, this guy was no classless knight, not after what she'd seen him do. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How did one man possess enough power to make a high-rank dungeon just fall apart? But there was no time to stand there with her jaw dropped. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 took one last look back at the beast. For the first time, the great wolf looked calm. With the exit in sight, she grabbed our hero and hauled him out before the whole place collapsed. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 finally blinked his eyes open, finding himself wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Honestly, he was just surprised to be breathing. He was in the VIP suite of the Royal Infirmary, which meant only one thing: he was in deep with the Sterling Syndicate. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was right there, asking how he felt. He was a bit dazed seeing her there, but it turns out the elite knight was being treated for her own injuries too. She asked if the room was to his liking. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was definitely happy. I mean, sharing a room with a beautiful high knight, not a bad deal. Then his brain kicked in with some old-school wisdom about men and women staying in separate rooms. A bit late for that, buddy. He realized how silly he was being just as 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 started explaining the chaos that happened after he blacked out. He figured it out. The elite knight had carried his unconscious body to safety just before the dimension imploded. He woke up after some top-tier medical care, but his blunt explanation of the events left 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 totally speechless. He thought she was just being shy, but the reality was simpler. The dungeon was officially conquered. 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 asked about the great wolf, but 𝒖𝒍𝒐𝒅 didn't have a clear answer. He'd just vanished. Our hero just hoped the beast finally made it back to the land of the gods. To keep things simple, 𝒖𝒍𝒐𝒅 decided to keep the whole 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 destroyed a dimension thing a total secret. She told her party to keep their mouths shut, letting everyone believe they were the ones who cleared the place. Still, she felt bad and told 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 the truth, that he was the real hero, but he wasn't interested in the fame. She was baffled. Why would anyone want to hide that kind of power? 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 just laughed it off. If he wanted to keep his strength a secret, he never would have started his life as a traveling chronicler in the first place. He explained his plan. He wanted the world to think she was the one who defeated Fenris, especially since the Sterling Syndicate needed a win. He could tell she was doubting herself. She didn't feel like a conqueror because, well, she didn't actually do it. Even though she didn't have the raw power for a high-rank clear, 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 wouldn't hear it. He told her this was a special case, and that she was more than capable of handling any dungeon the world threw at her. She thought he was just being a nice guy, but he was dead serious. It was just the truth. They shared a quiet, heavy moment before she finally whispered a thank you. 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍, awkward as ever, tried to change the subject. He asked if there was anything else, and 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 had one final thing on her mind. She wanted to keep working with our favorite chronicler. Later that afternoon, 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 checked his status plate and nearly choked. His stats were through the roof. Normally, his strength only grew by 0.5% a day, but now, it had jumped by 13%. Even his divine combat arts, which usually moved at a snail's pace, had surged by a staggering 99.3%. His insight and gentleman's mind stats were way up too. Looks like that Dragon's Fall strike really did the trick. Up until now, he'd just been clearing dungeons for his stories, but this time, he literally broke the world itself. That's why he ended up in a hospital bed. Just like before, using his full power had completely drained him. Still, pulling off those divine arts was a huge win. Now he was left wondering, when would he finally master that power? He only planned on using it once, but hey, 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 seemed surprisingly okay with the results. Lady 𝒖𝒍𝒕 ordered her coachman to drive straight to the Grand Duke's manor. Thomas thanked her for conquering that nightmare rift. The Duke was thrilled by her victory, but 𝒖𝒍𝒕's mind was elsewhere. Arthur's name. It just changed the mood instantly. Did that mysterious commoner knight refuse the Sterling Alliance again? Thomas asked. 𝒖𝒍𝒕 just gave a quiet, heavy nod. Thomas wanted a reason. Arthur's words were brutal. True lords walk alone, while the weak form teams that eventually rot from within. It made no sense to the driver. But Arthur, he'd rather stand beside 𝒖𝒍𝒕 as an equal than serve in her shadow. Then came the offer. Arthur asked the lady if she wanted to master the forbidden arts of the sword. Thomas was stunned. A low-ranked knight teaching a Sterling heir. It sounded absolutely insane, honestly. She said yes. Simple as that. Now Thomas was curious. What was the real reason for this visit to the Duke? The poor driver almost lost it. Lady 𝒖𝒍𝒕 was actually paying that boy just to learn how to swing a blade. Meanwhile, at the infirmary, our hero was sweating over a massive choice. 3 legendary spirits were on the table. Sovereign Roland's divine blade, Master Kaelin's flowing style, Sir Baldwin's dragon slayer technique. He'd show her all 3 and let her decide. There was just one catch, the soul-packed fee. But hey, with 10 billion gold in his pocket, he felt like a king. Until he looked at the price tag. Monthly tuition was coming in, but the spirits, they were getting greedy. 200 million gold per pact? Wait, he blinked, and the price literally jumped to 2 billion gold each. The sage was a bargain at 1 billion, but these warriors, they were bleeding him dry. Even the minor spirits that were dirt cheap before, now they were all sitting at a cool 2 billion. Here is the trap. The more packs he signed, the more the gods hiked the rent. It was a vicious cycle. If it hit 5 billion, he was finished. He couldn't take all 3 styles, not even close. One more hike, and he'd be looking at a 9 billion gold bill. He thought about canceling, but what if there was no cancel button? What if he was stuck with the bill forever? He'd have to pay that fortune every single month or lose everything. The magic would just snap. Even if he taught Alina just one secret, the price for the next one would be sky-high by then. It felt like a dead end. No matter how much gold he hoarded, it wasn't enough. Then he felt it. Something different, not human. Arthur went to investigate and found a tiny dog shivering in the dark. A wagging tail, a cute face. Don't let it fool you. This was the wolf of divine slaughter. Arthur was floored. Fenrir, or Fang, as he called him, had shrunk down into a tiny, innocent-looking pup. Arthur knelt down. The wolf dropped a mouse at his feet. A snack, maybe a peace offering. The mouse was still kicking. Then, just like that, the legendary beast bolted out of the room. Heracles was absolutely fuming. He wanted Arthur to finish the job, not play house with a monster. Arthur wasn't having it. The gods' tactics, like grabbing tails, were useless against a beast that size. Heracles called him weak. Arthur fired back. The god never warned him how dangerous that rift actually was. He almost died back there because the god expected too much. It was a total nightmare. He had asked Sir Hercules for a strategy, but the hero only shared his brutal, muscle-headed methods instead. Pure luck helped Arthur escape that crypt alive, but that was not even the most important part anymore. The scrying crystal was ruined. He had lost the footage of Lady Sarah and Fenris that would have brought fame. All that work wasted. That crystal was his ticket to the top, but now it was totally gone. Then barking, little Fenris was back, shivering. Arthur looked over at his legendary mentor, Sir Hercules-𝒂𝒏𝒔. The hero turned, just in time to see the little puppy dashing straight out of the room. Fenris clearly did not trust Hercules after their last clash. This time, the wolf brought back a pigeon. Arthur gave it a gentle pat, and just like that, the bird woke up and looked around, startled. It locked eyes with Arthur and bolted out the window. Even the legendary hero was curious now. A treat. Arthur wondered if Fenris was acting more like a cat than a legendary demonic wolf. Hercules figured the wolf was just bringing his hunt home, but Arthur knew the truth was weirder. The pup did not want to hurt anyone. Maybe he wanted Arthur to finish the job for him. Finally, Hercules asked the big question. Why exactly was a demonic beast living in Arthur's manor anyway? Arthur was rambling about that dungeon disaster, but Julian, he had bigger questions. He wanted to know the one thing that actually mattered. How on earth did Fenris the wolf cross over into the mortal realm? Julian admitted he'd been scratching his head over that for ages. He even poked fun at the big guy, saying Arthur must be the only deity in the heavens who doesn't know the secret path to the human world. But the god knight was dead serious. He insisted it was literally impossible. Yet here was Fenris, living proof that the impossible happened. Arthur actually started tearing up. It was pathetic, really. Seeing that reaction, Julian was now 100% convinced that Arthur was the only clueless god in existence. The muscle-bound deity claimed even his biceps felt the disrespect, but Julian just tuned him out. Trying to save face, Arthur changed the subject. He wanted to know how a low-tier fighter like Julian mastered the falling drake strike so early. Our boy chalked it up to pure luck, but Arthur wasn't buying it. Luck doesn't get you an elite-tier technique like that, not a chance. Still, the musclehead agreed to teach Julian his next big move, but there was a catch. Julian had to pay up with a killer idea for Arthur's Divine Chronicle. Julian pitched a new way to gain followers, and Arthur was over the moon. Finally, a win for the big guy. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the kingdom, things were getting heavy. A scarred man just got word. A hit had been placed on our rank 4 protagonist. He slammed his glass down, the sound echoing through the room. He dismissed his attendants with a single look. He needed total silence for this. Once they were gone, the scarred man, Vane, laughed. A rank 4, this had to be a joke. You see, Vane is a high-level executive of the Nightshade Syndicate, the most dangerous criminal group in all of Avalon. He was actually offended. Was someone really mocking the syndicate by asking them to handle a mere squire? The masked messenger tried to warn him that Julian was no ordinary fighter, but Vane wasn't impressed. Not yet. Then came the kicker. Julian was part of Lady Sharon's legendary raid on that Tier 1 dungeon, the one everyone's talking about. That got Vane's attention. Vane figured the kid just played support for the high-ranked knight, but the job was simple. Confirm the kill by any means necessary. He was about to pass, but then he heard the client was a VIP. That changed everything. It turns out Lady 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍𝒆, the terrifying executioner of the royal guard, was finally making her move. She's been a massive thorn in their side lately. The messenger was baffled. Why was a syndicate officer acting so twitchy about a royal guard captain? Vane didn't hold back. He admitted he wouldn't walk away in one piece if he crossed her. Plus, he wanted zero heat with the new commander in Avalon. The masked man nearly choked. That meant a 𝒐𝒅-level officer had been appointed to the region. In the syndicate, the power levels are brutal: bruised, scarred, riven, broken, and severed. It's a terrifying hierarchy. Their mysterious leader, the Crimson Shade, once murdered one of the 13 legendary heroes without breaking a sweat. A 𝒐𝒅-level officer is someone who can stand before the Crimson Shade and actually live to tell the tale, even if they're marked for life. The messenger was shaking in his boots, but Vane told him to keep his mouth shut. This wasn't public info. Vane poured another whiskey, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Then, the masked man made an offer. He promised to help Vane deal with the royal guard and help the syndicate tighten its grip on the kingdom of Avalon. He'd help the new commander settle in and make sure Vane looked like a hero in the process. That was all Vane needed to hear to realize Julian was a massive target. He leaned in, asking for the specific rules of the hit. The masked man's only condition: keep the boy alive. Vane grinned, asking if he was at least allowed to break a few limbs for fun. Cut back to Julian. Training while injured was a total drag. His progress was moving at a snail's pace. But just as he was feeling good about his gains, a tiny shadow darted across the room. A rabbit, knocked out cold. Julian looked at the puppy Fenris and wondered if the wolf had been hunting in the mountains again. How did he even get that through the city gates? Fenris had been bringing gifts for a while now. Julian figured the wolf would eventually get bored and stop. He was wrong. The next day, a whole deer; the day after that, a freaking eagle. Julian was genuinely impressed. This little wolf was taking down massive prey. He joked that a bear was probably next on the list. Morning rolled around, and Julian opened his door to find a massive pile of brown fur. You guessed it, the crazy wolf actually brought him a whole bear. Fenris, the legendary wolf of slaughter, just sat there wagging his tail, hoping Julian liked the present. Julian knew he had to find a fix for this soon. After a week of healing up, our hero finally made it back home. His little sister, Alice, was waiting for him, worried sick. He pulled the classic "it's just a scratch" move to keep her calm. But Julian was the one really worried. He needed to know if she was sticking to her treatment while he was away. Alice pouted immediately. She claimed the herbal medicine was so gross it made her want to barf just thinking about it. That settled it. Julian decided he needed to level up his healing magic just to make things easier on her. But first, he had to break the news. He looked at Alice and asked her how she'd feel about getting a new puppy. Sophie heard a strange growl echoing from inside the manor, but before Arthur could explain the danger, his sister was already starstruck. Arthur watched her gush over the little beast's cuteness, though he warned her to stay back, claiming the thing might actually take a finger off. He remembered the legends of the Fenris, a horrifying monster of ruin, and was just about to tell Sophie the terrifying truth. But then he caught the demonic furball glaring at him with ancient malice, so he quickly changed his tune and let his sister name the puppy. And just like that, the legendary wolf of divine slaughter was dubbed Cole, simply because he looked like a shiny black stone. Arthur stared at the beast's suffocating dark aura, realizing his sister was absolutely abysmal at naming legendary creatures of doom. From the looks of it, the puppy actually loved his new name, and Arthur figured the clever beast already knew the best way to survive in the human world. Both the girl and the wolf were beaming, and seeing them happy finally brought a genuine, rare smile to our hero's face. So the whirlender became coal, and later, deep in the training pits of the Lionheart Vanguard, an apology broke the silence. Lady 𝒉𝒂𝒓 wanted to settle her end of the contract first, preparing to wire the remaining 9 billion gold crowns to the young master, Arthur. Arthur confirmed the transfer the moment he saw the 9 billion deposit hit his account, his heart racing at the sight of the gold. His total net worth had skyrocketed to 10.6 billion crowns. Our greedy hero did his absolute best to hide his exploding joy. That kind of coin could support a noble family for 10 generations, but 𝒉𝒂𝒓 was already pushing to negotiate her tuition fees after seeing his skill. Arthur told her to watch him closely and choose a style for herself, which was lucky for him since he had no idea what to charge for his secrets. He asked the noblewoman for a practice sword, ready to begin, while 𝒉𝒂𝒓 prepared to choose between 3 legendary styles. The huntress was hooked, but Arthur stayed calm, affirming that he'd select the art most suited to her unique talents. In truth, choosing was a nightmare. The mental scrolls for all 3 paths would have cost our hero a fortune he wasn't ready to spend. He stood there wondering if he could actually mimic the legendary techniques after only seeing brief visions of their power. The first style was the Heaven Sunderer blade, a technique whispered to be capable of literally cutting through the sky. Arthur planted his feet firmly into the stone floor, and suddenly, a massive blue aura erupted from the practice sword. With one simple swing, 𝒉𝒂𝒓 gasped. She couldn't even see the movement of the steel, yet the blade was still vibrating with energy. He went for another strike, and the resulting shockwave was so powerful it nearly rattled the training hall to pieces. When Arthur swung slowly, the sheer atmospheric pressure was so heavy it almost forced the proud 𝒉𝒂𝒓 to her knees. Next, he demonstrated the Dragon Slayer arts, practiced by the ancient kings who surpassed even the legendary Siegfried in battle. Calling upon his blue mana once more, he focused hard, and a spectral pink energy dragon roared forth from the blade. The sight made 𝒉𝒂𝒓 shiver in pure awe, but then came the third technique, the Blade of Eternal Balance. Attributed to the sage 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍, this style supposedly held the secrets of the universe's creation, and 𝒉𝒂𝒓 was utterly floored. An immense sigil of balance appeared beneath their feet as the 4 elements of nature began bleeding from the edges of the blade. Then a dark aura took over, and Arthur's swing looked like a living shadow, a display of power that left 𝒉𝒂𝒓 petrified with fear. Arthur calmly asked the huntress which art she wanted to learn, while outside, a black carriage waited in the shadows of the Vanguard headquarters. Someone was waiting for our hero inside the coach, the driver looking nervous as the mysterious person in the back grew more intrigued. This high-level executive joked that Arthur and 𝒉𝒂𝒓 were probably in a relationship that he could never hope to satisfy. But then, his face twisted into a mischievous grin as he mentioned Sophie, Arthur's little sister. The driver warned him not to involve more people, fearing they might attract the king's butcher from the inspection bureau. The redhead just brushed it off, claiming the High Council would handle the fallout and that they should snatch the girl. His plan was simple: mistreat Arthur's sister, and the angry brother would come running straight into their trap. As the driver was tasked with kidnapping Sophie, we go back to the guild, where 𝒉𝒂𝒓 was still frozen from the shock of what she'd seen. She finally snapped back to reality when Arthur asked her again to pick a style, but she seemed completely overwhelmed by the choice. Seeing her hesitate, Arthur decided to hand her the practice sword so she could feel the weight of the techniques for herself. Though she was shaking, 𝒉𝒂𝒓 focused everything she had. She was going to try and replicate the impossible. She tried her absolute best, but her movements were empty. Arthur noted that despite her perfect form, she lacked the core essence. 𝒉𝒂𝒓 felt the failure too, but because Arthur was desperate for his next payday, he offered to show her even more styles with a grin. Later, while traveling, the spirit of the hero king Alaric laughed, affirming that a mortal woman could never learn those divine arts. Arthur whispered that he had learned them, but Alaric shot him down, claiming the boy only succeeded by cheating with god-tier power. He reminded the young knight that he was only harnessing divine energy, leaving the mortal Arthur more intrigued by his own limits. Julian turned to Sir Alaric and asked the one question burning in his mind. Why had the knight refused to teach him the divine arts when they first met? The memory of the old warrior calling him a nuisance flashed back, but Alaric just shook his head, denying he ever felt that way. The truth, Alaric's legendary fighting style was built for those with godlike strength, and Julian simply wasn't right in the head back then. According to the knight, you need a rock-solid foundation before you can even dream of touching the combat arts of the heavens. Lady Alara could see the movements, which was impressive, but without the basics, she was just watching a dance she could never join. Julian wondered if Alaric had learned these secrets from the divine visions themselves, but the old man just looked at him with intrigue. He was fascinated by Julian's status as a blank slate, a person born without any natural magical traits or spiritual lineage. Alaric speculated that being traitless was actually Julian's greatest gift, because normally you can't just rewrite a person's very soul. Trying to force a divine trait onto a normal human is like someone rejecting their own essence. It usually ends in complete disaster. But Julian, he was like a perfectly clean piece of parchment, capable of soaking up the powers of the gods whenever and however he pleased. This unique emptiness allowed him to use the visions, but it also meant he was likely the only person on Earth who could. That realization hit Julian right in the wallet. If he couldn't teach Alara his secrets, he could kiss that massive reward money goodbye. Alaric saw his disappointment and gave him a challenge. Stop trying to copy the gods and start building a style Julian could actually call his own. Meanwhile, a dark shadow loomed over Julian's estate as a thug sent by the rival house of Blackwood reached for the front door. With a sickening snap, the man tore the metal handle right off the frame and slipped inside like a wolf in the night. He stood over Julian's sleeping sister, Seraphina, struck by her beauty and planning to use her as a pawn to break her brother's spirit. The goon thought he was alone, but a heavy, dangerous presence was already closing in on him from the corners of the room. Silverfang, the great white wolf, stepped into the light, but back on the road, Julian was still deep in conversation with Sir Alaric. Alaric explained that teaching mortals the secrets of the heavens was a fool's errand. The power would simply slip through their fingers. Even if Julian tried to pass on what he saw in his visions, Lady Alara lacked the divine spark required to make those techniques work. He could be her mentor, sure, but she would never be able to follow in his footsteps, unless Julian changed the game entirely. Alaric suggested Julian study the legendary Master Thorn and his flowing blade technique, a style so perfect even the gods admired it. It was the ultimate inspiration, and Alaric believed Julian could use it to bridge the gap between the heavens and the earth. By mastering the divine version of the flowing blade, Julian could strip away the godly requirements and create a new style for humanity. It was a chance to build a mortal-friendly martial art that Alara could actually master, and Julian's mind began to race with the possibilities. Alaric gave a booming shout of confirmation. If Julian could master the flowing blade, his understanding of all combat would skyrocket. It was a massive, daunting task, but Julian knew it was the only way forward, and he thanked the knight for the guidance. But Alaric wasn't done. He wanted to know when Julian would finally share that brilliant new strategy he had promised earlier. Julian told him to be patient. The plan was complex, and he'd reveal everything once his current problems were dealt with. He stepped off the carriage and started walking home, his mind swirling with the difficulty of inventing an entirely new way to fight. He wondered how on earth he was going to teach Alara the intricacies of the flowing blade when he was still learning it himself. But the second he saw his broken door handle lying in the dirt, all those thoughts vanished, replaced by a cold, white-hot rage. He knew exactly what this meant. He charged into the house and found Seraphina quietly sleeping, a wave of relief washing over him. Then he heard Silverfang's low, warning growl and turned to see a bruised and broken man lying in a heap on the floor. Realization dawned on him, and Julian knelt down to pat the loyal wolf who had protected his sister from the intruder. The man was a total stranger, but Julian could sense he was a trained knight initiate, someone sent specifically to cause harm. Julian's face went stone cold as he looked at Silverfang and asked the wolf to stay and guard the room just a little longer. With a sharp, loyal bark, the wolf of divine slaughter agreed, and a thick, murderous intent began to fill the air. The intruder finally started to groan, waking up tired and terrified, wondering where he was until a voice cut through the dark. He looked up and froze. Julian was looming over him like a vengeful god, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. The thug tried to act tough, spitting out insults and claiming that a bit of rope couldn't possibly hold a man of his stature. That was the final straw. Julian didn't argue. He simply slammed his hand onto the man's shoulder, crushing bone like it was dry wood. The man's scream was cut short as Julian clamped a hand over his mouth, his voice dropping to a deadly, lethal whisper. He warned the goon that if he made another sound and woke his sister, Julian would stop being an interrogator and become his executioner. To drive the point home, Julian buried a heavy, silencing punch deep into the man's gut, proving he was done playing games. Arthur stood there, completely unscathed, with not a scratch on his arms or legs. The thugs were frozen, absolutely stunned by the man who just crashed their party. He was standing right over a battered body, eyes blazing with rage. Our hero had one goal, and it involved a man named Lord Malphaz. Arthur looked like a demon standing before them, demanding their leader's location. This just annoyed the Iron Brotherhood members, who weren't used to being told what to do. They figured he was just some lunatic who'd lost his mind. One guy even had the nerve to walk up, put a hand on Arthur's shoulder, and advise him to leave while he still could. The thug tried to act tough, claiming Lord Malphaz was a monster you didn't want to provoke. A real death sentence, apparently. But Arthur wouldn't budge. He wanted that location, and he wanted it now. This really ticked off the gangster, who started barking threats. Big mistake. Arthur grabbed him by the throat mid-sentence. No mercy. He wanted answers, not a conversation. The thug tried to squirm away, but his eyes went wide when he realized Arthur's strength was on a whole different level. He was paralyzed with pure terror. In the next heartbeat, Arthur launched him back with a single punch. The rest of the gang, completely horrified, they couldn't believe what was happening, so they decided to jump him all at once. Two of them charged in, screaming that he was too cocky and needed a lesson in humility. Typical fodder behavior, right? Arthur didn't even flinch. He tapped into his divine combat arts and geared up for a strike. Boom, a destructive blow sent one of them flying. The remaining thugs were shaking now, watching this insane power on display. Arthur just kept asking the same question. He grabbed a bald guy by the face, leaving the last man standing absolutely petrified for his life. He was going to find Malphaz, no matter what. Meanwhile, over at the Lonsdale branch of the Royal Inquisition, someone came rushing in to alert the commander about the Iron Brotherhood's latest chaos. The team leader was shocked. She demanded to know if they'd pinned down the gang's location yet. Not yet, but they were closing in fast. She wasn't wasting any time. She ordered Team 4 to mobilize and told them to grab every free guard for support. She even demanded the injured guards get moving. She was ready to draw her own blade and hit the field herself. But just as she was about to head out, a hand landed on her shoulder. Talk about bad timing. It was the section chief, claiming there was an urgent case that needed her attention. She tried to refuse, but then he dropped the bomb. "This is a direct request from the Grand Inquisitor," he said. That changed everything. He told her she had to rush to the West End immediately. A Tier 3 rift had been signaled. The commander tried to argue, wanting to send a team in her place so she could deal with the gang. But the chief played dirty. He threatened to cut off her backup and reinforcements if she didn't follow orders. He warned her she'd have to answer to the Grand Inquisitor himself, basically saying, "I'm not responsible for what happens if you stay." She was disgusted. This guy was supposed to be a leader. She was done with the politics and didn't even care about the job anymore. "Fine, fire me," she snapped, walking out anyway. Back at the showdown, a massive crowd of the Iron Brotherhood had gathered to take Arthur down. Our hero did a quick count, 100 elite warriors, all of them above average, a literal small army. But Arthur, he wasn't backing down. These scum had dared to lay a hand on his little sister. If he didn't stand his ground and break them here, they'd just keep coming for her. He had to end this now. He decided to stop playing nice. He wanted to strike pure, unadulterated fear into their hearts, treating them like the mindless animals they were. Forget negotiations. He wanted to traumatize them so badly that they'd tremble at the mere mention of his name. Arthur stepped forward to meet the first attacker. Here we go. Their fists collided with an earth-shaking thud, but Arthur won that clash effortlessly, sending the man flying. The gang realized they couldn't take him one-on-one. They stopped rushing in like idiots and tried to surround him from all sides. Arthur saw right through it. He predicted they'd attack in small squads of 3 or 5 to keep their numbers from getting in each other's way. They were organized, charging in waves without tripping over themselves. It was actually impressive. It reminded him of the ancient formation arts, warrior tactics designed for total battlefield control. Then he remembered a secret from an old War Master's scroll. Life and death are the keys to shattering any formation. Arthur moved like lightning. He was a blur of speed, smashing through anyone in his path. Even with all their tricks, every formation follows the same basic logic. He might not have been a master, but he grasped the core idea. He was looking for that one specific opening in the chaos. According to the teachings of the great sage Alaric, this tiny gap was the legendary Gate of Life. Arthur began weaving through the massive crowd like a ghost. The gangsters couldn't even believe their eyes. He was untouchable. Sweat was pouring down his face now. He remembered the scroll's next lesson. Every body has vital points that act as a center for their aura. Using that knowledge, Arthur began striking with lethal precision, puncturing their energy centers one by one. Arthur scanned the mercenary circle, looking for an opening. Everywhere he turned, he saw nothing but lethal risks and cold steel. No way out. Trapped, Arthur stood at the center of the ambush, surrounded by the syndicate. Even the finest knight struggles when the odds are 20 to 1. Fighting a small army alone, that is a nightmare. Arthur remembered the words of Lord Alistair. It is impossible to fight a wall of men head-on. You cannot outmaneuver a crowd. When there is no gap to slip through, Alistair had taught him the only real answer left to a warrior. The only solution: use brute strength to smash through. Arthur exploded with raw power, terrifying the mercenaries. They were not looking at a man anymore, but a monster. One mercenary gasped as the spectral shadow of the legendary Alistair loomed over Arthur. He started tearing through them, one by one, with terrifying precision. To draw out the alpha, you kill the pack. Baron Blackwood finally roared, demanding to know who was butchering his best knights like cattle. Funny how the leaders only show up when the work is done. Blackwood spun around, finding an absolutely furious young man standing right in his path. Arthur did not waste words. He just wound up and cracked the Baron right across the jaw, sending him flying backward through the air. He slammed into the stone wall. Arthur was ready to end the syndicate's strongest commander, following his mentor's brutal advice to the very letter. The High Commander hit the masonry so hard the dust flew. The other mercenaries froze, totally stunned. Their invincible leader was actually sent flying. Baron Blackwood, beaten in a single strike, unbelievable. But Arthur was not done, not even close. His rage was still burning like a furnace. Blackwood coughed up blood, gasping for air. His men watched in horror as the commander struggled to his feet, barely clinging to his dignity. The Baron studied Arthur. The kid looked like a commoner at first, but that punch, if he had not braced himself, it would have been instant death. He had survived by a hair, but now he had to know, who the hell was this guy? Arthur did not care. He only had one question. "Are you the mastermind?" he growled. Arthur needed to know if this noble trash was the one who ordered his sister Alara's kidnapping. Blackwood blinked, confused by the name. Then it clicked. He realized exactly who was standing in front of him, his actual bounty target, Arthur. It was the man from the contract who kept demanding answers. Blackwood remembered the face from the job request, though the description was dead wrong. His superiors had falsely labeled Arthur a low-tier threat. Big mistake. Our hero was fuming now, and his patience had officially hit 0. No more talking. The High Commander finally admitted it. He was behind the snatch. He thought the boy was weak, but maybe he had misjudged him. He figured Arthur was just a lucky peasant, not a real threat. Bad call. Arthur charged, closing the gap between them in a single heartbeat. He was on him instantly, fist cocked back for another facebreaker. The ground literally trembled under the weight of Arthur's sheer killing intent. Blackwood managed to catch the strike, actually impressed. "Phenomenal speed," he muttered, but even focusing 100%, he could barely track the boy. The scarred commander was struggling to keep up with the kid's speed. This was not just a skirmish anymore. This was becoming a serious problem. The stone walls began to shake as the pressure built. Something was changing. Blackwood watched as Arthur's power began to physically manifest and grow. He realized Arthur possessed an ability that granted him unnatural strength. The Shadow Syndicate's top commander decided it was time to get serious. Blackwood used a dark enhancement, his muscles swelling until he was a giant. He laughed, calling Arthur's power a cheap, weak imitation of his own. He swatted Arthur away like a fly, but our hero managed to stay on his feet. He skidded back, eyes burning with a legendary fury. Pure rage fueled him. Arthur lunged back in, buried a clean fist deep in Blackwood's gut, and was immediately tossed back again by the brute. Blackwood was reeling. How could a low-born squire be this strong? The kid was countering his moves in the blink of an eye. He was convinced now this was his true target, and honestly, the criminal was impressed. He decided to offer the boy a deal. "I will overlook the trouble you have caused," he announced. His mercenaries were baffled. Why was the boss suddenly being so generous to an enemy? Then came the invitation. "Join the Shadow Syndicate." One murderous look from Blackwood silenced his men. He was not asking, he was recruiting. The men were floored. Blackwood claimed that someone as strong as Arthur was simply superior to the rest of humanity, a true elite. He argued that elites should not live like commoners. To him, it was a crime for the strong to be restricted by petty laws. "Why let the weak make rules for the strong?" he asked. Men like them were not meant to live in the shadows of the inferior. In his mind, the weaklings should be dying for them instead. Power is for taking, for dominating, and for crushing everything in its path. Might makes right. That was the only law he respected. He compared their world to a jungle where strength is the only thing that determines survival. Strength is everything, period. But Arthur just ignored the speech. He had only stayed silent to see how delusional the Baron really was. "Are you done?" Arthur mocked. That mockery set the Baron off. Nobody talks down to the High Commander of the Syndicate in lives. Blackwood sneered, laughing at Arthur's noble motivation for his sister. Arthur's voice went cold. "What is so funny about affection?" To the Baron, a heart full of emotion was just a weakness. But our hero, he had a very different perspective on what makes a man. "That is the essence of humanity," Arthur spat. "Something a beast like you could never understand." Blackwood had officially heard enough. Rejection meant death. Period. The scarred giant's body expanded even further, his muscles ripping through his armor as he prepared to kill. "You cannot kill me, boy," he roared. With that, Blackwood delivered a massive strike that could have leveled a castle gate. But here's the kicker. The red-haired brute was the one who got sent flying by his own strike. 𝒉𝒂𝒔 didn't even flinch. Before he could even blink, Cedric took another brutal hit from our young knight. The mercenary growled that this would be his final stand. He threw everything into one last punch, but 𝒉𝒂𝒔 just brushed it aside like it was nothing. This elite commander couldn't believe his eyes. Total disbelief turned into a blood-curdling scream as 𝒉𝒂𝒔 landed another direct blow. It was absolute carnage, and the guy was feeling every bit of it. 𝒉𝒂𝒔's strikes were hitting way harder than before. The commander was literally lifted off his feet, completely broken and finished. With a trembling hand, the thug wheezed that the Iron Brotherhood would hunt him down. But 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔, he didn't give a damn about their empty threats. He looked him dead in the eye and promised to turn their entire organization to ash if they ever touched his family again. Cedric was genuinely terrified. This kid was actually declaring war on the Brotherhood all by himself. Then, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 unleashed a terrifying surge of spirit energy that shook the air. The sheer pressure left every goon there paralyzed with pure, unadulterated fear. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was winding up for something truly devastating. That's when Cedric realized his opponent had surpassed human limits. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was about to unleash the first form of the Lionheart's divine art. He didn't hold back. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 unleashed the 𝒐𝒏𝒔 strike to finish off the broken commander once and for all. Talk about overkill. Just then, Lady Alenar of the Crown's Inquisition arrived, demanding to know what the hell happened. The scene was a total disaster. The guards just pointed. It was easier than explaining. Every single Brotherhood member was out cold on the cobblestones, completely wrecked. By the time the Inquisition moved in, the place was a graveyard of unconscious criminals. It was a total wipeout of their local forces. Some were still twitching, so the team leader ordered her knights to identify every single rogue mercenary on the scene immediately. They were told to check every criminal record the moment these thugs woke up. No stone was to be left unturned in this investigation. If their crimes were unforgivable, Lady Alenar gave the cold order, execute them right then and there. No mercy for the wicked. She asked the young apprentice, Alara, to stay and help the healers. Then, she noticed the red-haired giant lying broken on the ground. It was Sir Cedric himself. Even the elite 4th unit of the Inquisition would have had a nightmare of a time fighting a beast like him. Not even the Crown's most brutal executioner could have damaged him to this extent. It was like he'd been hit by a natural disaster. Alenar stood there wondering. Who on earth could have single-handedly dismantled a squad this powerful? The mystery was eating at her. Meanwhile, a short distance away, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was busy stitching himself up. He was using ancient medical arts to heal his own wounds. He felt his vitality returning by 3.3%, wondering when this nightmare would end. That last kick was almost too dangerous. The Heavens Fall kick is way too lethal for humans, but 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 had managed to control his power much better than back in the dungeon. If he'd slipped up, that move might have killed him too. But he was just glad to finally gain some mastery over the Lionheart's combat forms. This long, brutal fight had actually pushed all his other skills to the limit, though he knew he still had a mountain to climb. Cedric was on a whole different level compared to Sir Tristan. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 started thinking about the war he'd just started with the Syndicate. He was now officially public enemy #1 for the Brotherhood. He knew their paths would cross again, and it wouldn't be pretty. But he couldn't just walk away and let them live in peace. Not after they went after his little sister. That was their biggest mistake. He remembered the thug confessing that someone had paid them to mess with him, and that they'd planned to use his sister as bait. Luckily, his spirit wolf was there to protect her. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 figured the big guy deserved a serious reward for guarding the house so tirelessly. Across the kingdom, a man behind a massive desk was demanding to know who took down his best commander. The air in the room was icy. An aide whispered that it was 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔, a supposedly low-rank, D-class mercenary. The news hit the room like a physical blow. Lord Malachi, the Shadow Commander, was absolutely fuming. How could a veteran like Cedric lose to some random weakling? The aide stammered that they weren't even sure if it was a defeat yet, which only made Malachi even angrier. The tension was unreal. The man started blaming the Inquisition's interference. This caught Malachi's attention, and he finally lowered his terrifying spiritual pressure. The Inquisition had completely locked down the scene, and every survivor they found had been driven half-mad with trauma. Malachi still didn't see how a lowly mercenary fit into this mess. Then the aide mentioned the failed bounty mission on 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔's head. It had to be 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔's fault. He was the target, and the massacre happened right while they were hunting him down. It was too coincidental. But the Shadow Commander wasn't convinced. He figured it was more likely the Inquisition's butcher who did the heavy lifting. That guy was definitely capable of a wipeout like this. But then, the reports from the survivors came in, and they were chilling. Anyone who escaped was absolutely terrified just hearing Silas's name. They were describing the whole encounter as pure, waking trauma. Malachi realized Silas was now their primary suspect. What if the kid was faking his low-rank status this whole time? He could have been systematically dismantling the Brotherhood's underworld operations while hiding his true identity. A ghost in the machine. With a price on his head, Malachi saw Silas's actions for what they were. A direct, bloody threat to their entire organization. The word is out. The higher-ups of the Shadow Syndicate just issued a chilling order. Keep eyes on their newest target at all times. Normally, a high-ranking executor would have dealt with Arthur personally, but they had a different plan this time. They wanted to see exactly how deep the Royal Inquisition was willing to dig into this mess. Even though the Syndicate's top brass didn't mind a little bloodshed, they needed to know if the authorities were actually onto them. But then the news got even crazier. It wasn't just the local guards involved anymore. Lord Sebastian Vane, the Grand Inquisitor himself, was personally stepping into the fray to oversee the investigation. Meanwhile, inside the walls of the Royal Inquisition, the air was thick with tension. Someone was absolutely losing it, screaming at Lady Aleena for being reckless and way too overconfident in her lethal skills. Lord Sterling, the corrupt branch chief of the Crown's Guard, was fuming. He was beyond pissed that Aleena, his best team leader, had decided to eliminate the criminals instead of following his strict orders to bring them in alive. Aleena tried to keep it cool, apologizing and stating the obvious. Those men were hardened, dangerous criminals. But Sterling wasn't having it, not even a little bit. He argued that since the criminals were already cornered and unable to fight back, Aleena hadn't done her job as a protector. According to him, this wasn't justice, it was cold-blooded murder. And just like that, the hammer dropped. The branch manager decided right then and there to strip her of her rank and relieve her of her position entirely. Her subordinates immediately jumped to her defense. They shouted that the Crimson Blade was just doing what had to be done to keep the streets safe, but Sterling stayed stone cold. He claimed the only reason he wasn't firing the rest of them was out of a lingering respect for their leader. Aleena, showing her true class, simply accepted the dismissal without a fight. But one of her workers couldn't stay quiet. He shouted it out for everyone to hear. Sterling was nothing but a corrupt snake who could be bought by anyone with enough coin to help the kingdom's worst criminals. Sterling's face turned purple. He demanded to know who dared to insult him, but before he could explode, Aleena stepped in. With a look that could freeze fire, she made her stance clear. She was leaving the Inquisition, fine, but she gave Sterling a final, terrifying warning: do not go after her people. Period. That gaze alone was enough to make the angry man choke on his words. But suddenly, the door swung open. A voice boomed through the room, telling everyone to leave Aleena alone. The sheer presence of the newcomer sent a shockwave through the room. It was him, Lord Sebastian Vane, the Grand Inquisitor of the entire Royal Bureau. He was here for the Syndicate case. He didn't waste a single second. He turned straight to the branch manager and accused him of being a complete failure for not taking the world's most dangerous criminal organization seriously. Sebastian's eyes narrowed as he brought up the accusations of corruption. He recalled how someone mentioned Sterling might actually be working alongside the very criminals he was supposed to hunt. Sterling started sweating bullets, stammering that the Grand Inquisitor had it all wrong, but Sebastian wasn't interested in excuses. The man in charge made it clear. They would find the truth soon enough after a full-scale investigation. Then, the legendary Inquisitor turned his attention toward Aleena. He wanted a private word with the infamous Crimson Blade. Once they were alone, he cut straight to the point and asked if she was the one truly behind the recent massacre. Now you have to understand who this man is. Sebastian is a living wall against injustice, the guy responsible for dismantling entire criminal empires before they could rot the kingdom from within. He's also the son of Sir Alistair Vane, one of the 13 legendary heroes who saved the world. And right now, The Grand Inquisitor needed to know if all that blood was actually necessary for the mission. As 𝒖𝒍 started to defend her actions, Sebastian began to reflect on the past. He talked about how those with awakened powers were once seen as a ray of hope for all of humanity. But times have changed. Now, power is just a tool for profit, a trend, as his father used to say. It's become something people trade and exploit instead of a sacred duty. His father was the type of man who achieved inner peace quickly, but Sebastian knew the world wasn't that simple. Groups like the Shadow Syndicate were out there abusing their power every single day. Sebastian's father used to complain about the injustice of the world, but insisted on doing nothing. He believed that using force to assert dominance would make him no better than the villains he fought. The old hero claimed he could never truly be justice. But Sebastian, he had a very different perspective. He believed you don't have to be a saint to enforce the law. He knew that even if you have to restrain yourself sometimes, you simply cannot fight the world's filth with clean hands. It's just not how the world works. With that heavy thought hanging in the air, he asked 𝒖𝒍 one more time, was the bloodshed necessary? She didn't hesitate. She confirmed it was the only way. He then asked if she was the one who finished the job. She denied it, explaining that despite using every scrying mirror and magic sensor available, they couldn't identify anyone leaving the scene. Then she dropped a bombshell that caught the Grand Inquisitor's interest. She mentioned that the gang members who survived didn't just lose, they went completely insane. Those survivors were consumed by a level of fear that defied logic, and they kept repeating one specific name over and over again. Sebastian expected the name of an S-rank Grand Knight, but instead it belonged to a lowly D-class squire. It made no sense. Meanwhile, back at his place, Arthur was just chilling with his cat, Blackie. He watched the cat enjoy a snack, acting like he didn't have a care in the world. Suddenly, Arthur was startled by his sister, who had just woken up. Luckily, he had finished fixing the broken doorknob just in time to avoid any awkward questions. That little repair job actually gave him a boost, increasing his proficiency in his arcane metallurgy skill. It turns out his talent isn't just for forging epic swords. He realized that his skills are incredibly versatile. Unexpected problems pop up all the time, and being able to fix them on the fly is a major advantage in this world. This got him thinking about the future. Maybe it was time to build a brand new house. If another dungeon outbreak or some crazy event happened, he needed a fortress to keep his sister safe. The only problem, he wasn't sure where to build it. He needed a place that was secure but also practical for their daily lives. He knew he couldn't move too far from Londinium because of his sister's needs. Thankfully, he had a massive pile of gold left over from his recent adventures. He even considered just buying out the entire building where they were currently living. But after saying goodbye to the other residents, he realized he had some business to take care of outside. As he stepped out, a massive, intimidating shadow loomed over him. A man was standing there with a very specific question. He wanted to know if the young man in front of him was named Arthur. Arthur was confused. He had no idea who this noble was, but the face looked incredibly familiar. He'd definitely seen that cold, calculating expression on the royal news bulletins. Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. The man standing at his doorstep was none other than Lord Sebastian Vane, the Grand Inquisitor himself. It made absolutely zero sense. Why would the most powerful lawman in the kingdom be standing in a back alley talking to a low-tier squire? Arthur's mind started racing as he realized his quiet life was officially over. So many questions, so little time. Was the High Inquisitor there to dig up the truth about the bloodbath in the lowlands? It was possible. Looking back, he should have played it cool, but he'd let his power get the better of him. He never expected the Crown's lawman to track him down this fast. His heart was hammering against his ribs, but he forced a calm mask. Maybe, just maybe, the man was there for a completely different reason. The boy confirmed his name, and then came the hammer blow. The Inquisitor wanted to know if he was the one behind the chaos in the lowlands the day before. After what you did to those men, you're still out here enjoying a peaceful life, the man remarked. He knew every single detail. Beside him, the girl turned pale with terror. She realized the secret was out. His gut screamed at him. This was a fight he couldn't win. If blades were drawn, he was a dead man. Every nerve in his body told him to bolt, but he couldn't just abandon his sister to the wolves. Even if Blackie jumped in to help, he needed to keep his nerve. He was so lost in his own head, weighing the odds of survival, that he didn't even feel the Inquisitor's heavy hand drop onto his shoulder. His vision blurred with pure adrenaline and nerves. Then the words hit him. How would you like to become a royal sentinel, a guard? It was the last thing he expected to hear. Snapping back to the present, his mind immediately went to the gold. Sentinels made anywhere from a few 100 million to billions of sovereigns. He didn't need a king's ransom to live, so the offer was actually incredible, more than enough to keep his belly full and his sister safe. Still, the whole thing felt wrong. Why give a rogue like him such a prestigious offer? And just like that, the Inquisitor vanished the moment he said no. Was he still under investigation? Probably. The uncertainty left a bitter taste in his mouth, but he had to get back to the grind. He headed over to the manor where his landlady lived, ready to talk business. It was time to settle things regarding his current roof. Being blunt as always, he asked the woman straight up if she was willing to part with the property and sell it to him. She didn't know what he was planning, so she tried to reassure him. She wasn't going to sell while they were still living there, especially since the market was trash. Rentals were where the real money was at these days. She started rambling about the local economy until she realized she was totally off track. She doubled down on her, not for sale stance, but then the boy finally laid his cards on the table and explained his real motive. I want to buy the house, in full. The woman blinked, skeptical. Can you even afford a place like this, kid? But since he was a blessed knight now, he'd been raking in the gold. Between his recent jobs and his savings, he had the capital. She congratulated him on his success, even suggesting he look for a newer, fancier mansion in a better district. But if he was really that attached to this old place, she wasn't going to stand in his way. She made her offer, 150 million sovereigns. The boy's jaw nearly hit the floor. 150 million. That was an absolute steal for a house like this. She told him it was a fair price since she couldn't move it quickly anyway, but the boy wasn't having it. He couldn't do her like that. If it weren't for this woman's kindness in the past, he wouldn't even be breathing today. He wasn't looking for a bargain. He wanted to show his gratitude. I'm paying you 1 billion gold sovereigns, he declared. The woman just stood there, completely stunned by the sheer amount. Later, while riding the arcane carriage, he realized that building a dream home was way more of a headache than he'd bargained for. The bureaucracy was a nightmare. Months of red tape just for a single permit, and he'd have to handle all that council paperwork himself. He'd been so swamped lately, he hadn't even managed to record a single new magic mirror scroll for his followers. Plus, he had to get ready for his private swordplay lessons. Knowing there was no way around the cost, he bit the bullet. He dropped 2 billion gold marks just to subscribe to the master's training archives. The boy was burning through his cash at lightning speed. It hurt his soul a little to see his hoard shrinking so fast. He considered just asking her directly about the fees. When he finally met her, she noted that he'd kept her waiting. But the more time passed, the more radiant she became, or so he thought. The lady wanted to know the tuition price. He was about to announce his fee for 2 lessons a week, which came to exactly 10 billion. He held his breath, waiting for her to scoff at the price tag, but she didn't hesitate for a single second. Understood, she said immediately. Her reaction was so casual, so natural, it actually caught him off guard. To someone of her noble standing, 10 billion was probably pocket change. If he'd known she was that loaded, he would have doubled the ask. But she revealed that 10 billion was exactly what she'd planned to offer anyway. Her grandfather would never approve a higher bill, especially since it was a monthly commitment. He was secretly thrilled that the deal closed. That was 120 billion a year guaranteed. With the contract signed, he decided to cash in a favor. He wanted to build his house, but the Citadel's red tape was stalling everything. She was impressed by his ambition. She went quiet for a moment, weighing his request in her mind before giving him an answer. She agreed to pull some strings and handle the task for him. He thanked her instantly, one less headache to worry about. Later, he managed to forge a new piece of gear, but there was a catch: it was a single-use relic, one shot only. Even using top-tier reagents, that was the limit. His friend was floored by the result. He'd never seen a crafted object with that kind of raw power. With the estate matters finally settled, Silas had only one meeting left on his schedule, a visit from a certain fiery-haired merchant. Lady Alara arrived unannounced, much to his surprise. It had been weeks since they last spoke, and she wasted no time asking where he'd been hiding. She turned the tables, demanding to know his recent movements. Silas hesitated, telling her the truth about his recent trials, not exactly easy. Memories of the chaos he'd survived flashed through his mind. Explaining the whole ordeal would be a massive headache he just wasn't ready for. He kept it simple. "Don't worry about me," he said. Alara wasn't convinced, reminding him that if he ever needed an ally, she was the one to call. Seizing the moment, Silas revealed he actually did need a favor. Nothing too grand, he claimed, just a few specific construction materials for a private project. Alara was caught off guard by his sudden request. Building supplies, it seemed simple enough on the surface, but the timing felt incredibly strange. She couldn't wrap her head around why he was in such a rush. That's when Silas dropped the bombshell. He intended to build a manor with his own hands. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Silas was a master of the forge, sure, but building a massive estate from scratch, that was a different world. Even with his legendary craftsmanship, architecture was a whole other beast. To explain, Silas handed her a parchment detailing exactly what he needed. Her jaw nearly hit the floor as she read the list. These weren't bricks and mortar. They were rare, dangerous components, items you'd find on a battlefield. Alara was stunned. She grew indignant as she realized his true plan. He wasn't just building a home, he was using the remains of high-tier monsters. Silas wasn't making a house, he was forging a massive piece of living equipment. Meanwhile, the royal inquisitors were closing in, watching their every move. The commander approached, questioning their next step. He feared the Duke's men might be onto them, trying to scrub their tracks before the law arrived. The lead inquisitor, Sir Valerius, found the whole situation regrettable. He tried to play it cool, casually mentioning the vintage ale he was sipping on. But the commander wasn't playing games. He told Valerius to leave the boy alone, and even the stoic knight, Mong, seemed to agree with that sentiment. Despite his rough exterior, Mong was surprisingly empathetic. Valerius, however, was curious. He wanted to know how long this man had been in the trade. He learned Mong had 7 years under his belt. Valerius? He'd been training with his father for 8 years before he even saw a real fight. His powers awakened when he was only 11. From there, his father pushed him into the world, forcing him to learn through cold, hard experience. He spent 5 years as a wanderer before joining the Inquisitors, a job he'd now held for over 2 decades. He'd seen it all. He had hunted down more criminals than beasts in his time. To him, humans were far more dangerous than any monster lurking in the dark woods. People could be treacherous, hiding daggers behind smiles. This lifetime of betrayal made him wary of anyone new, treating every stranger like a threat. To him, every newcomer was a potential villain until proven otherwise. Yet, surprisingly, there were still a few souls he actually trusted. He challenged his commander to guess who made that short list, but the leader didn't have a clue. The answer was simpler than he thought. Valerius only trusted those who had families to feed. To him, the sacrifice required to protect one's kin made a person truly remarkable. That brought him back to Silas. The boy had the impossible task of saving his dying sister, Elspeth. That bond made him a wild card. Even so, the Inquisitor remained suspicious by nature. He didn't care if Silas was hiding his true rank or his secret past as a hunter. The king's guards were often called the butchers of men, and Valerius didn't mind the title. They hunted the shadows so the kingdom could stay in the light. They fought to build a world of peace, the same world his father had died protecting. Now, Valerius was heading straight for the Sterling Syndicate. The news sent a shiver down the commander's spine. It was a dangerous move, but the Inquisitor was firm. Their duty was absolute. He reminded his men that their steel was meant for criminals, nothing else. Meanwhile, Silas was finalizing his plan to turn a manor into a fortress. Alara was skeptical. Did this boy know the first thing about civil engineering? Silas admitted he knew nothing, but he was going to try anyway. She sighed, realizing this was going to be an uphill battle. Money wasn't the only issue here, though it was certainly a massive hurdle to clear. The materials he needed came from beasts that were absolute nightmares to kill. Worse yet, they were in high demand for other legendary recipes. Scarcity was the real enemy. There was a good chance he wouldn't be able to find the quantity he needed, no matter how much gold he had. Silas looked uneasy, but Alara gave him a way out. He could get everything if he was willing to pay triple the standard market rate. The total came to a staggering 3 million gold sovereigns. Silas was absolutely terrified. That was a fortune that could buy a whole province. He had the gold, sure, but spending it all on one house. That hurt. He could build something simpler, but he wouldn't gamble with his sister's safety. He told Alara to gather what she could. But he realized the biggest hurdle wasn't just the price. It was actually prying these items from their owners. Buying them was proving to be a nightmare. That's when a new thought crossed his mind. Why pay for them when he could just hunt them himself? There was just one small problem. These monsters were master-rank threats, and on paper, Silas was still nothing more than a lowly initiate. He was fired up now. To get those materials, he needed to officially climb the ranks of the Hunter's Order and prove his worth to the guild. He could either rack up achievements or undergo a formal examination to confirm his power. But there was a third, much more exciting path. The Second Ascension. It was a rare phenomenon that could either grant a knight a brand new trait or push their existing power to a godlike level. No one knew exactly what triggered it, but Silas was determined to find out. If he wanted that fortress, he'd have to become a legend first. Silas noticed the shifts happening more often now. It was time. He needed a formal reevaluation of his traits, and honestly, he wasn't about to waste another second. He had to know exactly what he was capable of. Seeing the sheer power he possessed now, he knew he couldn't just sit around. Every moment wasted was a missed opportunity to climb higher. Meanwhile, inside a private study, the air was heavy with family business. Lady Beatrice, a high-ranking director, was surprised by a sudden visit from her niece, Madeline. Madeline wasn't just family. She was a powerhouse working for the Sovereign House. It was largely thanks to Madeline's sharp mind that the family's influence had stabilized. Madeline, however, was humble, reminding her aunt that it was a team effort. Beatrice seemed a bit bothered by the formal titles, feeling the weight of their positions, but Madeline insisted on keeping things professional. She hadn't come for a family chat. She was there on official business. To Beatrice, watching her niece grow into such a formidable woman was a bittersweet sight. Madeline's path hadn't been easy. In the world of noble houses, her own father saw her more as a competitor than a daughter. That cutthroat environment had forged her into a cold, efficient leader. She probably wouldn't have survived if not for her brother's intervention. Beatrice felt a pang of guilt for not being able to help more during Madeline's childhood, but she vowed to make things different now. When asked what brought her there, Madeline revealed a strange request. She wanted to build a house and needed to use the Sovereign House name to do it. Beatrice assumed she meant a massive estate or a village, but Madeline clarified it was just a single home. This immediately sparked concern. Was Madeline unhappy? Was her current living situation that bad? Beatrice couldn't just ignore this. She promised to take the matter directly to the president of the house, hoping to bypass the red tape and get the construction finished in record time. That's when Madeline dropped the real bombshell. Someone else was going to be the builder. They just needed the family's seal of approval to move forward. The details were a tangled mess that Beatrice struggled to wrap her head around. Back at the hall, the atmosphere was completely different as Silas returned for his testing. Most people waiting for a reevaluation were terrified of their rank dropping, and 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 remembered being in their shoes once. During the Great Awakening, he had such high hopes. He expected to be a legend, a hero of the highest order. Instead, the results were a joke. His power couldn't even be measured by the standard crystals. He was labeled a commoner, someone who wouldn't even hit grade 6. But today was going to change everything. After a long wait, it was finally his turn. The technicians prepped the scan to identify his new awakened traits. He was told to step onto the platform and stay perfectly still. The machine began to hum, analyzing every fiber of his being. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 currently held 6 awakened traits. He knew that if the truth came out, the world would flip upside down. Part of him wanted to stay under the radar to avoid the danger that comes with fame. But his recent victories had given him a new kind of steel. He knew he could protect himself now. He didn't need to live in fear of the world anymore. He braced himself for the results, half expecting the machine to announce the birth of the first divine tier hero. But then, total silence, nothing changed. Even with all his new power, the machine still spat out the same result. Below grade 6, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was absolutely floored. How was this even possible? He stood there, frustrated and dejected, convinced the machine had to be broken. You only get one retest, and he had just watched his chance slip away. Outside the hall, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔's mind was racing. Why was the result exactly the same? Maybe his divine traits were simply invisible to human technology. The more he chewed on it, the more insane it seemed. Then he remembered the words of the heroic spirit, that his actual trait was having no trait at all. That would explain why the machine saw a blank slate. It made sense, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Looking at his abilities, he noticed none of them were fully maxed out yet. He felt stuck, wandering in the dark without a clear path forward. But there was a silver lining. Because he was traitless, he was the only human capable of mastering the arts of the gods. That's what the Guardian had told him. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 still didn't know the true identity of that mysterious blonde spirit, but it felt like the man already knew everything about him. He was grateful for the power, yet bitter about the situation. Maybe the test wasn't the point. If the formal path was closed, he'd just have to go back to the source, the rifts. He needed to reach the rank of Knight Commander, no matter what it took. He hadn't posted any new footage lately, but a brilliant idea started forming in his mind. Something that would solve all his current problems. Elsewhere, the mood was tense as the High Inquisitor made an unannounced visit to Sovereign House. Lord 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was surprised, but played the perfect host. He thanked the Inquisitor for coming, even though the man's presence usually meant trouble. As the director of one of the kingdom's pillars, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 knew how to navigate these waters. The Inquisitor, however, was there to talk about national security. He wanted to know exactly how House Sterling was being run. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 explained the immense pressure he was under, pleasing the crown while constantly exceeding expectations. Sometimes that meant getting your hands dirty and stabbing a few backs. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 didn't care about most people, but 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was a name he couldn't ignore. The room went cold as 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 started to sweat. The Inquisitor revealed he knew all about the plot to remove Lady Alara and how the house had helped a traitor invade a restricted rift. It was a clear warning. They were being watched, and the sovereign house was on very thin ice. Chaos erupted once more. Even though Arthur was the one standing there, the real shadow looming over them was Lord 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔. He's the highborn son of one of the 3 legendary heroes who saved the kingdom. A powerhouse, definitely. Someone you should never, ever cross. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 just wanted one answer. Why on earth was this man protecting 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔? As he prepared to leave, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 dropped a chilling warning. He told the guild masters to be very careful with their noble house's affairs, because he really didn't want to have to get involved. Back at the office, Diana was spiraling. She begged 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 not to fire her, even saying she'd work for free if it meant keeping her position in the guild. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was completely lost. Why all the drama? And who in their right mind turns down a paycheck? Diana insisted on holding off on her silver coins until the venture actually grew. She clearly thought 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was planning to shut down their magical mirror channel. But to him, that made zero sense. Maybe his recent silence had her spooked. He sat her down, trying to wrap his head around why she was refusing her hard-earned pay. Diana claimed the workplace was too good, and she hadn't done enough this past month to deserve it. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 just sighed. He reminded her that a deal is a deal. They'd already agreed on the salary, and he had absolutely no intention of closing up shop. In fact, he was there to talk about their next big project. Finally, Diana started to relax as they prepared to dive into the details. Since it was payday, he told her to take her younger siblings somewhere nice for a feast. He remembered how his own father used to take him to a special tavern when he was a kid. Diana was like a mother figure to her siblings, always putting them first. Then, she mumbled something that caught the young man off guard. She asked him to drop the formal titles and just call her Diana. After all, he was older and, well, he was the boss. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 found it pretty amusing. He told her she should do the same, drop the lordship talk so they could actually have a normal conversation. Blushing and trying to hide her shyness, she promised to try. But first, she wanted to know what kind of new scrolls he had in mind. Meanwhile, over at the Knights Guild, business was as usual. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 showed up, and the clerk, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓, recognized him immediately. Everyone knew him, the man with no divine blessing. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 asked what brought him in, and 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 had a very specific question about how they measured performance. He wanted to know how to rank up. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 was actually impressed he'd even hit D rank without a single gift from the gods. That's almost unheard of, but she figured he'd hit a wall, because in this world, effort alone usually can't beat raw talent. Based on the rules, he'd need to clear 200 D rank crypts just to qualify for a C rank promotion. Talk about a grind. Doing 3 a week, that's a full year of work. Once finished, they'd finally grant him an evaluation rift to test his true skills. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 understood the grind. He'd cleared 16 so far, only 184 more to go. Simple, right? 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 offered to assign him one right then. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 didn't care which one, he just requested the closest crypt available. She pointed him to a spot just 5 minutes away. She was genuinely worried, though silently praying for the boy's safety. Just a quick walk past the intersection and down 2 avenues. He'd reach the rift in no time. She barely had time to call the next client before 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 walked back through the doors. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 was absolutely floored. He was back in under 10 minutes. She assumed it was too tough and he'd quit. But 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓, he wasn't even sweating. He didn't want to waste her time. He just wanted a list of every single available D rank crypt in the vicinity. Diana was still wondering about this project. The goal? To reach A rank hero status in just 1 single month. It was an insane gamble. But 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 was radiating confidence, planning to record his strategies to show the world how to become a top-tier hero. He just needed the locations of the 50 closest rifts. That would be enough. Meanwhile, inside the High Council's management office, a clerk was sprinting through the halls. He burst into his superior's room, looking like he'd seen a ghost. "The crypt cleaner is back," he gasped. The boss was intrigued. How many dungeons could one man possibly clear? The answer, 150, total shock. For a guy with 0 magical blessings, that should be physically impossible. They double-checked the scrolls. It was all true. Now they were worried he might be an illegal awakened, using forbidden magic. Then another aide rushed in. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 was already requesting a promotion to C rank. The boss couldn't believe his ears. The timeline was just too fast. Panicked, they decided to escalate the matter and send an urgent report to headquarters. An order soon landed on Commander 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓's desk. It came straight from the top office, and it wasn't a suggestion. They wanted an investigation into a knight who jumped from D to C rank in just 3 days. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 nearly choked. When she saw the target was 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓, she froze. Moving that fast, it usually meant one thing, a rare second awakening. If he wanted that rank based on merit, they had to put him under the microscope. They suspected he might be using dark, illegal shortcuts. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 tracked down the sage Seraphina to see if she knew what was going on. Immediately, the magic expert started nerding out on theory. She started explaining how mana flows and how it binds to the laws of this kingdom. Elara just needed her to get to the point. "Look, I'm in a hurry. Just give it to me straight," Elara snapped. Seraphina explained that dark magic is fueled by the soul's shadows. It feeds on negative emotions, rage, fear, sorrow. The more intense the feeling, the more terrifying the magic becomes. It was absolutely overwhelming. The fate for anyone who dared to walk that forbidden path was clear. Soon, they would lose their humanity and transform into mindless monsters. Our team leader was desperate to find out how to tell a normal person apart from someone dabbling in the dark arts just by sight. Surprisingly, the rot was so obvious that even someone with zero magic knowledge could spot it. She was already aware that the Lord Commander had personally met this young man and even extended an invitation for him to join the Royal Guard. Now, a proposal coming directly from her superior was a massive deal. After hearing what went down, she demanded another department verify that this guy was actually clean. Even so, she couldn't stop analyzing Arthur's situation. Our boy was constantly pushing to sharpen his skills, but man, it was way tougher than he ever expected. This was on a whole different level compared to just forging. Basic knightly equipment. Master-level architecture was a massive jump in complexity. Back when he first started, things were completely different, but now, he actually had the breathing room to level up and even call in favors from his high-ranking patrons. It wouldn't be long before he had the legendary skills needed to build a literal fortress, while he was busy wondering if his rare materials were being rounded up. Someone started walking his way. It was Alina, the girl in charge of sourcing all those hard-to-find items he'd asked for. Arthur wanted to know if the haul was ready, but she hadn't managed to grab everything yet. Though, trust me, she was trying her absolute best. She even let it slip that she had a younger brother, which honestly caught Arthur off guard. His name was Julian, and he was only 20 years old. Currently, he was working as a professional slayer, and he was the one actually hunting down these rare items. None of the loot he brought back was ordinary stuff. Even Arthur still couldn't set foot in the dangerous zones where those materials were found. We soon find out that the kid is a silver rank slayer with gold rank combat potential. The young man wasn't a fully seasoned awakened, yet since his life had only flipped upside down fairly recently. The only reason his sister wasn't a nervous wreck was his insane regeneration trait. It was a skill that made him heal incredibly fast, almost like he was part troll or something. She told Arthur to just kick back and relax since her brother was on the case. Just then, the lady who owned the place came over to greet Alina. She was itching to know where the custom equipment she ordered had gotten to. While the two of them were chatting away, Arthur started thinking that maybe he should just go out and hunt for the materials himself. Doubling down on that idea, he told her he was heading out and she could stay behind if she wanted. After what felt like forever, that grueling recording session finally came to an end. Alina had hit her absolute limit and was totally drained. All the recorded memory crystals added up to a staggering 22 hours. Usually, it takes a normal person at least a year to climb to C rank, but this guy, simply incredible. He had sent over a mountain of footage for her to process. Even the girl could barely believe the crazy things she was seeing with her own eyes. And just when she thought she was done, she was even more shocked to realize she'd have to do the whole process again. Suddenly, a massive deposit of gold appeared in the girl's ledger. She could barely process what she was looking at. Arthur just shrugged it off, explaining it was a small bonus for the legendary work she'd been doing. That was all the motivation she needed, especially since she was doing all this to support her younger siblings. The record was finally finished and had been officially released to the public. Arthur was seriously impressed with his employees' skills. In just one single day, the record had nearly 1 million views. Filming this stuff solo was no joke. He'd already managed to smash several expensive recording crystals. He started wondering if it might be a smart move to hire another gifted person to watch his back on these journeys. Suddenly, the girl's phone buzzed with a call that left her looking completely terrified. Noticing that Arthur had just arrived, she blurted out that she hadn't seen or heard from her brother in ages. The boy had headed into the dragon-turtle labyrinth, and since then, it was total radio silence. Arthur asked if she'd checked with the high command. They claimed the young man had cleared the labyrinth the very same day he went in. Honestly, worrying about other people is always a headache. Arthur hoped everything would turn out fine and he'd stay safe. He tried to play it cool, saying his friend was probably just passed out after drinking way too much, since they weren't exactly kids anymore. But Alina knew her brother wasn't that reckless. Arthur pointed out that super regeneration was a literal lifesaver. But even so, she should leave a formal report with the main office just in case they needed to send in the nights. She said her goodbyes while keeping the phone pressed to her ear. For some reason, none of this was making any sense. Far away, in a dark and completely desolate place, the young man was paralyzed with fear. He'd been taken prisoner and thrown into a locked room. Not having a clue how he ended up there, he suddenly realized his hands were tightly bound. Thinking back on everything, he remembered that he'd recruited a mercenary team to help his sister. After they finished the job, the team members suggested they go out for a few rounds of ale to celebrate. They all went out to have a good time, but here's the problem. He didn't remember a single thing after that. It finally clicked. He had been kidnapped. A voice from the shadows told him he wouldn't be escaping those restraints, because they were specially enchanted. The boy's heart started racing as he demanded to know who was standing there. That man was a total psychopath who introduced himself as a rogue gifted. And trust me, that was putting it lightly. All his past subjects were nothing but failures. The problem, they just couldn't handle the strain of his twisted experiments and ended up dead despite his grand promises to grant them godlike power. But those broken bodies were forgotten now that he had this perfect victim in his sights. He was itching to start carving into the young man named Arthur. Meanwhile, Arthur and the young lady began an intense training session. Their style was built on the laws of the balance, focusing on the push and pull of opposing forces. They were like fire and ice, completely different, yet totally dependent on each other to exist. At first, Arthur thought about just teaching her his own moves, but he realized that would only leave her more confused than when they started. So, he shifted gears. By using the balance, he'd be able to build a rock-solid foundation for himself while using the girl as a sparring partner. The real mission now was to help her forge her own unique sword style. He wanted to give her a technique that no one else in the world possessed, something that would easily rank as S rank. If she could master those core principles, she'd be disarming her enemies in the blink of an eye, just like Arthur did to her. Seeing her own progress, the girl felt like her head was spinning. It was just too complex. Arthur only understood it because his perception was literally superhuman, but even so, the girl was sharp, a total natural. He promised he'd keep drilling the lessons into her until they were etched into her soul. Finally, the lesson wrapped up for the day. The girl mentioned the favor he'd asked for would take an entire month to fulfill. Arthur was a bit lost at first, but then it clicked. He realized exactly what she was talking about and gave her a sincere thank you. She just smiled and said it was nothing. Honestly, her family's noble house stood way above the kingdom's laws anyway. In 30 days, he'd also have every single material he needed to start his real work. Over at the High Order's office, the atmosphere was heavy. They were debating the mysterious disappearance of Julian. A secret document held the names of the squad members who had entered the dungeon with him. Among them were several notorious, unlicensed mages. In fact, except for Julian himself, every single person in that group was an outlaw. It was a setup. It looked like he'd been targeted, specifically because of his rare trait, eternal mending. That ability was legendary. It meant he could literally grow back entire limbs. It was highly likely he'd been kidnapped to serve as a living lab rat for illegal sorcery experiments. Arthur really wanted to talk to his friend about what was happening. He'd been so buried in work lately that they hadn't caught up at all. Arthur had even ignored his calls. And he just hoped Julian wasn't holding a grudge over it. For now, he'd have to wait for the next call to discuss the secret recordings. At the moment, though, he had his hands full with some monsters. He was currently facing off against a pack of B-rank stone golems. The principles of the balance were a world away from the Ironheart strength he usually relied on. In the world of elite martial arts, there were 3 pillars: the mind, the mana, and the body. Arthur possessed the calm mind of a philosopher and the titan-like strength of the legendary Ironheart. Now, he had the balance to control his mana. Focusing every ounce of his will, he leveled his hand at the lumbering beasts. They didn't hesitate, charging forward to crush him. But mana isn't just power, it's something that flows through nature itself, present in everything in the universe. Learning to accept and channel that raw power is what masters call purification. The efficiency of that flow changes everything depending on how you handle the process. Letting that raw, unrefined mana flood through the body was the secret behind the balance. After pulling his energy together, a massive blue explosion of light erupted. Arthur had to shield his eyes from the glare. When he looked again, the monsters were gone, leaving only their cores behind. That was absolutely insane. He was making massive strides in every single one of his traits. The Titan had told him this skill would be useful, but from what he could see, it was going to be completely broken. The recoil was brutal, no doubt about it, but he could chain it with his other abilities to balance it out. The human body wasn't built to survive the sheer pressure of the balance. He was incredibly lucky. The holy healing arts he'd studied were proving to be an absolute lifesaver. He could only tap into a tiny fraction of that power for now, but it was just enough to keep him in control of the balance. He'd originally only looked into those healing scrolls to take care of his sister, but that medical knowledge was turning out to be more valuable than gold. With this latest fight, his mastery had hit 30%. Maybe he could actually heal his sister well enough for her to attend the Royal Academy. That thought reminded him of another headache. He desperately needed a squire or an assistant to help him record his dungeon battles. In just one day, he'd cleared 50 dungeons. He needed to hit 500 to reach A-rank status. His pace was still way too slow for his liking, but he believed he'd have all the materials in a month. All of this progress was only possible thanks to Midnight. He was planning to get a special reward for the cat. Feeding and housing that creature cost him 60 million gold a month, more than he'd ever imagined, but for Midnight it was worth every penny. When he finally opened the door to his home, his sister, Lara, was beaming. She rushed over to greet him, mentioning that a guest had been waiting for him for quite some time. Arthur wasn't expecting anyone this late and was curious to see who it was. It turned out to be Lady Margaret. The poor woman looked completely terrified by the tiny, ferocious creature guarding the room. The sight of it left her absolutely speechless. 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 was known for his ice-cold demeanor, but seeing Beatrice at his door, that actually rattled him. He had to know what on earth brought her here. He couldn't deny it. Her presence still affected him deeply. She apologized for the late hour, but she had urgent news about Julian that couldn't wait a single second. 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍's sister, Clara, started to look worried, and he realized instantly this news was going to be bad. He asked Beatrice to step outside so they could speak in private. He couldn't hide his shock. Julian had been taken by the Shadow Syndicate, likely to be used in those horrific dark alchemy experiments. From the looks of it, that was exactly what was happening. A total nightmare. 𝑴i𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 knew that pain all too well. Years ago, he'd suffered through legal trials because he lacked a gift, and even those were brutal. Illegal experiments, those would be pure agony. He had to find his friend, and he had to do it now. But first, why did Beatrice come to him specifically? She didn't need many words. One name, Pandemonium. They were using a forbidden relic capable of wiping magical memories from any scrying stone. A device so powerful it even fooled the kingdom's grand knights. Talk about high-level corruption. But get this, someone had recently torn the underworld apart, a feat accomplished by a total mystery man. In kidnappings, there is a golden window. Once that time's up, the chances of finding the victim alive, they plummet. But families don't care about statistics. Alina was convinced she'd find her brother alive, no matter what. It wounded her pride as a royal inspector, but she had a favor to ask. She wasn't obligated to do this, but she couldn't just walk away. Her sharp intuition made her feel every bit of Beatrice's pain. He could sense her shame, her pride, and her grief as a guardian. Her request was incredibly sincere. 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 told her his sister was safe at home and asked Beatrice to watch over her until he got back. He ordered Shadow, his loyal hound, to stay on guard. Then, they headed to the last place Julian was spotted 3 days ago. After clearing a dungeon, Julian had gone to a local tavern, the last place anyone saw him. Even if a scent remained, it'd be way too faint by now. That's why Shadow was there. 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 figured the beast could track residual mana too, and any lingering magic would be much stronger inside the dungeon. Suddenly, the creature perked up. It found something. Shadow identified the trail, and 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 followed the beast into the darkness. Deep inside a hidden lair, Julian was suffering. It was bad. He barely had the strength to even whisper. Meanwhile, his kidnapper was loving every second of it. Julian's mind was literally on the verge of snapping. He didn't know how much longer he could take this agony. He just wanted it to end. He wanted to die. But the alchemist wouldn't let him. The man laughed, saying if he lost his test subject, he'd just kidnap Julian's sister, Alina, instead. Thinking of his only family sent Julian into total despair. The kidnapper claimed that since they were blood relatives, Alina must have a gift too. Julian croaked out that she had no ability worth taking, but the alchemist didn't buy it. He'd only know for sure once he started the next session. Julian tried to muster one last bit of strength to protect his sister, but the horrifying ritual just kept going. It felt endless. The pain was so intense that Julian lost all track of time. All he could think about was Alina. He couldn't die. He had to protect her at all costs, believing he could somehow endure it. Then, boom, the wall behind him absolutely exploded. Someone was coming. It was 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔. He arrived and told Julian that his sister was worried sick, but 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔's heart sank when he saw the state of his friend. Julian's body was a mess of wounds, way past the limits of any natural regeneration. His biggest fear, that Julian's mind was already gone. The boy just mumbled, still thinking about Alina. 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 didn't waste time. He pulled out his enchanted needles. There was still a chance, but he had to treat him right this second. "Hold on just a little longer," he whispered. Julian's eyes slowly fluttered open. The first thing he asked, if his sister was safe. Seeing signs of recovery, 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 felt a wave of relief. Finally, he turned his gaze to the freak in the corner who looked absolutely terrified. The man was shaking. No one was supposed to find this place. It was a completely sealed, hidden sanctum. The weirdo started having a full-blown meltdown. Honestly, 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 was just embarrassed for him at this point, disgusted by the tantrum. He looked around. The room was filled with body parts. Knowing a human did this, it filled him with pure, unadulterated loathing. He wanted to know why anyone would do something so vile, but the freak was still obsessing over 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔's identity. Suddenly, the alchemist calmed down. A creepy realization hit him. This intruder wasn't just some ordinary knight. That thought filled the weirdo with a twisted kind of excitement. Julian, still weak, begged 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 to run for his life. The alchemist started salivating, thinking about the incredible gift 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 must possess. And yeah, he wasn't wrong about that. Revealing a grotesque, mutated body, the man was eager to see what 𝑴i𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔 was made of. Grafting, that was his gift. A skill meant for farmers to improve crops, but this monster, he was using it on people. This man, burdened by a power he couldn't control, began to loathe himself for having such a pathetic gift. It drove him into the clutches of 𝑚alakr, leading him down a dark road of experimenting on innocent villagers and beasts. He didn't stop there, eventually twisting his own flesh into a towering, grotesque nightmare of a creature. His squire screamed for him to run, but Arthur didn't show a hint of fear. He just stood there, centering his power. "Truly hideous," he muttered, looking at the beast. Then he let it rip. One single, earth-shattering punch aimed at the monster. It was surreal. The squire couldn't even track the movement. He had no idea what just happened, but the impact. Pure insanity. The damage to 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒔's chest was absolutely absurd, yet the creature's flesh began bubbling and knitting back together. Arthur looked closer. It wasn't just healing. 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓 was actually laughing. He'd finally found the ultimate test subject for his madness. A man with power that rivaled the gods, yet still purely human. Unlike 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓, who had sacrificed everything to become this thing. "A fragile mortal can never reach me," the beast roared. He truly believed his monstrous form made him untouchable. A massive, scaly hand swung down like a falling mountain. The squire begged Arthur to dodge, but there was zero time. Boom, the ground shattered. A massive cloud of dust swallowed them whole, forcing the young squire to shield his eyes. When he looked up, he gasped. Arthur was standing there, effortlessly holding back the creature's massive claw with one hand. 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓 couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a mere knight possess this strength? Arrogance turned to pure despair. Arthur was done with the games. Tired of this coward's excuses, he stepped forward and launched another series of strikes. 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓's terror spiked instantly. Arthur wasn't even breaking a sweat. He was barely trying. The monster was completely outclassed. In a heartbeat, it was over. One brutal blow literally annihilated the space where the creature stood. The squire just stared in shock, wondering how on earth Arthur had managed to dismantle a nightmare like it was nothing. Arthur didn't stop, raining down strikes like a storm. 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓, broken and bleeding, still couldn't comprehend how a human had this power. He screamed that Arthur must have been born with talent, the kind of noble privilege he hated most in this world. Arthur found the logic idiotic. "Is that really your reason?" he asked. "You became a monster just because of a grudge." Enraged, 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓 played the victim card. He shouted that a high knight like Arthur couldn't understand the sting of being weak. Maybe Arthur knew struggle, sure, but he had no clue how miserable life felt for those in the gutter. In this kingdom, the strong didn't just work hard. They were born into power, leaving the rest of us behind. Those same, talented, nobles had the nerve to tell the weak they were just lazy. It was sickening. 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓 spat with pure hatred. But while he was ranting, he was secretly buying time to prepare one last, desperate attack. Arthur actually paused, looking at the villain. "Actually," he said quietly, "I used to think exactly like you." He recalled a conversation with Alaric the Great. D asked the legend what he felt during the 12 trials of valor. Was he motivated? No. Alaric admitted that back then, he had been thinking about ending his own life. He'd been consumed by a dark madness and had even hurt his own kin. Every day was a living hell. It was Sir Cedric who stopped him, pointing out that his death would be meaningless. The trials were his path to atonement. During those impossible quests, the great Alaric often felt he would fail. It sounds crazy, but he almost gave up. This wasn't the heroic mythology Arthur expected. Alaric told him that while results are important, they aren't everything. What truly matters is the path you walk to reach success. How you get there defines who you are. People say he succeeded because he was Alaric or simply a good person. But nobody is born perfect, not even him. Life is full of brutal challenges. Greatness and success aren't actually that complicated. They're much simpler than people think. The real struggle comes from your circumstances, and some of them just can't be ignored. But beyond all that noise, there is only one thing that truly matters. The reason, the core fire, that drives a person to shatter their own limits. Whether that reason is noble or childish, everything depends on your personal motivation. That's what leads you to the goal. Arthur told 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓 that weakness doesn't work the way he thinks. The villain was just using excuses to justify his crimes. 𝑳𝒂𝒂𝒓 screamed in a blind fury, but Arthur was ready. He was aligning his mind, body, and spirit in perfect harmony. A shimmering barrier erupted, shielding them from the blast. Then, Arthur prepared the second movement of Alaric's forbidden techniques. Divine annihilation. The power he unleashed was absolute. It tore through the clearing, destroying nearly everything in its path. When the light faded, the entire scene was cleared. A brilliant, haunting glow filled the area, turning everything pure white. The squire looked over and saw Arthur was suffering. The sheer pain of using such godlike power was taking its toll. Look, that technique was no joke. Arthur didn't want to unleash that kind of power, but he was just done listening to that villain's arrogant trash. Luckily, it worked. Honestly, under any other circumstances, the sheer strain of that move would have knocked him out cold right then and there. He turned his attention to the victim, asking if he could even move. The boy said yes. His body had somehow already started recovering. Still, he was stuck. He was completely bound in heavy chains. That freak had bragged that not even gold-tier knights could break them. Arthur just grabbed the metal. "They can be broken," he said simply, then crack. He shattered them like they were made of glass. It took the boy a moment to realize he was actually free. After everything he'd endured, he desperately wanted to know who his savior was. Arthur mentioned he was a friend of the boy's sister. They were friends too. Some even thought they were a couple, but Arthur cleared that up. "Just friends," he assured him. But the boy was only focused on his sister, Claire. He needed to know if she was okay. Truth was, she'd been terrified for him these past few days. Arthur told him they should talk in person. It was for the best. Arthur looked steady, but truth be told, he was absolutely exhausted. The poor kid didn't have much to say in that moment either. He simply bowed, offering a sincere thank you for saving his life. Seeing that gratitude, Arthur gave a small, tired smile. Home time. Later, several men arrived at the ruined site. Julian, an executive of the Shadow Syndicate, was absolutely livid at the sight of the devastation. No sign of their weird operative. He was definitely dead. Even worse, all of his research materials and notes had been completely lost. They'd planned to manufacture cursed weapons and bioengineered monsters, but it was all ruined. Everything was just gone. Years of careful planning destroyed in a single night. There were no sword marks, so Lord 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓 wasn't the one responsible for this. It had to be someone else. They needed to vanish immediately, though, because the royal guardians would be arriving on the scene very soon. Boiling with rage, Julian demanded to know who did this. Meanwhile, back at home, Arthur realized his sister already knew his secret. Claire had suspected for a while that her brother was a knight who ran a private scrying channel for his training videos. Their friend Mara hadn't given many details, but she confirmed he was indirectly involved in the incident while keeping things very discreet. She assumed Arthur had his reasons for not telling the truth. Arthur, though, just didn't want to worry his sister even more than necessary. He realized then that she'd always been supporting him from the shadows. Mara, meanwhile, wouldn't stop praising Claire and their strong family. It was so different from her own. She mentioned a younger brother, only 14, but in her memories, he never aged a day. Arthur immediately knew what that implied. That freak was grafting. He could literally absorb the traits of other knights and even monsters. He'd heard from the experts that these traits were far too unique to be suppressed or stolen by anything of equal power. Even so, in this world, nothing is truly impossible. The Syndicate wanted to create a legion of illegal knights with this horrific ability. If they hadn't been stopped, the results for the kingdom would have been catastrophic. It was a close call, to say the least. Mara couldn't speak for all her colleagues, but from the bottom of her heart, she was grateful. Arthur had saved them all. Shortly after, the Crown launched a full-scale investigation into the organization. Because the event was so brutal, they kept it out of the news. Ewan was finally able to return safely to his sister's side, bringing that dark chapter to a close. Now, Arthur could finally focus. He got right back to his training, but the more he practiced, the more his skill improved, and the more things he managed to break. He'd already shattered several expensive recording crystals. The cost of replacing them was skyrocketing. He seriously needed a cameraman to help him. He was just relieved the memory stones inside remained intact. He'd gathered most of the materials he needed for his construction project by now. It might take a bit more time to collect the rest, and even longer to officially rank up his knighthood status in the capital. Suddenly, he noticed someone waiting for him right outside the cursed ruins. It was the boy he'd saved earlier. Arthur was stunned. How did he find him? The kid explained the guild management team helped him. They didn't tell him directly, but they gave him a list of every cleared dungeon. He'd been checking every single one on the list manually. Honestly, that sounded like a truly exhausting and dedicated task for the young man. Arthur just sighed. He could have just called. Even if he didn't have the number, he could have easily just asked Claire for it, right? The boy froze. He hadn't even thought of that. Wow, that's actually a really smart idea, he admitted, feeling a bit silly. Knowing Arthur was hunting for materials, Ewan offered his help. Arthur hesitated, not wanting to bother a silver-tier knight for basic tasks. But then Ewan said he'd do it for free. Arthur's interest piqued instantly, though he still tried to refuse out of politeness at first. Since Claire was already helping so much, he felt bad. But then Ewan revealed he'd already booked the Dragon Turtle ruins for them. He begged Arthur to go so he could prove his worth. Arthur realized this kid was persistent, and hey, no sharing the profits? Tempting. Then he reached a very interesting conclusion. This guy had phenomenal regeneration. In the worst case, Arthur could use his medical skills. He approached the young man with newfound interest. "Tell me," he asked, "do you know how to operate a recording crystal?" Suddenly, an intense explosion rocked the forest. Arthur was back at it, unleashing his abilities as the training began in earnest. Nothing in this world could withstand that kind of raw power. Arthur looked down at the absolute carnage he'd caused and realized something crucial. Those iron shell tortoises, they aren't nearly as tough as they look. This new technique is a total cheat code. It seems he's learned to strike at the very essence of a material's hardness, bypassing the outer shell completely without even feeling the resistance of the impact. He didn't quite catch the trick the first time he swung, but now, he's certain. The true genius of the Void style lies in its ability to return everything it touches to literal nothingness. Armor doesn't just crack, it melts. When you combine this Void ability with the legendary strength he inherited from Sir Alistair, you get a combo that is, quite frankly, terrifying. He tried to pick up one of the shattered scales, but it literally crumbled into dust in his palm. Note to self, dial back the force, or there won't be any loot left to collect. He called over to Leo to check if the scrying stone was recording the action. The kid nodded, though he couldn't hide his pure shock. Arthur had just wiped out 20 iron shells in 60 seconds flat. Lady Alina laid out the contract. 10 million gold sovereigns as a base salary, plus massive incentives based on how many people viewed the chronicles, along with a hefty hazard pay bonus. Honestly, that's a hell of a proposal. Arthur was fired up and ready to give it his all, especially with that kind of motivation on the table. Night fell over the kingdom, but Arthur's star apprentice wasn't stopping. Alina noticed that the boy was taking his new job as the Chronicle Keeper incredibly seriously. With the recording stone held high, Leo suddenly found himself cornered. Powerful, snarling creatures had completely surrounded the young apprentice while his master was away. One of them lunged, but Leo didn't break. He took a hit, but he stayed focused on one thing, protecting that expensive equipment with his life. The beasts were actually confused. Why was this tiny human prioritizing a glowing rock over his own survival? Even Alina was stunned when she saw the raw footage later. Arthur had even managed to snag some extra recordings on his own portable stone. Alina was practically beaming, feeling deeply honored to be the one responsible for documenting his rise. The next morning, Arthur went to check in on Alina. She'd heard through the grapevine that her younger brother had been learning quite a few interesting things from him lately. Arthur just laughed it off. It's not exactly like that. If anything, Leo's the one helping me out. The kid was becoming more than just a cameraman. Aside from finally learning how not to smash expensive scrying stones, the boy was tackling chores before anyone even had to ask. He was turning into a proper squire. Due to how chaotic things had been, Alina realized she still hadn't properly thanked Arthur for saving her brother's life from that monster. Arthur just brushed it off, saying the kid was basically family now. That was a mistake. Alina turned bright red, her brain completely short-circuiting at the word family. Family? She totally misread the room. Arthur had to clarify he meant family because of her brother, but Alina's mind was already wandering into very romantic, very awkward territory. See, in her very peculiar head, she thought Arthur was implying they were, well, already married. Her imagination is a dangerous place. It didn't help that her brother kept referring to Arthur as his future brother-in-law at every opportunity. Eventually, the sheer embarrassment was too much for her to bear. She bolted from the room, leaving Arthur standing there confused. Whatever. He was closing in on Grandmaster rank, and his chronicles were becoming the talk of the kingdom. He'd already gathered nearly all the rare materials he needed. It wouldn't be much longer before he could finally build his own manor and settle down. Just as he was trying to catch some sleep, his scrying stone started vibrating. 𝒁𝒆𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒔, a call he'd been expecting and honestly kind of dreading. He'd been so slammed with work lately that he'd ghosted the legendary knight's last few messages. And yeah, 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓 isn't exactly the forgive and forget type. Arthur stared at the stone, sweating. How do you even answer a call from a man who can level mountains? But whatever happens, he had to pick up eventually. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓 said. His voice was calm. Too calm. Arthur felt a chill that was way scarier than the knight actually screaming. The legendary hero admitted he'd been worried, but the irritation was clearly bubbling just under the surface. You don't just ignore a man like him and get away with it. Arthur stammered out a weak excuse about being busy. 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓 wasn't buying it for a second. "Busy?" he growled. "With what exactly?" "I see," 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓 grumbled. "I guess there are far more important things in your life than your mentor." Ouch. Passive-aggressive level, master. Arthur hadn't even noticed that 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓's own following of disciples had shrunk lately. But hey, what's done is done. It was time to move forward. No more rest. They dived straight into grueling physical conditioning, focusing on building raw, explosive power. Training was officially back in session. Within an hour, Arthur was absolutely spent. 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓 was a total tyrant as a trainer. If a single repetition wasn't performed perfectly, it didn't count. "Focus, boy," 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓 barked. Since Arthur's mind seemed to be wandering, he tacked on another 10 sets of the most brutal exercises he could think of. They pushed through until the moon replaced the sun in the sky. The suffering paid off, though his mastery proficiency ticked up by 3%. But the cost was brutal. Arthur was so physically wrecked that he ended up losing his lunch right there on the grass. His body was screaming for mercy. He was at his absolute limit, but 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓 just looked at him with zero pity. "Rest, we're not even close to done yet." The man is a literal monster. Arthur seriously started to wonder if 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓's actual plan was to make him die from overexertion. The next task, pure insanity. 3,000 burpees. Arthur could barely even stand on his own 2 feet, let alone jump. Meanwhile, across the vast desert, the Great Pyramids glowed under the scorching sun. At the very peak, a massive, winged sentinel, the ancient Sphinx, descended from the clouds. It landed right in front of 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓, its golden eyes narrowed. The creature wanted to know what a legendary knight was doing in its forbidden domain. 𝒆𝒂𝒂𝒓 didn't blink. He'd come for one thing, to challenge the beast to a riddle. A wild proposal, since the Sphinx is usually the one issuing the challenges. But 𝒆𝒂𝒓 has never been one for doing things the traditional way. "Let's make this interesting," he suggested, throwing a new rule into the game. Arthur watched from the side, completely stunned. Challenging a Sphinx to a game of wits. He'd seen records of this, nobody ever got the answer right. He figured it was just a normal riddle, but 𝒆𝒂𝒓 shot him a warning look. This wasn't a game. This was something much, much deadlier than a simple test of brains. Even the archsage of wisdom couldn't solve this one. Those who lose their minds over a loss, they're no better than beasts. The stench of failure was everywhere. But Lord Arthur realized something. If they played this right, they'd hold all the cards. Sir Alaric thought he could just smash his way to victory, but Arthur shut that down fast. If a god failed, they didn't stand a chance. Alaric was fuming, but there was another path. See, their goal wasn't actually to win the game in the traditional sense. Forget victory. Arthur wanted them to pour every ounce of energy into something else, building hype for their magical broadcast. That's why Alaric proposed a brand new rule. The Great Chimera was actually intrigued. A new gamble, why not? The deal was simple. Every time the beast guessed wrong, it took a hit. And trust me, it was terrified of Alaric's fist. The beast countered. It gets 2 riddles, Alaric gets 1. If it guessed right, it got a free shot at the night. Alaric didn't hesitate. He agreed. The Chimera grinned, thinking this was its chance to finally humiliate the legendary hero. It dropped the first riddle. I'm born in water but die when I return to it. I only live when I leave. What am I? Alaric barely blinked before guessing a whale. Wrong, dead wrong. The answer was salt. The Chimera was actually insulted by how little he tried. Alaric just stood there. What are you waiting for? He asked. The beast hesitated. It was still shaking in its boots. But Alaric insisted, rules are rules, hit me. It finally swung. Alaric just wiped a speck of blood from his lip, complaining about the dust in the air. The beast was paralyzed with fear, expecting a counterblow, but Alaric was just waiting for the next question. Gaining a bit of confidence, it asked, what never changes color, even when it changes its clothes? Alaric guessed black armor. Wrong again. The answer was a shadow. Now the beast was going for blood. It hit him with everything it had. A massive shockwave ripped through the clearing. Alaric just stood his ground. My turn, Alaric said, looking slightly bruised. If a centaur gets pregnant, which side of its belly grows? Total silence. The Chimera's brain just stopped. Alaric started looming over it, and the creature began to sweat. It searched for an answer, but there was nothing. The thought of a riddle it couldn't solve, it was pure torture. Alaric stepped forward, his shadow covering the beast. Time to take your medicine, he growled. The Chimera was paralyzed. It thought it was about to die. It begged for the answer, desperate to understand. Alaric just reminded it of the penalty. Then he dropped the bombshell. He never said the riddle actually had an answer. The beast tried to bolt, screaming for mercy. But Alaric wasn't about to let it walk away after that. He unleashed his ultimate move, the strike of divine ruin, a punch that literally shattered the air. Lady Alara was speechless. This was the true power of a hero, and the best part, their broadcast views were skyrocketing. Meanwhile, over at House Sterling, the high-ranking lords and ladies were holding a secret council. Duchess Beatrice had heard that her niece, Alara, was practically begging for help for some man named Arthur. No one knew what was going on, but they were meeting privately 3 times a week, alone, in the dark. The Duchess was floored. Her little niece was a child yesterday. Now she's a woman keeping secrets with a stranger. Alara had rejected every noble suitor in the kingdom, yet she was seeing this guy. Beatrice couldn't just sit by. Back at the site, Alaric was beaming. The plan worked. His broadcast had just hit 1,000 followers. He bowed deeply to Arthur, though the strategist told him to cut it out. He didn't need the formality. Alaric felt like a fool for ever doubting him. His teacher was a tactical genius. Arthur just nodded. He got it. Stand up, Arthur said, but Alaric stayed down. He was truly sorry for being so impatient and stubborn. Arthur looked over at the Chimera. Somehow it was still breathing. Alaric had actually held back. He'd taken pity on the thing. In exchange for its life, the beast handed over a rare gift as a thank you. It was a token of gratitude. Arthur realized he'd just stumbled into something incredibly valuable. It was a free membership to the beast's magical network. Arthur accepted the gift from his loyal knight. These memberships usually cost a fortune, so this was a massive win for their influence. Pure profit. But that wasn't all. Alaric also had a voucher for a private meeting with the legendary Countess Isabella. They say she's as beautiful as the goddess Freya herself. Alaric practically forced Arthur to take it. You have to see her once, the knight insisted. Next thing Arthur knew, he was sitting at a fancy table. The waitress brought the food and Arthur looked up. There she was, sitting right across from him, Isabella. Arthur never dreamed he'd be having a phantom dinner with a legendary beauty. To anyone watching, he looked like a total madman dining with a ghost. But man, she was stunning. He tried to stay stoic, channeling every bit of knightly discipline he had, but her radiance was so intense it actually boosted his mental capacity. Suddenly, Lady Seraphina dropped a bombshell. "Why aren't we married yet?" Arthur just froze, total system shock. He stared at her, convinced she'd finally lost her mind. I mean, who says that out of nowhere? Seraphina saw the "are you crazy" look on his face and just laughed. She knew it was a cruel joke, but she's the one who brought it up. She confessed it was all a prank. She never thought he'd take her seriously and figured he was just playing hard to get. But Arthur wasn't playing. He looked her dead in the eye and told her he was being completely honest. That stopped her cold. Usually, every man in the kingdom is falling over themselves to serve her. She's used to getting exactly what she wants. Honestly, it's easy to see why. With beauty like hers, most guys would surrender their entire lives in a heartbeat. Then she asked again, why no marriage? Arthur was still lost. Why does she keep jumping to the altar? He figured he was the butt of a joke, but her expression changed. She got serious, even a little insecure. "Do you think I'm ugly?" she asked. Arthur sighed. "My lady, we can't even meet in the physical realm. Talk about a long-distance relationship problem." Seraphina tilted her head. Does love really need a physical touch? Arthur played it cool, saying it wasn't strictly required, but it would be nice. Total lie, obviously. In his head, he knew touch was essential. Seraphina pouted, assuming he just had no desire for her at all. Not true. He was just refusing to give in to temptation. He's the type who only surrenders his heart to someone he truly loves. That did it. Seraphina's gaze sharpened. She was officially interested in this boy, and get this, she could actually read his thoughts. Arthur realized his mental mana was growing too slowly. He couldn't let his guard down. This woman was dangerous. He reminded her he's just a human, but she laughed. "A normal human couldn't resist me," she teased. "Are you sure you're fully functional down there?" Talk about a low blow. Irritated, Arthur just told her to finish the meal. She just gave him a seductive smile and asked a wild question. "How would you feel about becoming a god?" Arthur stood his ground. He was human, period. But Seraphina whispered that she was once human too. If he ascended to the celestial realm, they could finally meet. And apparently, there's a way to make that happen. She'd have to cross over to his world. But as far as Arthur knew, they were stuck in completely different dimensions. Originally, yes, she teased. Arthur realized there must be a secret path, and someone had already crossed the divine mirror before. Now he was hooked. Arthur wanted to know exactly what she knew about crossing the rift. Seraphina leaned in close, her face inches from his only to whisper, "It's a secret." Typical. Meanwhile, Arthur was being watched. Duchess Elinor saw him sitting alone at a table for two and grew deeply concerned. She was there to vet the boy who caught her niece's eye. A woman in love loses her head, and she needed to check his character herself. "Driver, hurry," she barked. She had to get to that destination before things went sideways. Back at the table, Seraphina was still laying it on thick. She told him a wife could share every intimate detail of her body with him. Arthur tried to keep his composure, begging the goddess to stop teasing him, but his resistance only made her more obsessed. She admitted that if she told him the whole truth now, he'd probably never look for her again. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Then, she circled back, did he really not want to marry her? Arthur shut it down again. Plus, there was another issue. If he kept talking to thin air, people would haul him off to the asylum. Seraphina wanted to see him again, so she gave him an ultimatum. "Bind your soul to my divine mirror channel." Wait, was that her goal all along? The marriage talk was just bait to get a new follower. It started as a joke, but she was dead serious about seeing him again. Arthur was beyond confused. What does a mirror channel have to do with this? She explained it's the only way for them to connect. And here's a tip. Not every celestial has a mirror in the mortal world. Finally outside the tavern, Arthur was spinning. The marriage talk was absurd, but the mystery of the Celestials was deep. But check this out. That brief chat actually improved his mental proficiency by 7%. Massive gains. Time to focus. He had one goal, becoming an S-class paladin, but then a message buzzed. It was his sister, Alara. It was her birthday and she wanted him home early. He'd completely forgotten. And the Duchess, still on his tail, she knew exactly where he was heading next. Her assistant asked why she was so obsessed with meeting him in person. The Duchess didn't flinch. This wasn't business, it was personal. It involved the future of her niece. Young Alara couldn't shake the feeling that Alaric was about to vanish. Panicking, she pulled a staff member aside, demanding a private room where they could speak before he walked out of her life forever. Since it was just a quick chat, she reminded him to keep his manners in check. But then, the atmosphere shifted. A chilling siren cut through the air, a warning that an abyssal rift was about to tear open right in the middle of the city. This wasn't just a glitch, it was a full-blown rift collapse. Everyone was in the crosshairs. The emergency broadcast confirmed it was a rank B threat, ordering every citizen to drop everything and evacuate immediately. Alaric turned to his companion, Shadow, telling him to stay put and wait patiently. Honestly, Shadow is the goodest boy, super intelligent and always following orders without a second thought. The plan was to introduce Shadow to their parents as soon as possible. After all, in this world, loyal beasts like him are considered part of the family, and they deserved to meet the new member. Eventually, the siblings reached the vault containing their parents' urns, but looking at the dates brought back a flood of pain. It was a cruel twist of fate. The day they died was the exact same day as his sister Seraphina's birthday. That same birthday, years ago, was when a previous rift collapse had claimed their mother's life. Seraphina looked at Alaric, a question burning in her eyes about that horrific day that changed everything. She remembered being pulled into their mother's desperate embrace, while the dungeon energy exploded around them. She needed to know one thing. Did he remember their mother's very last words? Could he forget? Never. Those words were etched into his soul like a brand, a secret heavy enough to crush anyone. But as he looked at his sister's hopeful face, he made a choice. To protect her heart, Alaric lied through his teeth, claiming he didn't remember a thing. Just then, the alarms blared again. The rift was reaching its breaking point, a phenomenon where mana distorts and reality starts to snap. When this happens, two things go down and neither is good. First, the monsters inside get violently spat out into the world. If this were an S-rank rift, the entire kingdom of Asteria would be toast. Then comes the second event, the explosion. The raw shockwave tears through everything, and for those unlucky enough to be caught in it, it's usually game over right then and there. Even the lucky ones who survive the blast often end up with a terminal magical illness. But in very rare, 1 in a million cases, the trauma actually triggers an awakening, turning a normal person into a knight. Outside the shelter, the rift was glowing, ready to blow. The frantic broadcasts screamed for people to get inside the reinforced buildings immediately as the Duchess and her knights scrambled to find cover. They barely made it inside, slamming the heavy doors shut. But as the Duchess looked through the viewing glass, she saw a nightmare. Someone was still out there, caught in the swirling vortex of energy. A young man was out there, screaming in pure terror. He was so close, yet so far from the safety of the vault. Every second he spent in that mana storm was stripping the life right out of him. He stumbled. His legs gave out. There was no strength left in his body, and his pleas for help were fading into a whisper. He was literally being erased by the pressure. The Duchess watched, her heart sinking because she knew it was already too late to reach him. But then, a blur of motion caught her eye. Someone was moving, fast. A figure streaked past her like a bolt of lightning. She recognized him instantly. It was Alaric, the young man Alara had been so fixated on. He was charging straight into the dead zone. "Get back here," she roared, knowing it was suicide. But Alaric didn't listen. He reached the fallen man in seconds, throwing himself over the stranger to shield him from the incoming blast. Alaric wasn't just using his body. He was projecting his own mana to create a protective bubble. The rift's energy was howling around them now, and the situation was turning from bad to absolute catastrophe. Bringing the man inside was no longer an option. The destruction was spreading too fast. So Alaric dug deep. He pulled on every ounce of the 𝒖𝒂𝒏𝒔 techniques he'd mastered, raising his fists against the storm. 𝒖𝒂𝒏𝒔 isn't just magic. It's the art of creation and transformation. It's about understanding the very fabric of reality, knowing that everything in the universe is constantly shifting. It's the dance between existence and emptiness. Since the dungeon is made of energy and matter, it has to follow the same universal laws as everything else. If you know the rules, you can bend them. Inside the infirmary, the survivors watched in stunned silence. Alaric was actually doing it. He was condensing the raw energy of a rank B explosion with his bare hands using the 𝒖𝒂𝒏𝒔. But even with his talent, neutralizing a rift collapse entirely is nearly impossible. The power started to leak through his fingers, and the air began to hum with a lethal, vibrating tension. Sensing the danger, Alaric barked out a command for Shadow. The loyal creature didn't hesitate, bolting through the chaos toward the man Alaric was trying to save. Shadow positioned his small body right in front of the stranger, acting as a final line of defense. With the man's safety secured by his familiar, Alaric could finally stop worrying about the leak. But now he had a bigger problem. His own body was screaming. His hands were trembling and his grip on the magic was slipping. He couldn't keep this up much longer. For a split second, he stared at the inevitable end. He thought about his goals and realized the bitter truth. He just wasn't strong enough yet, not to stop this level of carnage. He wasn't just failing to stop the destruction, he was about to watch this man die right in front of him. But then Alaric's eyes changed. He wasn't going out like this. Not today. He forced himself to be optimistic, pushing past the exhaustion to find a new gear. He began to twist the very laws of physics, doing the impossible to flip the script on the explosion. The survivors in the hospital couldn't believe their eyes. This shouldn't be possible for any knight, let alone one so young. Then, through the smoke, Seraphina appeared, her face pale with terror. She ran to him the moment the energy dissipated, her heart in her throat. The worst was over, but she was hysterical. Why would he do something so insanely reckless? She just wanted him alive. Alaric looked at her, his voice steady despite the chaos. He asked if she still remembered their mother's final words. Seraphina was too shaken to even think, her mind still reeling from how close she came to losing him. Finally, he told her the truth. Their mother's last message wasn't a warning or a goodbye, it was a blessing. She had told them not to worry, insisting that she was perfectly fine. Because it was her daughter's birthday, she refused to let her last moments be filled with tragedy. She only wanted her children to have a future filled with beautiful things. She begged them not to remember that day as the anniversary of her death. To her, it was sacred, the day her precious daughter was brought into this world. It was only because of her ultimate sacrifice that they were standing there today. She had fought to stay alive, only passing away the following morning so she wouldn't die on the actual birthday. Even so, Alaric knew that his own birthday would always be linked to her passing. He finally let the secret out, sharing those final, heartbreaking words with his sister. And then he pointed to the man he had just risked his life to save. He did it because he'd heard the man mention one thing, that today was his own daughter's birthday. He wasn't going to let another girl lose her parent on her special day. Suddenly, he remembered his mother. She always called the day of her death a special one, the day her beautiful daughter was born. Her sacrifice was the only reason they survived. She held on, despite the agony, passing away only after seeing her child's face. So yeah, the sister's birthday was also their mother's funeral anniversary. Finally, 𝒖𝒍𝒕𝒊𝒑𝒍 shared those last, heartbreaking words with her. That was why he'd saved that stranger earlier. He heard it was the man's daughter's birthday. He couldn't let another child lose a parent today. He was ready to meet his maker. In those final moments, facing the end, the only thing on his mind was his mother and the goodbye he never got to say. But then he snapped awake, a sudden, sharp breath, and someone was already there watching him as if they knew exactly when his eyes would open. His head was spinning. He assumed Lady Beatrice must have carried his broken body back to the Sterling Guild's private sanctum after the chaos of the battle. But wait, the face looking back at him was a total stranger. Panic flared. Who was this, and where on earth had he been taken? This wasn't the usual recovery ward. The architecture, the sheer scale of the room, it felt like a high-security wing reserved only for the elite. The woman didn't keep him guessing. She introduced herself as Countess 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔, Lady Beatrice's aunt. She'd been waiting for the chance to speak with him. She seemed genuinely amused. Most men would be shivering in their boots, but he hadn't asked a single question about the battle or why she was there. Honestly, after everything he'd been through, waking up in mysterious noble estates was starting to feel like just another Tuesday for our hero. The only thing he actually cared about, his little sister, Sophie, he needed to know if she was safe right now. The poor girl had seen him collapse and fainted from the pure shock of it. Hearing that, he felt a knot of worry tighten in his chest. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 calmed him down, though. Sophie was in the very next room, recovering quickly under the best care in the kingdom. With that weight off his shoulders, he got straight to the point. What did a powerful countess want with a man like him? Her answer, "I completely approve." He just stared at her. Approve of what? He was completely lost. Apparently, the rumors were flying. Everyone knew he and Lady Beatrice were meeting constantly, and the family had jumped to some very romantic conclusions. He tried to process that. They were only meeting for private sword training sessions, but the Countess was acting like it was some grand, forbidden romance. He grew suspicious. What exactly did approval mean in her world? Was it about the training or something much bigger? He figured it was about the gold Beatrice was investing in his training. If the aunt approved, maybe she just meant his skills were worth the price. But even if she was on his side, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 warned him. Her brothers, the other lords of the house, wouldn't be nearly as supportive. That was fine by him. He didn't realize they were talking about two completely different things, but he knew his position was bound to be questioned. The real challenge, winning over the head of the family, the Grand Duke himself, now that was an impossible wall to climb. So he dropped a bombshell. Actually, Lady Beatrice already got the Duke's blessing. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 froze, her eyes widening in pure shock. She couldn't believe it. Had things really moved that far along? Had her niece really secured the grandfather's permission already? Hearing the news, the Countess actually got emotional. She was floored by how much her niece had matured, taking her fate into her own hands. She realized there was no need for her to meddle anymore. Our hero, meanwhile, found all this sudden noble drama incredibly awkward. Then she shifted gears. She knew he was planning to build his own estate and offered to provide whatever resources he needed. He was stunned. How did she even know? Turns out, she was the powerhouse behind the Sterling Guild's entire construction division. Beatrice almost never asked for favors. So when she begged her aunt to help this young man build his home, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 knew this was special. She asked if he had the supplies ready. He'd been grinding like crazy, risking his life in cursed catacombs just to scavenge the materials he needed. She was baffled. Why go through all that danger? Why dive into the most treacherous ruins just to build a house? Then the truth hit her. He wasn't using stone and timber. He was building the entire manor out of enchanted dungeon materials. She was absolutely speechless. He admitted he didn't even know when he'd start. It was a massive gamble that might not even work, but he had to try. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 didn't hesitate. "I'll get the materials for you." He could only blink. Was she serious? He called her auntie, and that was the clincher. She was so charmed that she decided right then to cover every single expense herself. He nearly choked. We're talking an estimated cost of over 3 billion gold. He had to ask, why would she go this far for him? Her answer was a total curveball. She said she knew this manor would be the home where he'd raise a big family with her niece. His brain completely short-circuited. He had no idea what she was talking about. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 realized she might have been a bit too blunt there. Fired up, she grabbed a piece of parchment to scribble down her personal contact information for him. He went to give her his business card, but she stopped him. Her public number was a mess of secretaries. She wanted him to have the direct line. With that number, he could reach her whenever he needed. No barriers, no waiting. If he needed help, she was just a message away. He just stood there, totally frozen. He still had no clue how the Countess had managed to misinterpret his entire life so spectacularly. A little later, he and Sophie were finally outside, walking through the lush castle gardens in the fresh air. He'd been getting royal treatment from some of the most powerful people in England, and while he needed to fix those misunderstandings, his sister was finally healthy. Sophie's recovery was a miracle, but now he faced a new hurdle. How was he supposed to explain all this madness to her? She knew he was a hunter, but he owed her the truth about what actually went down during that blood-soaked incident. He took a deep breath, trying to find the words to start his story. But before he could speak, a shadow fell over them. Someone was approaching. Arthur stood there, watching the man he'd rescued. Lord Cedric looked genuinely thankful, a far cry from the near-death state he was in just moments before. Arthur asked how he was holding up. Turns out, thanks to Arthur's quick thinking, he was doing great. Even the healers at the cathedral confirmed there wasn't a single scratch left on him. That was a huge relief for Arthur. But then a small figure approached, a little girl. It was the Lord's daughter, Alice. Cedric introduced her to the man who'd saved his life. It took the kid a second to process everything, but when it clicked, she was beyond grateful. Her father was alive, and that meant the world to her. Of course, she was quickly distracted by their companion in the garden, their dog, Shadow. She ran over to play with him, full of joy. Cedric sighed, explaining that her mother had abandoned them right after she was born. He couldn't even imagine the horror of leaving his daughter all alone in this world. Just the thought made him choke up. Arthur hadn't just saved a man, he'd saved a whole family's future. After a heartfelt goodbye, they headed out, though Shadow looked a bit bummed to leave his new playmate. On the way, Alara mentioned a dream she'd had about their mother. Usually, her mother appeared sad, like she had a secret she couldn't share. But this time was different. She actually managed to say thank you. Still, since it was just a dream, there were no real answers. Alara had a gut feeling these dreams might stop soon, but she still hoped to see her again one last time. The girls smiled, though. She was happy because she had her brother to protect her, and they had Shadow too. Arthur looked up, reflecting on everything. He felt it in his bones. His life was about to change in a massive way. He realized something, though. If he'd been just a little bit faster, he could have saved Cedric without taking any damage from the blast himself. If a legendary figure like Sir Valerius had been there, he probably would have just punched the explosion out of existence. Even the highest-tier S-rank knights might be capable of that kind of madness. Since Arthur had a free connection to the Divine Library, he started wondering what he should learn next. Unsure, he decided to ping Valerius directly. The Great Knight appeared instantly to answer his student's call. Valerius was drenched in sweat. Arthur asked if he'd been training, only to find out it was heavy boulder day. That's why he hadn't checked in earlier. Arthur's help with the Iron Golem had earned him a lot of respect, so Valerius actually paused his workout just to talk. The legendary knight seemed a bit disappointed, though. He'd slacked off and could only lift 34 tons today. 34 tons. If that's him slacking, his full power must be absolutely terrifying beyond measure. Arthur apologized for the interruption, but Valerius wouldn't dream of leaving him hanging. Arthur wished he'd dropped the formal nightly talk, but Valerius didn't really know how to act natural. He just asked what brought Arthur there. After hearing the problem, Valerius gave some solid advice. Don't go chasing flashy new arts yet. Arthur needed to focus on what he'd already been taught. He'd learned the footwork and how to move his body creatively. Piling on a bunch of different styles would just lead to a mess. Arthur realized he needed one specific, perfect movement. Valerius emphasized that if speed was the goal, he had to make his whole body work as one. The muscles you use to punch aren't just for striking. You've got to channel energy all the way from your toes to your fingertips. Basically, if he focused on the mechanics of speed, it wouldn't mess up his progress. It would make everything smoother. Now, he just needed to find a way to boost that velocity. Valerius suggested that Arthur might actually surpass him one day by taking the best traits from different legends and making them his own. That wasn't exactly the plan Arthur had for his life, but hey, he'd take it. Now, who was the god of speed? He couldn't think of anyone off the top of his head before browsing the divine pact options. Valerius had the answer: 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 the Swift. Even Valerius couldn't catch that guy if he decided to bolt. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was one of the 12 High Lords, known as the Prince of Thieves and the Divine Messenger. But speed wasn't his only trait. He was also, let's say, interesting. Valerius admitted he'd tried to kill 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 multiple times after being tricked, but he could never lay a finger on him. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 always claimed he wasn't a liar. He just forgot to mention the truth sometimes. Classic rogue. Even when the High King threw lightning bolts at him, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 danced right through them without a scratch. The guy was fast. If Valerius vouched for his speed, that was good enough for Arthur. His only worry was that he might learn how to be a scammer instead of a sprinter. But it was a solid lead, so he decided to pull the trigger anyway. If it went south, he'd just blame Valerius later. As soon as he linked with 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔's pact, he gained the super speed trait. Talk about a relief, but when he looked at the training scrolls, they looked more like a collection of prank videos. It felt like a total lie. Julian realized that watching combat scrolls at the healer's sanctum wouldn't actually help him master his speed. He needed real dirt under his boots. His body finally felt restored, stronger, even, and he knew the only way forward was through brutal practice. He was itching to see what his divine strength could do in a full sprint. Even though his speed stat was still at a flat 0, he felt ready. Time to find his limit. He braced himself, driving his heel into the earth with enough force to crack the cobblestones beneath him. Then, boom, he shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning, tearing through the landscape until his lungs burned and his energy completely evaporated. Moving that fast? It's heavy work. You need massive raw power just to generate that kind of momentum. It's definitely not as light as it looks. When he finally caught his breath, he was stunned. He'd reached the peaks of the Highland Pass in what felt like a single heartbeat. He was gaining mastery over this new wind-step ability, but honestly, it terrified him. The sheer scale of that power was just insane. Would his top speed just keep climbing? Or was he finally learning how to actually steer this runaway train of a body? He wasn't sure yet. One thing was certain: he had to be careful. If he'd accidentally hit a manor or a village wall at that speed, it would have been a massacre. The plan was settled. He'd test his limits inside the cursed rifts. As soon as the high priests discharged him from the sanctum, he was heading in. Once inside the rift, the recording crystals were already rolling. The beasts lurking in the shadows were already trying to intimidate him, vicious things. These were high-tier shadows. The lensman, Leo, was absolutely shaking. He knew these monsters had wiped out entire knight battalions in the past. Terrified, Leo watched as the pack of creatures suddenly lunged toward his master. They were closing the gap in the blink of an eye. There was no way Julian could dodge. These beasts moved at the speed of sound. They were basically a blur of claws and teeth. But Julian, he didn't even flinch. The second they entered his reach, he started swatting them out of the air like they were nothing. Their fate was sealed. Julian was on a mission, systematically wiping them out with a cold, terrifying efficiency that left absolutely no survivors. He was making those sonic speed monsters look like they were standing still. Leo could barely process what he was seeing. It was unreal. Julian flickered past them like a streak of blue light. Within seconds, the battlefield went silent. Not a single monster was left standing. "Did you catch all that?" Julian asked. His proficiency had just skyrocketed. He could feel the control over his movements tightening with every strike. He finally had a handle on the throttle. And the crazy part? He suspected he could go even faster if he really pushed his limits. Becoming more powerful than the legendary heroes of old. Yeah, that was starting to look like a very real possibility for our boy. Leo apologized, though. Even with magical editing, the footage was a total mess. All they had were blurry blue streaks across the screen. He'd have to slow down for the viewers next time. Plus, It was time to start training his new apprentice, Arthur, the young squire. Arthur had the talent of a high noble, so maybe, just maybe, he could eventually learn to keep up with Julian's insane, god-tier pace. When the body is weak, the mind suffers. Julian learned that from the ancient texts, and he was going to drill it into the kid. They had to start somewhere. Checking his communication stone, Julian saw the news. All the rare materials for his new manor had finally been gathered. He didn't remember giving his details to that noblewoman. He figured Lady 𝒉𝒉 must have handled it since the royal director made the request. Everything was sitting in the capital's central vault. The guild had everything ready for immediate transport the moment he gave the word. Master Alistair, the head of the royal builders, was stunned. Julian was actually planning to build a manor using only cursed materials from the rifts. Alistair admitted it would be indestructible, sure. But in the world of high-end architecture, durability isn't the only thing that matters. Style is king. Julian just shrugged. If it doesn't work out, I'll just tear it down and start over. The man nearly had a heart attack right then. Start over? Does he know how much those rift stones cost? Alistair was proud of the haul, but Julian's casual attitude was honestly infuriating. Meanwhile, the lady director was fascinated. She was actually getting her hands dirty, asking 1,000 questions about the construction process. That's when Alistair found out the truth. This was Julian's first house. But wait, apparently, he'd already forged his own legendary combat gear. Forging a sword and building a castle are not the same thing. Alistair wanted to scream. The sheer arrogance of this kid was mind-blowing. He couldn't figure out how Julian got so close to the director. Maybe she wanted Alistair there just to keep the boy from making a disaster. Where are the blueprints for this project? Alistair asked, trying to stay professional. Julian just tapped his head. It's all up here, he said. The engineer sighed and started grilling him about the soil density. You can't be careless with a foundation. The earth itself has to cooperate. It's not just about walls, it's about the soul of the space. A good design actually changes the mental state of the person living there. By mixing ancient engineering with modern magical tech, they were about to turn a complete impossibility into a masterpiece of stone and steel. The royal architect began pressing for details. The foundation, Alistair, what is the soil like where the construction will take place? Precision is everything in masonry. You can't be reckless. Knowing the ground is the fundamental law of architecture. Beyond just comfort, a design changes the soul of those within. The design process is vital because it directly impacts the resident's psyche. By merging ancient magic with engineering, we can do it. We can turn the impossible into a living, breathing reality. True architecture is the ultimate legacy of mankind, a craft honed over centuries. Arthur understood this better than anyone, realizing early on that the world's structures were far more complex than they appeared. The lead architect, Master Alaric, once again demanded the blueprints for the new manor. Taking the parchment from the young man's hands, he prepared himself for a laugh. He expected to see the amateur scribbles of a novice, but his eyes widened in pure shock. This wasn't just a plan, it was a masterpiece, intricate beyond anything he could have imagined. Alaric had spent 40 years in this trade, yet he had never laid eyes on something so flawlessly designed. It looked as if it had been drafted by the hand of a god. He originally thought Arthur was just another elite knight, but then he discovered the boy was also a master of the kingdom's information networks. It was almost too much to process. Trying to keep his cool, Alaric muttered that these were likely just lucky sketches. But Arthur knew better. He knew it was time to turn these abstract thoughts into cold, hard reality. He gave the order. They were heading to the construction site immediately. No more talk. It was time to build. Arthur stepped onto the site and prepared to clear the old foundations. One strike. That's all it took. With a single, explosive blow, he pulverized the remaining structure. He walked back to the stunned architect, casually dusting off his tunic. Alaric stared at the wreckage, unable to believe a man's bare fists could level a house so effortlessly. Watching the boy lift massive stones like they were feathers left him completely speechless. Arthur, meanwhile, was remembering the lessons from his mentor, 𝒌𝒆𝒊𝒑𝒍𝒆. The old knight had told him to always secure the ground first. Focusing his internal energy into his heel, Arthur brought his foot down with earth-shattering force. The ground gave way, forming a perfect foundation pit. Alaric stood there trembling, realizing someone forgot to tell this monster that he was supposed to dig, not destroy the entire landscape. He'd always known high-ranking knights possessed superhuman strength, but this was just ridiculous. It was on a completely different level of power. With the excavation done in record time, Arthur moved on to the next phase at a lightning-fast pace. Alaric, feeling useless, figured it was probably his cue to leave. Suddenly, Julian appeared on sight, eager to help his commander. He jumped right in, attempting to haul the heavy support beams as he was told. He grunted, straining every muscle in his body, but the massive object didn't even budge an inch. Taking it as a direct insult to his pride, Julian roared and doubled his effort. The only thing he managed to achieve was knocking over the last standing pillars. In a chaotic mess of stone and dust, the entire structure collapsed right on top of him. Arthur rushed over, pulling the rubble away and asking what the hell just happened. As a second-tier knight, Julian really should have been able to handle a few stones. "You okay, or was that too heavy for you?" Arthur asked, looking down at his buried assistant. Julian's entire right side was a mangled mess of crushed bone and muscle. But Arthur knew Julian possessed rare regenerative blood. "Stop stalling," he commanded, knowing the boy's body would already be trying to knit itself back together. Even with healing powers, the agony was real. Julian groaned, begging to be taken to a healer because he was terrified his bones would set in the wrong positions. Understanding the danger, Arthur pulled out a specialized medical needle. If the body was misaligned, it would block the natural flow of energy and cause permanent damage. With surgical precision, he used the needle to guide Julian's internal flow, allowing the regeneration to proceed without any hitches. Julian was floored. How did he do that? "A broken body blocks its own life force," Arthur explained coolly. "I just fixed the plumbing." He then told Julian to get out of the way and rest while he finished the job. But Arthur saw the spark of ambition in the young man's eyes. He looked at Julian with a sharp, calculating gaze and asked if he'd be willing to have his arms broken a few more times. He promised he'd fix him every time, but they needed to push his limits now. This was a rare opportunity to force his body to evolve through the cycle of destruction and rebirth. Arthur wore a slightly sadistic smile as he insisted this was all for Julian's own benefit. It was the kind of training that would make most men scream and run for the hills. Most masters estimated a manor like this would take 2 weeks to build. Arthur finished the entire project in just 3 days, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. His assistant, however, looked like a walking corpse. Julian was completely drained, his body pushed to the absolute brink of exhaustion. Seeing his friend in such a state, Arthur decided to use his advanced needle techniques to dull the boy's pain. It was the least he could do after the torture he'd put him through. Julian didn't think he'd been any help at all, but Arthur shook his head. He pointed out that Julian had gone from failing to lift 1 beam to carrying 2 at once. The young man paused, realizing he really was getting stronger. His progress was slow and his style was messy, but he was moving forward at his own pace. Without even knowing it, Julian was absorbing the foundational principles of the eternal breath. This wasn't something a typical second-tier knight could ever hope to learn. It should have been an impossible leap in skill, but thanks to that regenerative blood and Arthur's constant treatments, Julian was being force-fed raw power. Every time Arthur treated him, he channeled a fragment of his own energy into the boy's veins. It allowed Julian to climb the ranks without the usual suffering of training. Julian wasn't even aware of the massive growth happening inside him. Meanwhile, Arthur was celebrating his own victory. His medical proficiency was hitting new heights. He was getting closer and closer to finding a permanent cure for his sister's mysterious illness. He considered testing some new medicine on her, but reality called him back. He had to pause his thoughts to help his clumsy assistant, who had managed to injure himself yet again. Some things never change, even for a rising knight. After patching him up one last time, Arthur told Julian to take a long, well-deserved nap. The heavy lifting was finally over. The head architect, 𝒖𝒍𝒔, walked through the doors and was stunned. He hadn't expected much, but Arthur had created an incredibly cozy and beautiful home. Julian, looking at the finished manor he helped build, couldn't believe his eyes. The result was nothing short of a miracle. For completing the masterpiece, Arthur's status as a master architect skyrocketed. The experience gain was massive, more than he'd ever seen from combat. He realized that if he just kept building houses, he could reach the peak of his power faster than anyone in history. But there was one major problem. The process was grueling, labor-intensive, and required a mountain of rare materials. It wasn't sustainable for the long haul. Julian looked at his boss, wondering what insane plan the man was cooking up next. Arthur just stared at his manor, his mind already spinning with a different way to win. A housewarming gala at the new estate. Now that was a brilliant move. 𝒖𝒍𝒔 had received plenty of help getting here, and this was the perfect way to show his gratitude. He made sure to praise his steward for the stellar suggestion. But with so much left to arrange, the clock was ticking, and he had to move fast. 3 days, that was the deadline. Arthur bid him a formal farewell, promising to return with his sister in tow when the festivities finally began. Lady Seraphina wanted to treat the young messenger to a meal, but the boy was practically tripping over himself to escape. 𝒖𝒍𝒔 watched the scene, barely containing a smirk. It was a hilarious sight, though 𝒖𝒍𝒔 did feel a twinge of guilt for working the boy so hard. Now he had a bigger puzzle to solve, the guest list. You can't just expect people to show up, even if you are the host of the year. Meanwhile, the lead mason rushed to the Duchess to report the impossible. He was struggling to find the words. How do you explain a manor that literally rose from the dirt overnight? It defied every law of architecture he knew. And the kicker, 𝒖𝒍𝒔 didn't have a crew. No laborers, no masons. To the Duchess's absolute shock, he had done every bit of it entirely alone. The Duchess was stunned. 3 days, to build a fortress of that caliber. It was unheard of, pure, unadulterated madness. The mason swore he saw it. 𝒖𝒍𝒔 lifting boulders like feathers, soaring through the air, and crushing solid stone as if it were soft tofu. Even to the Duchess, it sounded like a tall tale from some dusty grimoire. The mason just shook his head. He didn't understand a lick of what he'd witnessed. Curiosity burned in the Duchess's eyes. She wished she'd seen the spectacle herself. Finally, 𝒖𝒍𝒔 led Seraphina to their new home. She froze. Her jaw hit the floor. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that this magnificent, sprawling manor was actually theirs. The grand hall was massive, and the house was full of endless rooms. It was so far removed from their old life, it didn't even feel like home anymore. 𝒖𝒍𝒔 couldn't help but beam. Seeing her this happy made every bit of effort worth it. But the gala was looming, and the invitations were already out. It was time for a supply run. Seraphina insisted they hit the market for the finest ingredients to prepare a feast fit for royalty. He knew his sister was a master in the kitchen, but he worried. She was still recovering, and a feast for dozens was no small feat for someone in her condition. She just brushed him off with a soft smile, promising she wouldn't overdo it. She was determined to make this night perfect. Seeing that spark of joy back in her eyes, 𝒖𝒍𝒔 gave in. Maybe those expensive treatments were finally working. She definitely looked a little stronger. So the small family headed into town, completely unaware of the shadows closing in. Far away, bitter enemies were stewing in their own hate. 𝒖𝒍𝒔 was the man responsible for burning their plans to ash, halting their illegal arms trade, and stopping their forced magical awakenings in one move. Lord Valerius was vibrating with rage. He demanded to know exactly where 𝒖𝒍𝒔 was at that very moment, his eyes cold and hungry for vengeance. Once he learned 𝒖𝒍𝒔 had been located, Valerius stood up. He was going himself. His henchmen paled. The boss moving personally was a massive risk. If the High Inquisitors caught wind of this move, it would be a total disaster. But Valerius didn't care. His heart was consumed by pure, toxic envy. He wanted to embarrass 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 in front of everyone. He wanted to break him. One of his knights stepped forward, begging for the chance to handle the task. Sir Julian believed he could handle the job with more discretion. But the envious man was done waiting for competence. He had no patience for another mistake. No more delays. He was taking the reins himself this time, and the underling realized it was better not to interfere with the boss's path. Making a casual comment, the subordinate mentioned a situation brewing at the academy. "The crown's hounds have an excellent sense of smell," he joked. Valerius didn't find the joke funny at all. He stared him down, stating clearly that he would not tolerate another failure. The subordinate explained that the academy had played its hand too recklessly and caught 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔's attention. They tried to block him, but things fell apart. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 took the lead, and now they were scrambling. In this mess, only a man of Valerius's caliber could truly put an end to this person. If the academy was involved, the red shadow would surely be lurking nearby too. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. He warned that Sir Gareth had already been humiliated in combat. He questioned if his servant was even capable of succeeding. The knight took that as a personal insult, refusing to be compared to trash. He swore he would complete the mission and bring 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 down. Back at the estate, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was stunned. He hadn't expected Seraphina to go this hard. The spread she'd prepared was absolutely legendary. She thought of everything. Better to have a mountain of leftovers than to have a single guest leave with an empty stomach. Even the little magical sprite was drooling. It was tiny, sure, but its appetite was monstrous. Letting it eat the party food would be way too risky. He decided to distract the creature with some different food instead. Meanwhile, the clock was ticking. When are the guests coming? He wondered. It was almost sundown, dinner time. Right on cue, his arcane ward 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔. Unauthorized individuals were approaching the perimeter. That was the signal. The wards were tripped, and the party was officially starting. His guests were finally arriving. Arthur and his sister were the first to cross the threshold. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 was confused. They were carrying so many gifts they looked like a moving treasury. Isabella was breathless. She couldn't believe 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 had built this entire place with his own 2 hands. It was like something out of a dream. Arthur joked that they would have been earlier if his sister hadn't spent hours deciding on a gown. She was a nervous wreck the whole time. She immediately shut him up, blushing furiously. She apologized for her brother's big mouth, saying he must have clearly lost his mind. As the siblings started their usual bickering, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒔 just stood there, feeling incredibly awkward. Then, his loyal steward approached the group. She introduced herself as the sister of the Lord of the Manor, leaving the girl absolutely stunned to find out she was Arthur's own sibling. She was just about to say hello, but, boom, interrupted by her own brother, who started bragging about how he'd helped Arthur the most. Arthur noticed a tiny creature scurrying inside the manor, and thinking it was an adorable pet, the girl immediately started the chase. But that little thing, it bolted instantly, reacting the exact same way it did when it first encountered Arthur. Sir Alistair mentioned that Cedric wouldn't be making it, assuming the man was probably way too swamped with some grand seminar. Alistair had already gotten a message from him about it, but here's the thing, everyone called it a seminar, but it was actually a secret. In reality, it was a high-stakes competition for the kingdom's greatest blacksmiths, where the winner takes home a legendary grand prize. Alistair was hooked, especially since Cedric wanted to show off the masterclass skills he'd managed to learn from Arthur himself. The stakes were sky-high, because the reward this time would be handed out by none other than the legendary Master Aurelian. Now all that hype for the competition made perfect sense, but suddenly, the system pinged. Another unauthorized presence was closing in fast. Arthur headed to the door to investigate, only to find Lady Elinor had just arrived, looking shocked that he was already waiting for her. He played it cool, saying he was just heading out anyway, before asking where her mother was since he'd heard she was buried in work. It would have been great if the whole family had come, but once inside, the women finally got to greet each other. It had been a long time since the two of them had a chance to just sit down and talk like normal people, without all the noble drama. Lady Elinor wanted to know if he'd really invited everyone on the same day, and yep, that's exactly what Arthur had done. Sir Alistair didn't mind the crowd, though he wasn't quite sure how to explain the whole situation to everyone gathered there. Unfortunately, Arthur's focus shifted yet again as another guest arrived, but far away, several bodies lay cold on the dirt. It was the brutal work of the Shadow Syndicate, and Inquisitor Thorne was absolutely revolted. An entire village just wiped out. Sir Edwin confirmed the area was clear, but the news was grim. There were absolutely 0 survivors left in the wreckage. There was a chilling detail, though every single body left in that place belonged to a man. Then he asked, "Where's the Lord Commander?" He was told the commander was hunting down the rogue Julian, but to their surprise, the Lord Commander was already standing right there. They scrambled to ask if he'd caught Julian, but the rogue had slipped away, proving to be way more dangerous than anyone had predicted. For a split second, the Lord Commander actually stumbled, losing his balance before his men rushed in to catch him and hold him up. He apologized, claiming he just felt a bit lightheaded, but a young knight realized right then that it was nothing but a weak excuse. The Lord Commander's condition was actually far worse than he was letting on, but he was desperate to keep it hidden. Imagine the panic if the citizens found out their protector lost to a criminal, so he doubled down, insisting he was fine. On the other side of the woods, the leader of the Iron Tribe had also taken a massive beating and wanted to know what happened. Because of their meddling, the ceremony went ahead perfectly, and thanks to them, the Lord Commander didn't suspect a single thing. This was his first time clashing with the Lord Commander, and let me tell you, the rumors about that man's power, total understatements. Still, he'd uncovered everything, even if it cost him his entire left eye. But back at Arthur's house, more guests arrived. The woman in charge of recording his grand adventures arrived with her little siblings, which honestly made Arthur's day since he loves kids. Once they stepped inside, those little ones were completely blown away by how epic the manor looked, starstruck by the view. They even started dreaming of living in a place like that one day, imagining themselves as part of the noble house. The little girl figured a place this grand had to cost at least 1 million gold coins, a staggering number for a child. Her brother couldn't even process that much gold. He had no clue what you could even do with that kind of wealth. This made him genuinely impressed by just how rich Arthur must be, while the older sister immediately started apologizing for the kids. She was mortified by their embarrassing assumptions, but it looked like almost everyone had finally made it to the manor. With the house full, it was finally time to eat, though Arthur had invited one more person out of pure habit. They probably wouldn't show, and since he'd just finished building the place, he was still missing a lot of proper furniture. He'd just thrown some basic tables and chairs together so they could at least sit down and enjoy the meal together. But right before they could start, his phone buzzed again. More unauthorized people were creeping toward his residence right now. This time, Arthur felt a real sting of worry, while the assassin Silas hadn't expected his target to be hosting guests today. He realized these people were just random acquaintances who didn't know Arthur's true identity, and that was an interesting opportunity. His target had no clue what was coming, but it was a double-edged sword. Not knowing who you're dealing with is a massive risk. In the end, Silas decided to ignore every single variable and made a cold-blooded choice. He was going to eliminate every last one of them. Arthur gave the signal to his men to stand ready. Everyone had gathered, and that single command left him. Feeling pretty uneasy. Still, they all gathered round the banquet table, though you could cut the tension with a sword as they exchanged. Uncertain looks. Beatrice gave her brother a sharp nudge to do something, and not knowing what else to do, Cedric decided they should probably introduce themselves, so the siblings stepped up to kick things off. Beatrice announced she was the daughter of the estate's former lord, while her brother, Cedric, revealed he was now working directly for Arthur. Then there was Lyra, his lead chronicler, who brought along her 2 younger siblings. Isabella introduced herself as a royal investigator, followed by Lady Guinevere, a high-ranking knight of the Iron Crown Guild. To be honest, Arthur only sent them invitations out of politeness. He never actually expected them to show up. Once the formal talk was over, it was finally time to feast. The kids were absolutely losing it over the incredible spread. Arthur told them to go wild and eat their fill since there was more than enough food to go around. They started digging in, showering Alara's cooking with praise until everyone was stuffed. Then it was gift time. The siblings went first, presenting Arthur with a pair of golem attendants, a massive gift for the occasion. Talk about perfect timing. Arthur had been planning to forge new gear and desperately needed the extra hands. But man, he felt guilty. These golems were incredibly rare and must have cost a fortune. Beatrice just shook her head, insisting it wasn't just for the manor warming, but a way to thank him for everything he'd done. Then the investigator stepped up. Her gift, rare scrolls and study materials for the royal magic trials. She even offered to tutor him personally, which left his sister, Alina, beaming with gratitude. Next up was Lyra. Since Arthur kept smashing his recording crystals, she handed him a brand new, top-tier model. Arthur knew she wasn't exactly swimming in gold, so this gesture really hit home. He was genuinely touched. He looked at his squire and told him he'd better not let a single scratch get on this new crystal. Julian swore he'd protect it with his very life. Meanwhile, the investigator was feeling pretty awkward. She hadn't realized she was supposed to bring a gift, but Arthur told her it was no big deal. He was just happy she came. Even so, she looked pretty down. But Lady Guinevere, she was worried her gift was way too practical. She pulled out her communication crystal to show Arthur what she'd ordered for the new estate. Alina's jaw hit the floor when she saw the projection. It was an enchanted silk divan and a royal armoire, each worth thousands of gold crowns. Arthur's sister couldn't believe items that expensive even existed in this world. Guinevere explained they were nearly impossible to find. Only 10 of those divans exist, and the armoires are reserved for high nobility. She only managed to snag them because her aunt used some serious royal connections to pick them out. Looking at the list, Alina suggested Arthur should at least pick the divan. That's when Guinevere dropped the bombshell. "They're all for you." The whole room went dead silent. The investigator narrowed her eyes, sensing something more than friendship here. Arthur, he was just overwhelmed. He looked at the mountain of gifts. Suddenly, his once empty manor was packed with the finest magical artifacts and tools. It was clear Guinevere had no idea just how insanely wealthy she actually was. As everyone stood there stunned, somewhere far away, a mysterious figure realized this was just typical behavior for her bloodline. The world was shifting, and then a crazy thought hit. What if this was all a pre-marriage inventory? That misunderstanding was starting to feel more like a reality with every passing second. Back at the manor, Arthur realized she was really committed to this narrative. Suddenly, his ward alerted him. Unknown signatures were approaching fast. Arthur hoped it was just some late-arriving guests. Until the manor's magical defenses slammed into emergency lockdown. Unauthorized forbidden magic detected. Arthur's heart hammered in his chest just as a massive explosion rocked the estate. And that's where we're leaving it. If you want to see what happens next, hit that bell and I'll see you soon. Right here on the channel.